Chapter 1019. After giving the order, Morbar led the other warships and charged towards the Dionysian fleet. General, the Carthage fleet is charging towards us. Their numbers are about the same as ours. The lookout on the flagship's mainmast reported to Middleades the flag signals coming from the front. Middleades realized that the plan had succeeded. The Carthage fleet had been lured out of the port, and the decisive battle was just around the corner. So he shouted, "Blow the bugle! Raise the starry sky and the red flag." Middleades' words traveled into the flagship's lower cabin. These sailors of the Third Fleet had been rewarded by the King of Devers and the Ministry of Military Affairs several times due to their repeated contributions during this period. Their morale was very high. When they heard the command given by the fleet commander, all of them were in high spirits. They rubbed their palms together and prepared to make new contributions. At this moment, the captain's voice came from the deck again. "Warships, advance. Increase the speed of the oars. Attention! Increase the speed of the oars." The boatswain immediately repeated the order loudly to remind all the crew. The flutist blew the high-pitched, double-barreled flute and gradually increased the speed of the flute. The first deck's oarsmen listened to the rhythm and pushed the wooden oars forward and backward. The sailors of the last two decks followed the actions of the first deck step by step. The flagship that was initially basically stationary began to move forward. The other warships did the same. When the warships of the first B Squadron heard the bugle and saw the flag signals coming from behind, they immediately stopped playing around with the few remaining Iberian cargo ships. They adjusted their bows and sailed towards the Carthage fleet that was leaving the port in the east. When the captains of the 10 or so Carthage warships that were charging at the forefront heard the frequent bugle sounds coming from behind, and then looked at the advancing Dionysian fleet that was rapidly advancing towards them, he could not help but feel a chill in his heart. He subconsciously ordered the sailors to slow down the oars and wait for the warships behind to catch up so that they could merge into the formation and attack together. Although they were both advancing in formation, due to the presence of these 10 or so Carthage warships, the distance between the two sides was only a mile. Dionysia's starry sky formation was almost complete, while the Carthage fleet's two-column formation was still in its embryonic form. The situation was a little urgent, but Morbar did not panic because he heard Barico's presumptuous laughter. "Old man, let's go up first. The people of the port are watching us. You have to get your men to work harder. Otherwise, if we perform badly in this battle, I'm afraid we'll be scolded to death by the people when we return to the port." "Ha ha!" A small Gattaca merchant ship sailed past the flagship, and Balikos, who was controlling the sail, was laughing loudly. Morbar did not express his dissatisfaction with Barico's arrogance. On the contrary, he faced Barico and solemnly gave a military salute. When almost all the Carthage merchant ships passed by the Carthage warships, the owners of the ships were shouting words of encouragement to the sailors, while the captains of the warships were also giving military salutes to the Carthage merchant ships that passed by. Watching these small merchant ships, which were less than 1/5 the length of the warships, rushing towards the Dionysian fleet, while being inspired to fight, he was also worried about them. However, there was not a single trace of fear on Barico's face. He flexibly controlled the sails, and with the help of the weak southwest wind, the whole merchant ship sped ahead like an arrow. He shouted, "Dionia, your grandpa Carthage is here again." Facing the approaching and taller Dionia warships, he became more and more excited, because he could once again humiliate the people of Delinia. When Middleades learned from the lookout that the Carthage fleet had actually let some merchant ships rush to the front of the fleet, he was very surprised. Although he knew that the reason why the Sicilian fleet had suffered defeat before was because some of the highly skilled merchant ships of the Carthage had played an important role in it, he did not expect that the Carthage fleet would actually let these non-combat ships participate in the official battle. This was really unheard of. Inform the warships to ignore these merchant ships, maintain the fleet formation, speed up, and fight the Carthage fleet, Middleades said in a deep voice. The captain of the flagship reminded him with some difficulty, "General, these orders of yours are not easy to convey." Middleades immediately understood. Over the years, The Ministry of Military Affairs and the Navy had gradually explored and perfected the fleet's flag language system under the guidance of the King of Devers. However, they had never thought that civilian ships would participate in the battle, and of course, there was no such flag language in this aspect. Middle-aged thought for a moment and said, "Blow the bugle, raise the green flag, and urge the fleet to speed up." Middle-aged hoped that the warships under his command would ignore the provocation of the Carthage merchant ships, but he had obviously overestimated the ability of the captains and crew to strictly carry out orders. Although the Third Fleet had been established for many years, most of the crew had little combat experience before this war, and the successive victories had raised their morale. Now, for the first time, they were faced with the provocation of the Carthage merchant ships, who boldly shuttled between the warships. They peed, spat, pointed at them, and laughed at them loudly. All kinds of humiliating methods were unbearable even for the commander of the Sicilian fleet, Sicilian, back then, let alone these young and vigorous captains and crew. At first, when some of the Dionia warships saw the weak merchant ships coming to the side of their warships, they could not help but turn their warships slightly to press against the enemy's warships, even though they still remembered the orders issued by their flagship. They thought that the waves created by the warships alone were enough to cause the small ships to shake and even capsize, and that if the ships touched them lightly, they would be crushed to pieces. But when most of the Carthage merchant ships nimbly avoided the collisions of the Dionia warships and laughed even louder, the competitiveness of some of the Dionia captains and crew was piqued. They did not make more movements with their warships, but continued to press against the merchant ships. But in this way, the distance between the ships was shortened. The shrinking of the space had indeed brought a lot of trouble to the Carthaginian merchant ships. Just the waves caused by the rapid approach of the two warships had caused some merchant ships to shake up and down violently. Even if they managed to escape from the pressure, they could not avoid the collision of the warships from behind because they had lost the flexibility to control their ships. However, the sacrifice of the Carthage merchant ships had caused a lot of chaos in the entire formation of the Dionia Third Fleet. The warships were hindering each other and had to slow down. When the middle-aged learned of the situation from the rear, he was anxious and angry, but there was no immediate solution. He could only order the captain to raise the 3 green flags at the same time and have the bugler blow the bugle for a long time to warn all the warships to strictly follow the order. Just as the Dionysian fleet was trying to restore its formation, the Carthage fleet had already arranged itself in the 2-column formation that they were most familiar with. The crew members with high morale paddled with all their might, and the warships quickly rushed forward to the Dionysian fleet in front of them. At noon, the 130 warships of the Carthage fleet and the 143 warships of the Third Fleet of Dionia officially began the battle near the Carthage port. The people of Carthage had already crowded the coast not far from the naval battle. After hearing the news, people from nearby Utica and other Phoenician allies also came one after another. The entire beach had turned into a sea of people. Everyone hoped that the Carthage fleet could defeat the Dionysian fleet that threatened the safety of their homeland. The people of the Carthage port even shouted Bellico's name in unison. Although this arrogant ship owner had made them stay away from him in the past, his bold and risky actions last time, and this time had won the respect of the people. He was even regarded as a hero by the young people. Compared to the noisy crowd on the coast, the Taiji elders who were standing on the city wall and watching the battle were much quieter, and the atmosphere was more solemn. "Anubis, do you think we can win this naval battle?" Tapenlac asked the former commander of the Navy in a low voice under Hanno's gaze. If not for Hanno and Morber's efforts to protect him, Anubis might not have been able to escape the severe punishment of the Senate. Although he had managed to escape with great difficulty, he was now idle, and even his status as an elder had been taken away. This time, if the elders had not been so concerned about the outcome of the naval battle and needed a naval battle expert who could accurately judge the situation on the battlefield to provide advice, they would not have called him here from his home. However, at this time, there was no sign of dejection on Anubis' face. Instead, there was excitement. The tactics arranged by Sir Morbar are very effective. Our merchant ships have already disrupted the formation of the Dionia fleet. Our fleet is seizing this great opportunity to launch an attack. We will definitely have the upper hand from the start." After hearing this, Tapenlak breathed a sigh of relief. His expression relaxed a little, and he said with hope, "I hope this advantage can be maintained until the end. In the end, we can win this naval battle." Akhradin, who had already returned to Carthage, also sighed and said, "If we win this naval battle, our negotiations with Dionia will be much easier." After he returned to Carthage, when he told the Senate about Dionia's harsh conditions for negotiations, the elders were in an uproar. Almost everyone expressed their hatred for Dionia's harsh conditions. However, after expressing their opinions, everyone showed different attitudes on whether to continue the negotiations. The Hanoverians believed that this was the first time Dionia had put forward conditions for negotiations. Carthage could fully argue for it in the subsequent negotiations, and both sides would eventually reach an agreement. However, judging from the current situation on the battlefield, the Dionysian army had a clear advantage. If the situation did not change and the final agreement was reached, Dionia would definitely gain more benefits. This was something that could not be helped. The Senate had to recognize the truth and accept it. Chapter 10:20. The Maganid faction opposed the continuation of the peace talks. They believed that the conditions proposed by the king of Dionia for the peace talks showed the greed and ambition of the Dionia people. They wanted to occupy the land and wealth controlled by Carthage, destroy Carthage's hegemony, and reduce Carthage to an ordinary city-state. This was unacceptable to all the citizens of Carthage. The elders had to give up the illusion of peace and make up their minds again. They had to use all their strength to support the Carthaginian army in Sicily and fight against Dionia to the end. Perhaps with the passage of time, there would be a turning point in the war. The neutral faction led by Isuruba said that the negotiations could continue, but they should not be too hasty. They could drag it on and increase the military support from Maganid and Morbar, hoping to use one or two victories to change the arrogant attitude of the Dionia people, so that the negotiations could proceed more easily. Because of the peace talks, the Senate had been debating for several days, but they could not reach a final decision. However, the situation was becoming more and more favorable to the Maganid faction. Because the news of the peace talks had leaked out, the people learned about the harsh conditions proposed by Dionia. In their anger, they forgot about the threat of the Dionian navy to Dionia and urged the Senate to continue fighting Dionia to the end. It could be said that the city of Carthage was very lively these days. People everywhere were denouncing the greed and shamelessness of Dionia. Therefore, when the Dionysian fleet attacked today, many Carthage merchant ship owners gathered and took the initiative to express their strong desire for war to Morbar. In the previous naval battle, although the Carthage fleet won, the Carthage merchant ships suffered heavy losses. More than half of the ship owners and crew could not return to the port. If we win this naval battle, then there's no need for peace talks. Our fleet can continue to fight and continue to win a second, a third, and finally regain control of the western waters of Sicily. Then, Lord Maganid's army will no longer have to worry about food transportation and can fight the Dionysian army with all their might. Then, the whole war will be in our favor. Pridicubus said loudly. Akhradin wanted to refute, but Hanno said in a serious tone, "We all hope so. May Bar Harmon bless Carthage." With that, he actually closed his eyes and began to pray. Seeing this, the surrounding elders also competed to pray devoutly. In an instant, the atmosphere of the entire city became solemn. However, their prayers did not seem to have much effect. The Carthage merchant ships had disrupted the formation of the Dionysian fleet, allowing the Carthage fleet to gain the upper hand in the initial attack. However, this advantage was not too big, because the usual starry sky formation of Dionia had always arranged for the Raven warships to be at the forefront. Today was no exception. Although the forward speed of all the warships was affected due to the chaos in the formation, using speed to collide was not the specialty of the Raven warships. What had excelled was the 12-meter-long suspension bridge that could rotate flexibly. Even if the warship stopped moving, it would still pose a threat to the warships that approached it. Of course, the chaos in the formation would cause the warships at the rear to be unable to reinforce the Raven warships in time, especially when the suspension bridge of the Raven warship was hooked onto the enemy warships. Furthermore, the dual-column formation of the Carthage fleet was precisely to utilize speed to cut into the enemy's formation and constantly create a predicament for the enemy warships to outnumber them. Of course, this required the crew to have superb skills, and that was what the Carthage fleet was most adept at. Therefore, such a scene had occurred many times since the beginning of the battle. The suspension bridge of the Raven warship had just nailed onto a Carthage three-decker warship. Not long after the infantrymen of the fleet rushed onto the enemy's deck, the Raven warship would be rammed by the next Carthage warship because its allies could not reinforce it in time, and the warship slowly sank. The Carthage oarsmen, encouraged by the heroic actions of the merchant ships and the ardent hopes of their families on the shore, were no longer afraid of the 40 infantrymen rushing into the ship's hold. They drew out the daggers that they had been equipped with not long ago, because only hanging daggers would not affect their rowing, and the daggers were cheaper and easier to equip, and wooden oars, and put up a strong resistance. Even though the infantrymen of the Dionysian fleet had gone through a long period of military training and were fully armed, it was almost impossible to defeat the nearly 200 high-spirited Carthage sailors and completely occupy the entire ship without spending a certain amount of time and casualties. The Third Fleet of Dionia was at a disadvantage at the beginning of the battle, but after years of arduous training and the tempering of the naval battle of Sardinia, the crew firmly believed that no matter how difficult the situation was, the final victory would still be theirs. Therefore, they fought with equal tenacity and worked hard to correct their previous mistakes. As time passed, the Third Fleet slowly turned the tide of the battle. The most important reason was that the warships of both sides had fully engaged each other, and the initial tactical contest had turned into a full-scale melee. Such a battle situation was more advantageous to the Dionysian fleet, which had been continuously trained for years. The Raven warship and the fast three-tiered warship were adept at jumping from side to side, while the other was adept at agile and swift assaults. The tacit cooperation between the two began to show its power. On the other hand, there was only one type of three-tiered warship in the Carthage fleet because the Carthage Senate considered the need to build more warships as soon as possible to form a new fleet. The four-tiered warships and the twin-headed dragon warships were not included in the construction plan for the time being due to the more time-consuming manufacturing process. The tactics used to coordinate with each other were relatively monotonous. The crew had to worry about not being nailed by the drawbridge of the Raven warship when the bow of the ship approached, and they also had to be wary of the sudden attacks of the fast warships. Often, they could not attend to one thing and lose sight of the other. When the naval battle reached its climax, most of the Carthage merchant ships had sunk, and the remaining few dared not enter the battlefield at all. Because the warships were so densely packed, both the enemy and the Third Fleet were fully focused on controlling the warships to charge, circle, turn, and ram, and fight to the death with their opponents. They would not dodge the merchant ships at all. A light collision could capsize the merchant ships. Even the most arrogant Barikos had retreated to the coast with his merchant ship. After coming ashore, the people of Carthage bowed to him to show their respect. Then, they shouted his name and applauded. This was the etiquette for a hero. Barikos could not help but feel proud. In front of the crowd, he boasted in high spirits about his adventure of piloting the merchant ship to tease the Dionia warship. Just as some of the people in the port were attracted by Barikos' story and exclaimed from time to time, there was a sudden commotion among the people on the beach. Some people kept exclaiming, "Our fleet seems to be retreating. This is impossible." Barikos loudly wanted to refute these annoying voices. He did not want to see the opportunity created by his and his companions' risks and sacrifices be wasted in vain. But in the distance, all the warships of Carthage were indeed retreating. Up until now, even the flagship of the Middle-Ades had joined the battle. The only one that had not joined the battle was the flagship of Carthage, where Morbar was. It had been stationed not far from the battlefield. The lookout on the mainmast had been describing the scene of the battlefield to Barikos on the deck. Morbar judged the development of the battle based on this. When he noticed that the Carthage fleet had lost the initial advantage and had entered a stalemate with the Dionysian fleet, he already knew that the battle had begun to turn against the Carthage fleet. Therefore, he decisively asked a dozen trumpeters to blow the horn to retreat. The captains of the Carthage fleet, who had been solemnly instructed by Morbar before they boarded the ships, immediately turned around and retreated without hesitation. Naval battles were different from land battles. Although both sides were engaged in a chaotic battle, warships needed enough space to fight. Therefore, the distance between ships was still relatively large. Once they chose to retreat, it would be difficult for them to be surrounded. Moreover, the Dionysian fleet had a not-too-big weakness. As the main force, the Raven warships were not as fast as ordinary three-tiered warships. If the enemy fled with all their might, it would be difficult for the Raven warships to catch up. The fast warships, which were known for their speed and agility, were relatively small and had weaker defense than ordinary three-tiered warships. Therefore, they did not dare to leave the Raven warships and chase after the enemy ships for a long time to prevent being counterattacked. Therefore, after paying a price, the Carthage fleet began to leave the battlefield and retreat eastward. After learning about the sudden change in the battle situation, the Middle-Aids, of course, would not allow the Carthage fleet, which had been lured out with great difficulty, to successfully escape to the port without suffering too many losses. Therefore, he ordered the fleet to basically maintain its formation and give chase with all its might. The Carthage fleet was retreating, and the Third Fleet was in hot pursuit. There was no time to stop at all. The original battlefield was full of crew members floating on the sea, broken boards, some oarsmen killed by the infantry of the fleet, and warships whose hulls were obviously damaged and could not move. Barikos looked at the situation from the seaside. Although he was worried that the fleet would encounter another defeat, he was more worried about his compatriots in the sea. So, he raised his arms and shouted, "Follow me! Let's rescue our brave warriors." After saying that, he took his crew and pushed the cargo ships that were docked on the beach back into the sea and sailed toward the battlefield ahead. The other remaining merchant ships quickly followed. Many people in the port were inspired and also drove their own fishing boats to the battlefield to rescue their compatriots. Chapter 10:21. For a moment, many Carthage citizens turned from spectators to participants in the war, which attracted the attention of all the people on the coast. The Third Fleet was hot on the Carthage fleet's heels, which made Middle-Aids very satisfied. He knew about Carthage port. Its military port was located inside the commercial port. The two ports were joined together, separated by a water gate. The commercial port outside also had a water gate. Its width could not allow so many warships to enter at the same time. In order to enter the port, the Carthage fleet had to slow down, which gave the Third Fleet a great opportunity to deal them a heavy blow. General, the Carthage fleet is not turning around. They are continuing to retreat eastward. The lookout's shout did not surprise Middle-Aids. He had already turned his head and saw his ship passing by Carthage port. This meant that the commander of the Carthage fleet had also realized that retreating into Carthage port was a huge risk, so he gave up and continued to escape. Middle-Aids' face darkened. He suddenly realized that if the Carthage fleet continued to retreat like this, the Third Fleet's previous efforts were likely to be in vain. Most of the Africa coast to the east were Carthage's allies. The Carthage fleet could find an opportunity to hide in their ports at any time, and the Third Fleet could not chase them to the end. By dusk, they would have to return to the base because the exhausted crew needed a lot of food and water. Damn, Sakirian, what the hell are you doing now? The more Middle-Aids thought about it, the angrier he got. He could not help but curse. At this moment, the lookout above his head exclaimed, "Carthage warships! There are dozens of Carthage warships rushing out of the port." Middle-Aids was shocked. He instantly understood that the Carthage fleet was not retreating, but luring the Third Fleet to the port so that they could attack the Third Fleet. At this critical moment, he had no time to regret that he had let his guard down due to his eagerness to make a contribution, nor did he have the time to think about how the Carthage fleet came to have so many warships. In fact, after the naval battle near Eryx, The shipyards of Carthage and the Phoenician allies had worked hard to speed up the production and replenish dozens of new warships. He decisively ordered, "Blow the bugle and form a defensive circle." At this time, many Dionia warships already knew that there were enemy ships coming from behind. The crew did not panic too much. After seeing the flag signal from the flagship, they immediately began to form an orderly formation. For both Middle-Aids and the Third Fleet, this was not the first time they had encountered a similar situation in the naval battle of Sardinia. At that time, the situation was even more dangerous. Both the captain and the crew were experienced. Fortunately, Middle-Aids was cautious and kept the entire fleet in formation, so it was easier to change to a circular formation. When the Carthage warships in the port launched their attack, Morbar also ordered the Carthage fleet to launch an attack. The retreating Carthage warships turned around and charged at the Dionia warships. The Dionia Third Fleet was in a dangerous position of being attacked from two sides. As this battle took place right in front of the port, the Carthage elders on the breakwater could see it more clearly. They could see that the Dionysian fleet was trying hard to retreat, trying to curl into a group. The Carthage fleet, which had been premeditated, attacked swiftly and fiercely, like maggots on a bone, causing the Dionia warships to be tired of dealing with them. Some of the enemy warships that fell behind were even caught up by the Carthage warships. They quickly tangled with each other, and were then rammed by another Carthage warship that caught up with them. In reality, these Dionia Crow warships had voluntarily sacrificed themselves to ensure that the entire fleet could get into formation smoothly. Now, not only did the Carthage fleet have the upper hand in terms of the number of warships, they also had the initiative on the battlefield. As they were fighting at home, the morale of the crew was not weaker than the enemy. Although the Dionysian fleet put up a strong resistance, they were completely surrounded. The elders' worries were gone, and they were all smiles. Even Esuba praised loudly. As expected of Morbar, it seems that he will win another naval battle, and the result will be far better than the last time. That's right. With this victory, the Dionians won't dare to be so arrogant during the peace talks. Taipanlak immediately replied. With this victory, they still want to talk peace? We can totally increase our support for Morbar and let the Carthage navy regain their advantage at sea. Pretacuba retorted excitedly. We have to face reality. Even if we destroy this Dionia fleet, Dionia still has more warships than us. Peace talks are the best choice. Ekrodon retorted. The two sides began to debate on the wall again. My lords, don't celebrate too early. This Dionysian fleet won't be defeated so easily. Arnabas suddenly said with a cold smile. Could it be that the person who almost lost our fleet is jealous of Morbar's achievements and doesn't want to see the navy win? A Magonid faction elder mocked loudly, causing the anger of many people. It seems that the previous punishment for you is too light. The Senate should reopen your trial. Another elder looked at him fiercely and suggested loudly. Surprisingly, many people responded, scaring Anubis so much that he did not dare to speak again. When did the Senate become so timid and unable to listen to different opinions? Just then, Heno stood up and expressed his support for Anubis. Up until now, we have been at a complete disadvantage in this war against Ionia precisely because some of us were arrogant and thought that we could easily defeat Dionia. We even arrogantly declared that, within a year, we will drive the Dionia out of Sicily. But in the end, we lost Corsica, Sardinia, and even Sicily is difficult to protect. Now, the Dionia are attacking right at our doorstep. It's time to listen to different opinions and sober up some of us who are hot-headed. Anubis, tell us, what's wrong with the situation? Hanno looked around at the crowd with a dignified expression. Out of reverence for this powerful figure, no one refuted him. Even Pretacuba fell silent because he felt wronged. Anubis coughed softly and said, although Lord Morbar used a scheme to trick the Dionysian fleet, he was not able to make them fall into chaos through a pincer attack. This is because the Dionia warships at the periphery did not care that they would be sunk and fought desperately to stop them. Their fighting spirit is very tenacious. Anubis could not help but sigh. He could not help but think of the naval battle in Sardinia. Actually, his scheme was quite successful at that time. Faced with a pincer attack from the front and a small number of warships, the fleets of any other city-state would have long been defeated. However, the Dionysian fleet fought a bloody path and turned defeat into victory. Their fighting spirit was so tenacious that it made people's hearts palpitate. Look, now our warships are not continuing to charge forward, but are circling to the sides. This means that the Dionysian fleet has formed a circular formation, causing our warships to not dare to rashly attack their formation. So what? The Dionysian fleet has already been surrounded by us. We're not attacking to reduce our casualties. Are the Dionysians not attacking because they want to wait until nightfall to escape? Predicuba's words caused a few of the elders to laugh. Everyone knows that the crew of the warships are greatly exhausted because they have been rowing and fighting for a long time. They need to replenish their energy in time, but the battlefield is in Carthage. The Dionysian fleet cannot get food and rest, and their base is hundreds of miles away. At night, surrounded by the Carthage fleet, will the exhausted Dionia crew still have the ability to row their warships back? I'm afraid they can only surrender, another elder of the Magonid faction added. We all know that for the Dionysian fleet, staying here is only waiting for death. There's no way the Dionia don't know that. I remember in the naval battle of Sardinia that I commanded, it was also this fleet that was surrounded by us. In the end, they attacked bravely without any regard for anything, and in the end, not only did they break out of the encirclement, they even defeated us. When Anubis recounted the past that he did not want to remember, his expression was pained and worried. But this time, they're not in a hurry to set up a defensive formation, as if they have something to rely on. We can't help but be wary of this. Wary of what? Reinforcements from the Dionysian fleet? Hanno's heart skipped a beat. Before Anubis could answer, the port lighthouse not far in front of them suddenly rang out again. Dong, dong, dong. The bell rang. Why is the lighthouse bell still ringing? An elder complained subconsciously because it had been ringing nonstop since the Dionysian fleet appeared on the scene near the port. I'm afraid there's a new enemy. Anubis was the first to react. He looked at the sea ahead with a nervous expression. Everyone was astonished. At this time, the lighthouse guard leaned his body out of the stone window at the top of the lighthouse and shouted to the people below, "Another fleet has appeared in front, and there are many black warships." Another Dionysian fleet. When the elders heard this news, their expressions instantly changed. They shouted in horror, "Quick, go and inform Morbear. Ask him to withdraw the fleet back to the port." The soldiers on the wall quickly gathered together and shouted in unison toward the outside of the port. "Retreat quickly. The enemy's reinforcements are here. The enemy's reinforcements are here." The two parties engaged in battle were right in front of the port. The crew of the warships nearby could faintly hear the bell of the lighthouse and the shouts of the sentries. Literary Hall. Chapter 10:22. When Morbear received the news, his expression changed drastically. He immediately ordered all warships to give up on attacking the Dionysian fleet in front of them and retreat to the port immediately. Although Middle-Aides and the captains of the Dionia warships could not understand what the enemy on the city wall was shouting about, the ringing of the lighthouse bell and the sudden change in tactics of the enemy indicated that the situation of the battle had changed. What was this change? The Sicilian fleet must have arrived. This was a plan that Sicilian and Middle-Aides had planned for many days to lure the snake out of its hole. Due to the position of the Third Fleet and the number of its warships, the Sicilian fleet had too many warships. The Carthage fleet might not dare to fight. The Third Fleet acted as bait. After the battle began, the Sicilian fleet that was lying in ambush between the western part of Sicily and the Carthage waters would judge the time and rush over to surround them. As the location of the battle was basically confirmed, there was no need to worry about getting lost and missing the opportunity to fight. The Third Fleet still insisted on a defensive strategy, but they widened the gap between their warships to cover more of the sea and prevent the enemy ships from bypassing them and approaching the port. What was ironic was that Morbear had deliberately lured the Third Fleet to the entrance of the port so that their rear would be attacked suddenly. However, now that the Carthage fleet wanted to retreat into the port, they realized that the Third Fleet had formed a circular formation in front of the port and completely blocked their way back. Should they escape elsewhere, or should they force their way into the port? Morbail was faced with an important decision. Time was running out, and the veteran had lost his previous calmness. His entire body was soaked in cold sweat. Finally, he gave the order, attack forward, break through the enemy's formation by force, and return to the port. Furthermore, he commanded the flagship to take the lead in charging forward. The reason why Morbail gave up on retreating was that he knew that Carthage's crew was already very tired after such a fierce battle. It would be difficult for them to escape the pursuit of Dionia's reinforcements. Moreover, there were a large number of soldiers on the warships of Dionia. Even if the warships of Carthage were to land on the nearby coast, the warships could easily fall into the hands of the enemy. Because at this time, Carthage had no military strength in the city, it was impossible to send enough soldiers to guard these stranded warships. 2 days ago, there was a secret report that the leaders of the Namibian tribes inland had secretly gathered to plot against the rule of Carthage. Therefore, the Senate hastily sent 7,000 public militia to suppress the rebellion. There were only 3,000 soldiers left in the city. With Morbair's flagship as an example, the other Carthage battleships also threw their previous caution and patience to the back of their minds, charging towards the Third Fleet one after another. At the same time, 3 red flags were raised on the flagship of the Third Fleet. The bugles sounded, expressing the determination of the Middle-Ages warships to fight to the death and not allow the enemy to open up a path. For the crew of the Third Fleet, they had paid too much for this battle. They did not want to fall short at the last moment. Everyone was on high alert, desperately trying to prevent the enemy from breaking through. The naval battle that had lasted on and off for 4 hours suddenly became white-hot. Unexpectedly, the first casualty was the flagship of Carthage's fleet. When it rushed towards the circular formation, the Raven warship that corresponded to it straightened its bow. Morbail ordered the helmsman to go straight ahead and not evade. When the deck of the flagship was hit by the enemy's drawbridge, Morbail led the few soldiers on the deck and rushed to the bow of the ship, followed closely by nearly 200 oarsmen. He wanted to use the advantage of numbers to stop the attack of the Dionysian fleet soldiers on the deck. The attack of the infantry of the Dionysian fleet, who had been recuperating, was ferocious. While they used their leather shields to block the spears of the soldiers on the deck, they relied on the armor on their bodies to rush forward and stick close to the enemy, stabbing at the enemy with the short swords in their right hands. Even though they were on a swaying ship, the movements of the fleet soldiers were still very brave, swift, and precise, as if they were stepping on solid ground. This was the result of many years of arduous training. As a result, the few soldiers on the deck of Carthage's flagship were quickly stabbed to the ground. Morbail had lost the guards in front of him. Facing the menacing Dionia soldiers, the old commander of the navy did not retreat, nor was he afraid. He pulled out his sword with his skinny right hand and stabbed at the soldiers of Dionia. Immediately after, his sword was knocked away by the leather shields of the infantry of the Dionysian fleet. At the same time, the short swords of the infantry also pierced into his chest. When he fell, there was no pain on his face, only calmness. He was born during the era when Carthage was at its most powerful. He had spent most of his long life in the navy, contributing greatly to the prosperity of Carthage. In the end, he died in battle at sea. He had no regrets. Sir Morbail, avenge Sir Morbail. After that, the sailors of Carthage who rushed to the deck from the cabin saw the old hero of the city they respected lying in a pool of blood. They were extremely furious, no longer afraid of the heavily armed infantry of the Dionysian fleet. They charged forward with wooden oars and daggers, blocking the advance of the Dionia soldiers. For a moment, the infantry of the Dionysian fleet were blocked at the bow of the ship. The space was narrow, and many infantry were even blocked on the drawbridge, unable to reach the deck. This also caused the drawbridge to be unable to be removed in time. Just as the two sides were engaged in a battle, a Carthage warship bypassed the flagship and charged straight at the Raven warship. As the Raven warship was connected to the Carthage flagship, it could not move. The crew could only watch as the hull of the warship was hit by the bow of the high-speed enemy warship. Amidst the loud rumble, not only was the Raven warship smashed open, seawater gushed in violently. Amidst the violent tremors, many of the Carthaginian sailors and infantrymen on the deck of the Carthaginian flagship also fell into the sea. Screams and cries of shock filled the air. Amidst the chaos, the sailors on the deck of the Carthage flagship took advantage of the fact that the formation of the enemy was in disarray and the attack was weakened. They pushed the enemy to the side of the ship, causing many infantry to be pushed into the sea. Following that, the other Carthage warships followed suit. This caused the Raven warship, which was at the forefront of the Third Fleet's circular formation, to suffer heavy damage. The Carthage fleet gradually broke through the periphery of the circular formation and began to cut in. Middle-Aids learned the details of the battle from the lookout. Sensing the urgency of the situation, he resolutely issued an order. The Carthage are fighting with their lives on the line. We have no choice but to fight with our lives on the line. Inform all the Raven warships that once the drawbridge hooks onto the enemy's ship, all the sailors in the cabins are to go to the deck. If the enemy ships come to attack, they are to jump to the deck and fight. If the Carthage sailors dare to do this, the Dionia will only be braver than them. Yes, sir. This time, the captain did not remind Middle-Aids that the order was too complicated. This was because in the process of pursuing the Carthage fleet, Middle-Aids had learned his lesson and recalled a few clippers, which were now clustered around the flagship. Due to the circular formation of the Third Fleet, the warships were positioned around the flagship, and the distance between the warships was relatively small. The order was quickly conveyed. Since then, the naval battle had entered an even more tragic stage. Not only were the warships colliding, but the soldiers were also fighting, and even the crews of both sides were killing each other. The senators standing on a breakwater were worried, and the people who were still watching from the port were even more anxious. In order to ensure that their loved ones could break through the blockade of the Dionysian fleet, many ship owners, in a moment of desperation, steered their cargo ships and bravely rushed towards the gigantic Dionia warships outside the port, risking the great risk of their ships being destroyed to assist their own navy in the battle. It didn't take long for the Third Dionian fleet to fall into an encirclement. However, they didn't show any signs of chaos. Every warship held their positions and stubbornly obstructed the advance of the Carthaginian fleet. The predicament of the Third Fleet did not last long. The Sicilian fleet finally arrived. The 250 warships had already arranged themselves into a goose formation, consisting of only 2 ships, the fast warships at the front and the Raven warships at the back. They surrounded the Carthage fleet and launched a fierce attack on the Third Fleet. The Carthaginian fleet that could not break into the port in time was immediately surrounded. Without Morber's unified command, some of the Carthaginian warships still wanted to continue charging into the port, while some turned around and fled in other directions when they saw that things were not going well for them. The result of fighting on their own caused their resistance to be quickly crushed. Other than a few Carthaginian warships that managed to escape, most of the warships were either damaged, sunk, or captured by the Raven warship. The 2 Dionysian fleets that had one did not pursue the escaped ships. The Third Fleet stayed outside the port. While rescuing the crew that had fallen into the sea, they also attacked the many cargo ships that had left the port to assist the Carthage fleet in the battle to vent their anger. The Carthage cargo ships that were scrambling to escape to the port were chased and crushed by the Dionia warships. Many capsized. The Sicilian fleet, on the other hand, sailed to the west, where the Third Fleet and the Carthage fleet first fought. There were also many Carthage cargo ships there. They had rescued the Carthage crew that had fallen into the sea, but out of anger, they did not stop there. Under the leadership of Barikos, these ships continued to cruise in the sea. They used wooden oars to knock out the floating Dionia sailors, causing them to drown. Morbal even planned to dive into the sea to see if he could sink the warships that had been captured by the infantry of the Dionysian fleet. At this moment, the Sicilian fleet arrived. As this fleet had won the naval battle not long after arriving at the battlefield and joining the battle, the crew members were still relatively energetic. Moreover, they were facing the Carthage merchant ships that had once made them suffer, so their desire to fight was very strong. They relentlessly pursued and swept away all the Carthage ships on the sea. Even Barico's merchant ship was eventually overturned. Chapter 10:23. It was not until there was not a single Carthage ship in sight that the warships of the Sicilian fleet stopped their exhausting rampage. They began to rescue the Dionia sailors who had fallen into the water and placed them on the Carthage warships that had been captured by the infantry of the fleet. Throughout the entire process, the citizens of Carthage on the shore went from excitement to panic to choking with sobs, and in the end, the crowded beach was silent. They had heard about the crushing defeat of the army in Sicily and the destruction of the allies of Carthage. Although they were worried, it was not as bad as witnessing the Dionia navy defeating their fleet and wreaking havoc in the waters that they relied on for survival. The strength of the enemy sent chills down their spines. The citizens of Carthage were not the only ones who suffered a heavy blow. The senators who were watching the battle from the walls of the breakwater were also the ones who were more affected. As they stood closer, they could see more clearly and had more thoughts, so the impact was even more intense. Fortunately, each of them was an elite noble of Carthage who had been tempered in the political arena for many years. After a period of silence, Henno let out a long sigh and said with a heavy expression, "We should immediately start negotiations with Dionia, in order to achieve peace as soon as possible. Regarding the conditions that Dionia has proposed, I think we should make some appropriate concessions." This time, Hanno's proposal was immediately responded by many senators. "Sir Hanno is right. Now that our navy is finished and our army is trapped in Sicily, for the safety of Carthage, we must stop the war with Dionia as soon as possible, even if we have to pay a price." Pay a price? I'm afraid that if the people know about this, they will never agree and will even go to the Senate to protest. You're too optimistic. Look at those lowly people. I believe that after watching today's naval battle, they will definitely be more anxious than us to stop this war. The Maginid faction, led by Preda Cuba, remained silent. After all, the defeat of this naval battle made them deeply aware that the army led by Mago in Sicily would fall into an even greater predicament. Negotiating for peace was the only way to help them out of danger. At this time, Tapenrak wasn't ready to let them go as he said in a pained tone, "My lords, today we have all witnessed the defeat of the Marines. It can be said that this war, our Carthage, is a complete failure. In order to negotiate for peace, we will pay a heavy price. Shouldn't we reflect on this matter?" Half a year ago, Lord Hanno, Lord Eckerdon, and many other elders emphasized that Dionia's military is strong, and if we wage war against Carthage, we hope that we can maintain peace. Why did some people insist on waging war, resulting in such a terrible situation today? Shouldn't we hold them accountable? As soon as he said that, everyone was shocked and subconsciously looked at Preda Cuba. The declaration of war against Dionia was a resolution unanimously passed by the Senate. Preda Cuba replied coldly, "If it weren't for you frequently inciting the people to put pressure on the Senate, that resolution wouldn't have been passed at all. Also, the theft of the Iberian silver mine by a Dionia merchant ship is also very suspicious. I propose that this matter should be reinvestigated in detail. We must not let some people escape punishment for crimes that harm the interests of the city for their own interests, and let us, who truly love Carthage, bear the anger of the people." Tepenlaco's words reminded the elders around him, and their eyes lit up. The failure of this war and the possible heavy price to be paid in the future would inevitably arouse the anger of the people of Carthage. The Senate did need a scapegoat to bear this huge responsibility, and Margot, who actively started this war, was undoubtedly the best target. Not to mention that the Maginid family, whose strength and prestige had suffered a serious blow in the war, had also made them less awestruck. Therefore, many elders expressed their approval one after another, hoping that the Senate would reinvestigate the matter of inciting the people to start a war against Dionia and the theft of the Iberian silver mine by a Dionia merchant ship. If there was a conspiracy behind it, they would be severely punished. As more and more elders agreed with Tipanrako's proposal, Cuba saw Hanno's cold stare. He suddenly understood. Ever since the war broke out, the biggest enemy of the Maganid family did not give Lord Maganid too much of a hindrance. Instead, he was waiting for the most critical moment to stab the Maganid family with the most ferocious knife. He panicked a little and loudly argued, "Have you all forgotten? The reason why Carthage started the war is because Dionia declared war on Rome, and Rome is our ally. We must fulfill the covenant. Don't you think so, Lord Esiruba?" In the face of Cuba's pleading gaze, the white-haired leader of the neutral faction coughed a few times, turned to look at the others, and said, "Everyone, we should immediately send people to rescue the sailors who fell into the water, repair the damaged warships, bury the warriors who died in the war, and comfort the people who lost their loved ones. We also need to discuss what concessions we might make in our armistice negotiations with Dionia and send envoys to negotiate. There are so many things that we need to do immediately. The things you just discussed could be discussed after these things are done." Cuba's heart sank to the bottom. Although Esuba said it perfunctorily, he could hear his support for Tepanlako's proposal. Hanno stroked his beard with his hand, and a sarcastic smile appeared on his face. As the sun set and night fell, there were still countless ships shuttling back and forth on the sea near Carthage. Shouts and cries resounded in this once largest city-state in the western Mediterranean Sea for a long time. In this naval battle, there were about 180 warships on Carthage's side and 390 warships from the two fleets of Dionia. A total of 570 warships participated in the battle. After fighting fiercely for half of the day, the Carthage fleet lost 135 warships, and its commander died in battle. The third fleet of Dionia also lost 76 warships, and its flagship was also hit and sunk. When the Middle-Ades were rescued from the sea, they were shivering in the cold. In the history of the previous naval battles in the Mediterranean Sea, such a high casualty rate for both sides was unprecedented. However, the third fleet of Dionia paid the heavy price of more than half of the casualties in exchange for the near destruction of the Carthage fleet. It was difficult to recover in a short period of time, and they could not pose a threat to the navy of Dionia. This allowed the navy of Dionia to sail boldly in the waters of Africa, and they could directly oppress and blockade the city of Carthage. This was a great strategic victory for them. Therefore, after receiving the news of this naval battle, Devers was very excited. He publicly praised the seamless unity of the two fleets, their fearlessness of sacrifice, and won this important victory for the kingdom. He called on the entire army to learn from them and promised that all the crew who participated in the battle would be recorded as a great merit. At the same time, he would urge the Ministry of Military Affairs to replenish the damaged ships of the Third Fleet as soon as possible. 2 days later, Akhriton, who was the envoy of Carthage's negotiations, rushed to Minoa, hoping to restart the peace talks. Devers readily agreed in person, but secretly instructed Henneborus to delay the negotiations as much as possible. When the Senate of Carthage learned that the king of Dionia still welcomed the peace talks, it immediately passed a resolution and sent an envoy to the Carthage camp in Serenus to inform Margot to suspend the attack on Serenus to ensure the smooth progress of the peace talks. Unexpectedly, Margot received more news. Cuba had sent someone to remind him. These days, the people of Carthage not only strongly called for the war to stop and restore peace, but also expressed extreme dissatisfaction with the war against Dionia. The Senate was also turbulent, saying that it was responding to the people's demands and was ready to launch an investigation into the series of events that happened before the war. The target was obviously the Maganid family led by Margot. After receiving this news, Margot realized the danger he was in. After discussing with his family's generals, he made a firm decision. He would never obey the decision of the Senate, stop the reorganization of the Namibians in the camp, and restart the attack on Serenus City. He decided to use a victory to restore the prestige of the Maganid family in Carthage. After the Devers received the news that Margot led the army to restart the attack on Serenus, and learned the general reason through other channels, they immediately asked Henoborus to question Acherdan. Since Carthage was already negotiating a truce with Dionia, why did he still order the Sicilian army to attack Serenus? Dionia doubted the sincerity of the negotiations and decided to suspend the negotiations until the Carthage army in Sicily truly eliminated their hostility to Dionia. Acherdan wanted to refute Henoborus. While Dionia was negotiating, did they not let their fleet continue to cruise in the waters of Sicily? They even penetrated deep into the waters of Carthage, posing a great threat to the ships entering and leaving the port. However, the current war situation was extremely unfavorable to Carthage. Acherdan shouldered the heavy responsibility of urgently reaching an agreement as soon as possible to safeguard the safety of Carthage's homeland. Therefore, he did not dare to say such harsh words. Instead, he sincerely promised that the attack on Serenus was not inspired by the Senate. It must be Margot's private action. He would immediately rush to Serenus to stop Margot's hostile actions, and the senators would also punish Margot. He hoped that the negotiations could continue after this matter was settled. Henoborus, who had received the Dever's instructions, of course welcomed this. Although Acherdan made a solemn vow in Minoa, in fact, he was not confident that he could persuade the noble and stubborn patriarch of the Magonid family to stop the attack on Serenus. Chapter 10:24. Just as Acherdan feared, the harmonious atmosphere between the two was no longer there. This time, not only did Margot reject Acherdan's request to stop the attack, but he also loudly reprimanded the Hanoverians. Not only did the Hanoverians not unite to defeat the powerful enemy, but they also tried to incite civil strife and betray the interests of the city-state. This is treason. The two quarreled, and Acherdan left angrily. Margot vented his anger, but he was not in a good mood. The original main force of the siege, the Namibians, had suffered too many casualties during this period, and coupled with the suspicion and scrutiny of the generals and team officers, now no matter how much the generals threatened and tempted them, they basically did not contribute. Time was very important to Margot, and he could not care less, and decided to let the Iberian army he trusted become the main force of the siege. Although the Dionysian army had been working hard on building the defenses in Selinus, time was short, and they couldn't compare to the outer walls, which were made entirely of stone. After 2 days of fierce fighting, on the afternoon of the third day, good news came from the front lines. Lord Margot, General Hasdrubal, has taken over the western part of the inner walls. In fact, there was no need for the messenger to report. Margot, who was standing on the outer wall and watching the battle, could clearly see the Iberian soldiers in front of him climbing the wall. He immediately ordered excitedly, "Tell Hasdrubal, do not stop at the top of the wall. Continue the attack, capture the port as soon as possible, and seize the whole city. Also remind General Hasdrubal to be careful of the counterattack of the Dionia." Pamilka interrupted. Margot glanced at him and then waved to the messenger. "That's it. Pass the message to Hasdrubal. Go quickly. Lord Margot, after we take over Serenus, you won't launch a new attack, will you?" Pamilka asked in a soft voice, worried about his gains and losses. The excitement on Margot's face quickly disappeared, and he snorted coldly and said sarcastically, "The Senate has already threatened me to stop sending us rations. How can I launch a new battle?" Pamilka sighed and said worriedly, "Our reserve rations can only last for less than 10 days. If Carthage stops sending us rations, then we'll—" Margot said calmly, "Our navy has been completely defeated. I heard that Dionia's warships have been cruising in Carthage's waters every day. It's impossible for Carthage to transport military supplies here. What's the point of the Senate threatening us? Moreover, even if the Dionysian fleet were to lift the blockade during the negotiations, would the Senate really dare not supply us with food? You should know that this army is not only made up of Namibian and Iberian natives, but also citizens from Carthage and the Phoenician allies. If they starve to death, they won't be afraid of incurring the wrath of the people of Carthage." Margot, who held military power, acted shamelessly, and the nursing home could not do anything to him for the time being. Pamilka was speechless. He sighed and said, "Lord Mago, if you do this, you will anger many senators. When you return to Carthage, I'm afraid you will be interrogated by the Senate." "I'm not afraid of their interrogation." Mago's face showed a hint of anger. He said in a low voice, "I'm worried that some people will put the name of the culprit who caused Carthage to be forced to negotiate on me, tarnishing the honor of the great Magonid family. I will never allow such a thing to happen. Think about it. Since we landed in Sicily, we have conquered Minoa, Agrigento, Iconium, and Gela, won the Battle of Gela, invaded Dionia's territory in Sicily, and even deterred the main army led by the king of Dionia from fighting us. On the contrary, Montenegro's army suffered a crushing defeat in the Battle of Minoa, and the navy led by Anubis suffered repeated defeats. Who recommended them? Now, we have conquered the heavily guarded city of Serenus. If the Senate insists on putting the blame on you and me, the people will understand that the real sinner will not be us, who have been winning victories for Carthage, but some incompetent and shameless senators." At this point, Brother Ma took a deep breath and looked at the soldiers who were cheering for their victory on the city wall. He hesitated for a moment before saying, "Since Ekrodon said that the Dionians are very willing to negotiate, our capture of Serenus will increase their willingness to negotiate. This will also give Ekrodon more bargaining chips in the negotiations and reduce the price they have to pay." Mago's greatest fear was that if the Dionia stopped the peace talks and continued to fight, his army would collapse due to lack of food. But at this time, he had fallen into a double dilemma of politics and military affairs. In order to defend the honor of himself and his family, he had no other choice. Pamilka obviously thought of this as well, so he was not completely moved by Mago's words. He said quietly and frankly, "I hope things develop as you say." The two of them quickly fell into silence, each holding onto the battlements and silently looking forward. After some time, a messenger rushed in. "Lord Mago, the Dionia have built a strong wall in front of the port. They have dug trenches and set up stables. The number of enemies on top of the wall is increasing, and our attack is blocked. General Hasdrubal is asking for instructions." Mago's heart tightened. He immediately asked, "What does Hasdrubal think?" "The general thinks that the soldiers are very tired after fighting for so long, and they don't know the enemy's defense. He hopes that the soldiers can retreat and regroup and attack tomorrow when they are fully prepared." "Damn those Dionia! How many walls did they build?" Mago, who was eager for victory, lost his composure and cursed. "This should be the last line of defense of Dionia in Serenus," Pamilka comforted. "Time," Margot muttered in his mind. He had wanted to end the battle as soon as possible and stop the war against Dionia so that the truce negotiations could continue and win a chance of survival for the army. However, things did not go as smoothly as he had imagined. "Let Hasdrubal retreat with his troops for the time being," Mago said angrily and slammed his palm on the battlements. At this moment, from the corner of his eyes, he noticed that there seemed to be black smoke rising from the far right behind him. He immediately turned around and saw that northwest of the Carthaginian camp outside Serenus City, not only were there flames flashing and black smoke billowing, but if he listened carefully, he could also hear the sounds of battle. "What's going on over there?" Pamilka exclaimed. "Send someone to check it out." Mago's intuition, honed from 10 years of experience in the Iberian battlefield, told him that the situation was not good. He decisively ordered his adjutant to immediately send someone to inform Sticamo, the general in charge of 10,000 Carthage's militia and responsible for guarding the camp, that there has been a change in the northwest camp. Let him lead the army to quell the rebellion. Also, send someone to inform Kisego. Kisego is currently leading more than 6,000 Phoenician soldiers as a reserve force for the siege and is on standby in Serenus. Tell him to immediately lead the troops back to the camp and assist Sticamo. "Yes, my lord." The adjutant immediately went to arrange for the messengers. "Is there a rebellion among the Namibian cavalry?" Pamilka asked worriedly as he pointed to the place where the thick smoke was rising. As the Carthaginian army had built walls on both the north and south sides of the camp in order to capture the city of Serenus, it blocked Margot's line of sight at this time, making it impossible for him to see the situation inside the camp. However, that direction was mainly where the Namibian cavalry's camp was located, so Pamilka made this guess. "That's hard to say," Mago muttered. He dared not make a rash judgment, because there were not only Namibian soldiers in that direction, but also Lusitanian cavalry and a small number of Namibian infantry. Moreover, the Dionysian army's successful raids on Palmos and Lily had left a shadow in Mago's heart. At this moment, he suddenly had a more terrifying guess. Could it be that the Dionysian army had secretly invaded the camp? He could not help but shiver a few times. Once again, he shouted to the adjutant, "Hurry and inform Hasdrubal immediately. Tell him to leave 10,000 men to defend the newly captured inner city and lead the other troops back to the camp immediately." As soon as Mago gave the order, he saw several scouts galloping from the camp to the wall, shouting, "Lord Mago! Lord Mago! What's the matter?" Mago hurriedly poked his head out from the battlements. "Lord Mago, the Namibian soldiers who went out to patrol this morning suddenly attacked the soldiers stationed at the western camp gate when they returned to camp and occupied the camp gate. At the same time, there was a rebellion in their camp. The Namibian cavalry gathered together and not only burned their own camp, but also launched an attack on the nearby Carthage cavalry camp. After General Sticamo received the news, he was gathering troops to quell the rebellion. Before he could reach the western camp, he received news that the Namibian camp in the east was unstable. Some Namibian soldiers were attacking their officers and plotting to start a rebellion. General Sticamo believes that there are not enough troops to quell the rebellion in the entire camp in time. He hopes that you can send more reinforcements. This must be caused by the Dionia. We didn't clean up the Namibian army of spies. And those rebellious Namibian cavalry, they must have been incited by the Dionia." Pamilka said cautiously at this time, his expression filled with regret. During the reorganization of the entire Carthage army, some Namibian spies released by the Dionia had been found. If it were not for Mago's haste to attack Serenus, Pamilka believed that a few more days of reorganization would be enough to ensure the stability of the Namibian army. However, both of them had neglected the Namibian cavalry. The reorganization and review of them were not strict, because when the rumors about the Namibian army were spreading, the Namibian cavalry camp was very calm. In addition, the Namibians in the east and west were relatively independent and did not have much contact. Therefore, both Mago and Pamilka had the illusion that the Namibian cavalry was trustworthy. After hearing the cavalry's request for help, Mago was relieved at first. The movement in the camp was not caused by the Dionysian army's raid. Chapter 1025. Then, Mago's heart was in his throat again. The cavalry was the biggest reason why he was confident that he could defeat the main Dionia army in the battle. Now that the Namibian cavalry, which made up the majority of the entire cavalry army, had rebelled, he could not help but feel anxious. Did the Mauritanian cavalry and the Lusitanian cavalry also participate in the rebellion? This was the first question that came to Mago's mind. Their camps have remained quiet. They did not participate in the rebellion, but they also did not assist us in suppressing the rebellion. These damn barbarians. Mago cursed under his breath. In fact, he knew very well that temporary hired troops like the Mauritanian and Lusitanian cavalry could not be very loyal to Carthage. However, their attitude of being bystanders made him feel the urgency of the situation. He immediately said, "Go tell Sticamo immediately and let him lead the army to quell the rebellion of the Namibian cavalry. Do not let them escape the camp as much as possible. In addition, he also needs to separate a group of troops to guard our supply camp. And tell him not to worry. The reinforcements led by Kisco will soon return to the camp." Brother Mago anxiously watched the scout right away. After a while, he saw the army led by Kisco coming out of the gate. Just as he took a breath, he saw another cavalry galloping to the foot of the city. Reporting to Lord Mago, the Dionysian army has been found in the east, and they are approaching the camp. The east of the camp, the Dionysian army entrenched in Minoa, finally came out. This had always been Mago's expectation, but now it made him nervous. Obviously, The Dionia wanted to take advantage of the chaos in Carthage's camp to launch an attack. How many of them came? Margot asked anxiously. We didn't get the report from the scouts in advance. This was discovered by the sentries at the top of the camp wall. We can't make an accurate judgment, but it seems that there are a lot of them. The scouts sent out by Carthage's army were basically the Namibian cavalry. Now that they had rebelled, I'm afraid that they have long colluded with the Dionia. When the sentries in the camp discover the traces of the Dionysian army, it means that the enemy is already very close to the camp, so the situation is a little critical. Margot thought of this and said eagerly, "Go find Kisego immediately and let him lead the reinforcements to defend against the Dionia's attack on the camp." Then, he said to his aide, "Send someone to inform Hasdrubal. Tell him to bring the army back to camp." After giving the order, Margot was no longer in the mood to stay on the city wall. He and Pamilka led a group of people down the city and rushed to the camp. As the commander of the army, he had to stay in the camp, stabilize the army's morale, and thwart the enemy's plot. When they were about to enter the camp, Margot suddenly stopped his horse. He looked at the towering mud wall in front of him, then at his entourage around him. All of them looked anxious, including Pamilka. He smiled and said confidently, "Don't panic, everyone. The Dionia's plot will not succeed. We have carried out a purge of the Namibians a few days ago, and we have those experienced Iberian officers with us, so the Namibian camp can't be in chaos. As for the Namibian cavalry, they can't play a role in the narrow camp. Stikamo will easily defeat them. I'm glad to see that the Dionysian army, which has been hiding like mice on Mount Minoa, has appeared here. In this way, not only can we block their attack with the walls we have built, but when all the troops are gathered, we can take the opportunity to launch a counterattack, defeat them, and reverse the situation on the battlefield. Everyone, this is a great opportunity. You will have the opportunity to become the heroes who save Carthage." Margot's words were like a beam of sunshine that drove away the haze in the hearts of his entourage. Their eyes began to shine, and they were eager to try the next battle. To the east of the city of Serenus, the Dionysian army formed a long line, slowly advancing along the coastal road. In the middle of the line, under the two glittering royal flags, was the king of Dionia, Devers. He rode on a horse, talking and laughing with Henneborus beside him, as if he was on an outing and not participating in a battle. Tormid, who was behind him, could not help but remind, "Your Majesty, we are about to enter Serenus territory. Should we not approach Carthage's camp first? In case the Carthage army attacks us, it will be convenient for us to retreat. Hasn't the Mountain Reconnaissance Brigade already figured out the enemy's situation? Today, Margot has already sent his main force to attack the inner city of Serenus, and there are not many troops left in Carthage's camp. Besides," Devers pointed at the black smoke rising in the sky ahead and said with a straight face, "The Namibians have already started to act according to the agreement. Of course, we have to follow the agreement to attract the attention of Carthage's people and make Margot make a wrong judgment." "That's right. His Majesty has always kept his promises," Henneborus interjected. Tormid glanced at Henneborus and thought, "You make it sound easy, but although the army led by His Majesty looks like it has a lot of people, in fact, there are only 6,000 Rome's reserve troops. They're temporarily wearing the black helmets and black armor of the wounded and dead soldiers of Dionia, a small number of reinforcements from Potentia and Samones, and the 1st, 2nd, and 4th Cavalry Legions. The total number is less than 10,000. The soldiers behind the troops are the laborers of the various legions and the sailors of the transport ships in disguise. They do not have any combat power at all. If the Carthage army really counterattacked, he could not help but worry for His Majesty's safety." At this time, Devers turned around and said with a smile, "Don't worry too much. We can see the black smoke in Carthage's camp. Alexis, Amintas, Martones, and Prososus must have seen it too. I'm afraid they have already started to act according to the plan. Can the Carthage still divide their forces to attack us? I doubt it." Between the city of Serenus and the largest port was a thick wall. This was built by the soldiers and sailors of Dionia during this period of time to increase the height and thickness of the original inner wall. After Margot's Iberian army broke through the inner wall of Serenus, it became the last line of defense for the Dionia's garrison to protect the port. Hasdrubal felt that it was a pity. He felt that if the wall did not act as an obstacle, his army would definitely pursue and completely defeat the remnants of Dionia's army, completely occupying the entire city of Serenus and the port. But if he could pass through the wall and enter the port at the back, he would be surprised to find that the remnants of Dionia's army was completely an illusion. The entire port was currently occupied by a dense number of Diolian soldiers. Black smoke surged everywhere, forming a clear boundary with the blue waters of the port. Among them were not only the 1st and 2nd legions that had suffered many losses in the past few days, but also the Legio III and Lucania's reserve legions that had been staying in the eastern mountains of Sicily, as well as the Legio IV, Legio VI, and the 10th legions that had been entrenched in Minoa. They had all been quietly transported to Serenus by the Sicilian fleet and the Cadenai transport fleet in the night 2 days ago. At this moment, more than 50,000 soldiers had gathered together. Of course, it was not just to defend Serenus Harbor. The fully armed soldiers were eagerly waiting for the orders from their legion commanders. And at this moment, many of the kingdom's high-ranking generals that the people of Dionia were familiar with were standing on the wall. Alexis, Aminta, Zepatines, Martones, Lazur, Olivers, Troturas, Melisanda, and all the other commanders and legion commanders of the kingdom were all staring ahead, completely ignoring the swarming Carthage soldiers. The deafening sounds of battle did not affect their concentration at all. Suddenly, Melisanda shouted excitedly, "There's a fire! The Carthage encampment is on fire!" Amintas immediately looked in the direction where Melisanda was pointing, but he did not seem to find anything. Just as he was about to reprimand Melisanda for lying, black smoke rose from the northwest. 1, 2, 3. Young people have good eyesight. Alexis smiled warmly. "Kid, I think you're more suitable to be the warship's lookout." Amintas punched Melisanda awkwardly. The faces of every legion commander were brimming with excitement. Olivers said loudly, "Everyone, with the blessing of Hades, the Namibian cavalry has already acted according to plan. Should we start moving too?" "I think," before Amintas could finish, Alexis hurriedly said, "Let's wait a little longer. Let's wait for the Carthage soldiers to retreat. That way, our soldiers can start attacking." Amintas coughed dryly. Although there was no one commander in the attack plan on this side of the harbor, Alexis' words did make sense. All the generals expressed their agreement and decided to temporarily suppress their excitement and wait for the situation to change. In fact, they did not have to wait for long. The Carthage soldiers below the city began to retreat. "We can start attacking." Aminta's words received enthusiastic responses from everyone. In order to carry out this attack plan, Serenus garrison had specially opened up 2 more gates on this wall. The left gate was under Martoni's command, with the 2nd Legion and Legio VI. The middle gate was under Alexis' command, with the Legio III, Legio IV, and the 10th Legion. The right gate was under Aminta's command, with the 1st Legion and the Lucaria Reserve Legion. The middle gate had the most troops and the most complete legion. This was because it would be the main force of the attack, and at the same time, it had to support the allies on both sides. Chapter 10:26. Woo! When Hasdrubal heard the loud bugle call from the Dionia garrison behind him, he was ordering his generals to gather their troops as soon as possible and retreat in better order. As he had fought the Dionysian army many times, he knew that the bugle call meant an attack, so he was a little surprised. Are the Dionia people crazy? If it weren't for the city walls, they would have been killed long ago. How dare they attack us? General, if the Dionia people are really coming out to fight back, that's a good thing. As long as we defeat them, we can seize the opportunity and successfully attack the port. One of the Iberian generals rushed to remind Hasdrubal. This was immediately agreed by the others, and Hasdrubal had the same intention, so he immediately changed his order. Go back at once and let your soldiers slowly retreat. Once the Dionia garrison is lured out, we can launch a counterattack. As soon as the generals left with the order, Hasdrubal received an order from Margot. The Namibians have started a rebellion in the camp. Hasdrubal was shocked as he looked at the sudden rise of black smoke in the northwest direction. He now understood why the Dionia garrison suddenly attacked. It turned out that they wanted to take advantage of the situation. He thought the same as Margot, that the Namibian rebellion would soon be quelled, so he did not want to obey Margot's order to lead the army back to the camp. Because of this stupidity of the Dionia garrison, the opportunity to capture the port was right in front of them. While he was hesitating, he received another order from Margot. The Dionia army is approaching the camp. Hasdrubal was shocked again. He finally understood why the Selinus garrison took the initiative to attack. They want to do their best to delay the siege troops led by me and prevent me from returning to the camp. Of course, Hasdrubal could distinguish between the camp and Selinus. Just the fact that there were provisions and supplies in the camp was enough for him to make up his mind. Hurry up and inform the generals to immediately lead the troops back to the camp. Not long after, the messengers returned with a shocking piece of news. The Dionia garrison was very large, and they were attacking Carthage's troops fiercely. Is the Dionia garrison trying to stall us? Or was he really launching an attack? Hasdrubal was so confused by the news that he decided to go to the front lines to see what was going on. Before attacking the inner walls, not only did Margot appoint Hasdrubal as the commander of all the attacking troops, but he also emphasized that Hasdrubal could not charge at the front like he usually did. It was his first time commanding such a large army, and Hasdrubal obeyed. He stayed at the rear. When the battle was going well, he did not feel anything was wrong. But when the situation became complicated, he could not keep track of the situation at the front. After the bugle was blown, the 3 gates on the left, middle, and right side of the walls opened wide. The Legion of Dionysia lined up in columns and rushed out. Carthage's army deliberately retreated, giving them more time and space. This allowed the Dionia garrison to boldly form a formation in front of the walls. And so, Carthage's soldiers were surprised to see the enemy rushing out of the city gates, then moving left and right in an orderly fashion, soon forming a continuous line. Carthage's generals felt uneasy and began to prepare to give the order to attack. Just then, Hasdrubal's messengers arrived and ordered the troops to return to the camp immediately. The generals were dumbfounded. Retreating in front of the enemy was taboo, but Hasdrubal's order was firm and strict, as if something more important had happened. Some of the generals carried out the order, while others, such as the Lusitanian and Celtic leaders, refused to carry out the order, saying that Hasdrubal had given 2 completely different orders in such a short period of time, which was completely out of his mind. The Carthage army's disagreements in carrying out the orders resulted in some troops retreating and some attacking. Before the battle even started, the entire army was in chaos. The Dionia's various commanders seized this opportunity and immediately launched an attack. The legionnaires shouted the name of Hades and charged at the enemy like a tidal wave. Although his vision was blocked by the soldiers, the thunderous roars shocked Hasdrubal, who had just caught up. He immediately realized that what the messengers said was true. The attacking Dionia army was not only numerous, but also had high morale. But at this moment, both sides were already fighting, and it was too late to change the order. The Legion of Dionysia on the left, center, and right sides of the army that had never fought in Sicily before, such as Legio III, Legio IV, Legio VI, and the Lucaria Reserve Legion. After landing in Sicily, they had been staying in the barracks. Other than training, they had heard news of victory after victory and were envious of their allies fighting on the front lines. So when the order to attack was given, these legionnaires, who had rested for more than a month, roared thunderously, ran like the wind, and charged like tigers. After a loud crash, shields were broken, spears were broken, and Carthage's soldiers were either stabbed or knocked down. Due to the constant changes in orders, the formation of Carthage's troops was in chaos. Only the Lusitanian and Celtic warriors managed to hold off the charge of the Legion of Dionysia. Under the city wall in front of the port area, from the east to the west, there was not a single spot where the Carthaginian army was not attacked. There were surging black figures everywhere, and deafening sounds of fighting could be heard everywhere. "Quick! Hurry and inform Kasego. We need reinforcements here. Tell him to bring the troops here immediately. Hasdrubal shouted anxiously at the soldier who had given the order. With that, he rode his war horse and galloped back and forth behind the battle formation. Together with his subordinates, he loudly boosted the morale of the soldiers, encouraging them to persevere in the battle and that reinforcements would arrive soon. In response, many Daionia soldiers at the rear followed the plan and shouted in Carthage's language in unison. The Namibians are rioting. They're burning down your camp. Run, or you'll be surrounded. When the Carthage soldiers heard the enemy's shouts, they became more and more panicked. They had indeed seen black smoke rising from the rear and wondered what was going on. Moreover, they had been fighting for most of the day and were almost exhausted. Even the Philip infantry, who were known for their tenacious fighting spirit, did not have the mood to fight anymore. Their morale plummeted, and the soldiers began to retreat. Only the Lusitanian and Celtic warriors were still fighting tenaciously. But when the neighboring allies began to flee and the enemy began to attack their flanks, preparing to surround them, these fierce natives of Iberia had no choice but to put down their pride and turn to flee. This large-scale assault battle lasted for less than 20 minutes before the outcome was decided. The Iberian army was completely routed, and the Dionysian army was in hot pursuit. The Carthage army had more than 40,000 soldiers, and the Dionysian army had more than 50,000 soldiers. Nearly 100,000 people were chasing and killing each other in the city of Selinus. The whole city was like a boiling kettle that was about to explode. Dust filled the air, and the noise was deafening. The continuous screams from behind made the Carthaginian soldiers run for their lives, even pushing and shoving each other. The ruins of the residences in the city, as well as their vision that was blocked by the dust, made them even more anxious. There were people constantly falling and being trampled on. When Margot went to the camp, he left some soldiers on the outer wall of Selinus. When the earth shook, the sound waves surged and thousands of soldiers approached. The soldiers standing on the city wall were stunned. Even though there were black figures moving everywhere under the city at this time, throwing a javelin or shooting an arrow would not miss the target. It was an absolute opportunity to kill the enemy, but no one chose to do so. They felt like they were a small boat facing a huge storm that was about to hit. If they hesitated even a little, the boat would be destroyed and the people would die. Therefore, the soldiers on the city wall chose to flee without hesitation. So far, it took Margot nearly 2 months, countless manpower, and a lot of sacrifices to capture the city of Selinus. The Dionysian army took just over half an hour to recapture everything. They did not stop there and continued to pursue. When Margot returned to the camp, he immediately climbed the outer wall of the camp to observe the approaching Dionysian army. He saw the 2 flags of the kingdom of Daionia shining in the sun, and immediately realized that the king of Daionia was most likely in this army. As the Dionysian army got closer to the camp, the experienced Margot noticed that something was wrong with the army. At least half of the soldiers of Daionia did not behave like elites. This suddenly gave him a strong idea. Why not go out of the camp to face the enemy? This may be a great opportunity to defeat the king of Daionia and turn the tide of the war. At this time, he received the news that the garrison of Daionia in the port of Selinus had attacked, and Hasdrubal's army could not return soon. At the same time, the Namibian cavalry who rebelled in the northwest of the camp noticed that the army led by Stikamo was coming in a hurry. They did not dare to fight and quickly fled the camp. Stikamo did not pursue them. Instead, he led the soldiers to put out the fire that was spreading. The army led by Kasego had arrived at the Namibian camp in the southeast of the camp and was quelling the riot there. The entire Carthage camp had basically been restored to stability. Chapter 10:27. At this time, Margot's mind was filled with the idea of going out of the camp to fight and defeat the king of Daionia. He did not care about the news that the defenders of Selinus had attacked. Instead, he sent a messenger to inform Hasdrubal to defeat the defenders of Selinus as soon as possible, and then rush out of the camp to fight with him. At the same time, he sent a messenger to inform Stikamo and Kasego to get ready. The camp had been restored, and the Dionia defenders were no longer a threat. Instead, it was more advantageous for them to capture the port. Preparations for the battle outside the camp were also in progress. Everything was in Carthage's favor. Margot stood on top of the city wall, his hands on the bricks as he stared at the two dazzling banners of the Dionysian army outside the camp like a tiger lurking in the bushes, ready to pounce on its prey. However, an anxious cry broke his fantasy. Lord Margot! Lord Margot! Not good. The Dionysian army attacking from the port is very large, and their attack is fierce. Our troops in the city have begun to retreat. What? Margot, Pamilka, and the surrounding attendants were shocked. What the hell is Hasdrubal doing? Margot roared angrily. Lord Margot, no wonder there may be less than 20,000 enemies outside the camp. They may have hidden their main force in the port of Serenus. Pamilka suddenly realized. Of course, Margot also understood. Since Dionia had colluded with the Namibians, taking advantage of the Namibian rebellion and the unrest in the camp, it would be more difficult for the Dionysian army to attack from the outside because the Carthaginian camp was protected by the city walls. On the other hand, it would be easier to launch an ambush in the port and launch a counterattack when the Carthaginian attacking army was tired. Margot had no time to reflect on his negligence. The situation had taken a turn for the worse. He immediately realized that Hasdrubal's army had been defeated by a strong enemy. Now that the troops in the camp were scattered, it was probably too late for them to rescue Serenus. The only thing he could do now was to focus on defending Carthage's camp. He made up his mind and decisively issued an order. Immediately inform Kisego and Stikamo to lead the army to defend the inner wall of the camp. Stop the Dionysian army from attacking the camp, and guide. Before Margot could finish, the deafening sound of fighting came from the south of the camp. Everyone's expression changed again. It turned out that Carthage's army had been defeated too quickly, and the Dionysian army's pursuit was also very fierce. By the time Carthage's messengers rushed back to the camp and reported to Margot, Carthage's defeated troops had been driven out of the city and were running wildly toward Carthage's camp, which was only a mile away from Serenus. The soldiers of the Legion of Dionysia were in hot pursuit. In order to capture Serenus, Margot had painstakingly built the earthen wall connected to the outer wall of Serenus. Now, it was convenient for the Dionysian army. Some of the Legion's soldiers rushed along the earthen wall. As Carthage's army had advanced to the inner wall of Serenus, there was no garrison at all on the inner wall of the camp, allowing the Dionysian army to easily rush into Carthage's camp from many directions. The Carthage's defeated troops and the Dionysian army soon turned the entire camp into a mess. Margot stood on the wall and looked at the soldiers who were running around in the camp. What he heard the most was, "Help! Hurry up and run! We lost!" Margot had completely lost control of the Carthage's army. For a moment, he was at a loss. At this moment, he saw another army in a more complete formation, rushing from the south. The general leading them was Kisco. He rushed to the wall and shouted, "Sir Margot, the Namibians have all rebelled. The situation is very critical. I will lead the troops to escort you. Let's quickly escape from the camp." The Namibian camp was mainly in the southeast of Carthage's camp, not far from the wall where Margot was. Kisco had led the army there, so it was not a big surprise that he could arrive in time. However, in such a chaotic situation, it was not easy to ensure that the army under his command was basically intact. Margot stood on the wall, looking around at the huge camp where the defeated soldiers were running, crying, and screaming. He remembered the ambitious vow he made a few months ago to lead 100,000 troops to land in Sicily. But in the blink of an eye, it all became a bubble. Why did it suddenly become like this? Margot was very unwilling. Finally, his eyes fell on the Dionysian army outside the camp. The flashing golden flag was so dazzling. An idea suddenly came to his mind. He shouted, "Kisco, lead your troops and follow me out of the camp." The Carthaginian camp was filled with dust, and the clamor was deafening. There were still soldiers escaping from the camp gate. The Dionysian army outside the camp naturally noticed it. It was obvious that the plan they had drawn up beforehand had succeeded. Divers and the rest were very excited. Hence, Divers gave an order: advance the army, approach the eastern gate of the camp, and stop the escaping soldiers. This time, Tormid did not raise any objection, but not long after, he loudly reminded, "Your Majesty, the Carthage soldiers who have just left the camp seem to be preparing to attack us." Of course, Devers also noticed this unusual situation. The number of Carthage soldiers who had just rushed out of the camp was large. Instead of running away in panic like the other soldiers, they gathered together, faced them, and actually began to form a battle formation. "Go and call Sextus." Not long after the Devers finished speaking, Sextus, the captain of the Rome Reserve Battalion, rushed to him. "Sextus, didn't you complain that you did not let the Rome Reserve Battalion participate in this battle? Now, the opportunity has come." The Devers pointed to the front and said seriously, "Do you see it? The Carthage people are preparing to attack us, and they want to make up for the failure of their camp through victory. You should be very clear that in this army, except for the Rome Reserve Battalion and the cavalry, the others are just there to make up the numbers. It seems that the other side has more people than us, but I hope that the Rome Reserve Battalion will be the main force to attack the enemy and completely destroy their illusion. Can you do it?" After hearing this, Sextus gave a strong military salute and said confidently, "Your Majesty, don't worry. Leave this battle to the Rome Reserve Battalion." The Devers immediately returned the military salute and said, "Tell my brothers that I will go with them. My safety depends on their victory." Sextus felt a great responsibility at this moment. He looked at the determined expression on the Devers' face and swallowed the words of persuasion he wanted to say. He turned around and ran to his own battalion. At the same time, the three commanders of the cavalry, Leds, Cuccio, and Asitimes, also rushed to the scene. The Devers looked at them and said in a deep voice, "I know that the cavalry has not played a big role in the battle against the Carthage people so far. The next battle may be the last battle in Sicily. I hope you can revive the reputation of the Dionia cavalry." The three commanders looked at each other, their eyes burning with fighting spirit. Led said excitedly, "Your Majesty, just give the order. We will definitely let the Carthage people see the power of the Dionia cavalry." "Very good. The 1st Cavalry Legion is on the left flank of the Rome Reserve Battalion, and the 2nd and 3rd Cavalry Legions are on the right flank. After the bugle is blown, immediately launch a frontal attack on the Carthage people's front line. After defeating the enemy, continue to pursue all the defeated soldiers who escaped from the Carthage camp." "Yes." After Leds and the others left, the Devers immediately told Tormid, "Send someone to inform the Namibian cavalry to immediately come and attack the rear of the Carthage army. Your Majesty, those Namibian cavalry may not necessarily obey the order," Tormid said with some worry. The Devers smiled slightly and said confidently, "The reason why the Namibian cavalry is willing to cooperate with us to carry out today's battle plan is that they know the news that the Carthage fleet was almost wiped out. Now that the Carthage army is about to be wiped out, these smart fence-sitters will make the right choice." As they were getting closer and closer to the Carthage camp, the Rome Reserve Battalion at the front of the army had gradually changed into a checkerboard formation. In the previous Rome, they had practiced this set of tactics very skillfully. The Legion of Dionysius tactics were roughly the same, just more detailed and complicated. After repeated practice during this period, they had mastered it. Sextus rode to the forefront of the formation, raised his hand high, and attracted the attention of the soldiers. He then shouted loudly, "Brothers, after becoming a citizen of the kingdom of Dionia like me, you have seen the strength and prosperity of the kingdom and obtained land and rights. We are all very grateful that we have made the right choice, but we also have shortcomings. Many citizens of Dionia are full of contempt for us because we were once defeated and did not make any outstanding contributions to this powerful kingdom. Yet, we enjoy the same rights as them. Now, the opportunity is here. This time, we will become the main force of the battle and face the Carthage army in front of us. Show all your strength and courage, defeat them, and use victory to tell the other citizens of the kingdom that we, the people of Rome, are not weak. Roar, roar, roar." The morale of the Rome soldiers hit their long shields with short swords and let out a deafening roar. At this time, the bugle sounded. Sextus turned his horse around and waved his hand forward. Advance! Outside the Carthage camp, Margot, the military commander of Carthage, was also shouting to the panicking soldiers to boost their morale. Citizens of Carthage and the Phoenician allies, we have failed in this war with Dionia. Our fleet has been destroyed, and we are trapped on Sicily. We are about to become prisoners of Dionia and become their slaves. We will work in the dark mines until we die, and our homes in Africa will soon be invaded by the people of Dionia. Are we willing to bear the miserable fate that the lowly people of Dionia want to impose on us? The soldiers raised their heads one by one, and their eyes that were originally depressed were now focused on Margot. Margot struggled to point to the front and roared, "Do you see the Dionysian army in front of you? The king of Dionia, who brought us disaster, is in that army. Warriors, show your courage, defeat them, and capture the king of Dionia, and we can go home safely." Chapter 10:28. The soldiers tightened their grip on the spears in their hands and rekindled their desire to fight. "Lord Margot, the Dionia army has sped up and seems to be ready to attack us first." Kisco hurried over to warn him. "Just in time. Let the soldiers speed up too," Margot said, dismounted and slapped the horse's buttocks. The war horse neighed and turned to run away. Then Margot said to the guards behind him, "Give me a shield and a spear." Kisco quickly stepped forward to stop him. "My lord, you should be commanding from the back, not—" Margot interrupted him loudly. "Don't say any more. Today I want to fight with the soldiers." At this moment, the people around him were deeply moved. Pamilca, the adjutant, and the young nobles of Carthage, who were once ridiculed by Margot, dismounted, picked up their shields and spears, and stood beside Margot. Margot looked at them, smiled, and said with pride, "Today, let us fight together for Carthage." Kisco hurriedly took more than 6,000 Phoenician soldiers out of the camp. In addition, when Margot learned that the Dionysian army had appeared outside the camp, he urgently asked Sticamo to transfer 4,000 Carthage militia. Due to the impact of the defeated soldiers, there were still more than 3,000 people following Margot. Carthage had nearly 10,000 soldiers who could fight, which seemed to be a lot less than the number of Dionysian army on the opposite side. Moreover, the huge cavalry that the Devers had been afraid of before was now only a few hundred cavalry. Due to the single type of troops, the formation was very fast. Margot, Pamilca, Kisco, and other generals were holding shields and spears and walking at the forefront of the formation. The soldiers naturally followed them with firm steps. The terrified, defeated soldiers behind them were crying and fleeing, but they could not shake their fighting spirit for the time being. On the Dionia side, the Rome Reserve Brigade was in the middle, and the Potentia and Samni reinforcements were at the rear. Both flanks were cavalry, and the Devers led more than 200 palace guards to follow behind the center of the formation. Meanwhile, the temporarily formed army of nearly 10,000 soldiers was evenly divided into two groups. They were positioned behind the two flanking cavalry, but there was a distance of 200 meters between them. After the bugle was blown, all the soldiers sped up, especially the cavalry on the two flanks. They quickly closed in on Carthage's army. Hundreds and thousands of javelins flew into Carthage's formation, and screams filled the air. This Carthage army only had a small number of light infantry, so they could not attack the Dionia cavalry from afar. The heavy infantry could only move forward quickly, trying to close the distance with the enemy and engage in close combat. But the well-trained Dionia cavalry quickly turned their horses around in order to widen the distance between them and throw their javelins. The heavy infantrymen who were running were unable to defend themselves well. Many of them were hit by the javelins, which forced them to slow down and hide behind their shields. As a result, only Carthage's army, which had not been attacked yet, continued to advance with large strides. "Prepare the javelins," the team officer shouted. It was the first time for the soldiers of Rome's Reserve Brigade to throw javelins in actual combat, but they were not rusty at all. The rain of javelins covered the sky. Margot only had time to shout, "Be careful and defend," and hurriedly hid behind his shield. Then he heard a shrill scream beside him. His adjutant fell on the grass. Margot's heart was burning with anger. He raised his spear, turned around, and shouted, "Follow me! Charge forward!" He slanted his shield and rushed forward. The soldiers also roared angrily and followed closely behind. Seeing that there was not enough time to throw the second round of javelins, the soldiers of Rome's reserve brigade immediately launched a charge. Soon, the two sides collided. One side was fighting for survival, and the other side was fighting for honor. Both sides fought with all their strength from the beginning, and the battle was very fierce. A few minutes later, the Dionia cavalry finished throwing javelins and galloped to the outside. The Carthage's army on both flanks abandoned hundreds of injured and wailing soldiers and resumed their forward speed. Soon, they began to fight with the Dionysian army. Most of these temporary Dionia soldiers were citizens who were about to become citizens or free people who aspired to become citizens of Dionia. Although they lacked military training and the fighting skills of the heavy infantrymen, their desire to win was no less than the Rome soldiers. As long as they were rewarded for their meritorious service, they would take a big step closer to becoming a real citizen of the kingdom of Dionia. Therefore, they fought very bravely. In addition, there were many of them. The Carthage's army on both flanks had just been hit by the javelins of the cavalry. Their morale had dropped, so the recruits of Dionia actually had the upper hand at the beginning of the battle. At this time, the Dionia cavalry quickly adjusted their formation and assisted the recruits to launch a direct attack on the flanks. They lined up in a long single-file formation, straightened their spears, accelerated their horses, and swept past the rear of the Carthage's army on both flanks. When the enemy used a round shield to block the spear, the cavalryman would quickly let go of the spear in his hand. At the same time, he would hold the horse's neck tightly with his other hand to prevent the recoil from causing him to fall off his horse. Even though the soldiers of Carthage's army used a round shield to block the spear of the Dionia cavalry, the powerful impact caused him to stagger. His arms were sore, and he could not even hold on to the round shield. The next second spear could easily pierce his body. The attacks of the Dionia cavalry were continuous. It was like peeling an apple with a dagger. It did not look fierce, but it was lethal. As time passed, the Carthage's army on both flanks was on the verge of collapse. The morale of the soldiers plummeted, and they began to flee. The middle was still in a stalemate. Margot felt exhausted after fighting for so long. He panted and looked at the enemy in front of him. Their faces were different from those of the Greeks, but they were familiar to him. At the same time, he was puzzled and angry. Rome? They turned out to be Rome's people. Carthage was involved in this war to help Rome, but these former allies were blocking his way at this time. They wanted to take away his only hope of winning. Did they forget that it was Dionia who destroyed Rome? How could they become the lackeys of Dionia? Margot roared and gathered his strength again. He slammed the round shield forward desperately, and then stabbed the spear in the middle of the enemy's chest. Unexpectedly, the spear broke. Margot, who was caught off guard, immediately fell forward. Lord Margot! The soldiers on both sides desperately rescued him from the enemy's spear. Margot struggled to stand up. Due to exhaustion, his arms were sore, and his vision was blurred. He raised his head with difficulty. The Dionia flag that was raised high behind the enemy was so dazzling, and it was so close to him. Why are we fighting so hard? But we can't break the formation of Rome and kill the king of Dionia. If my Iberian army is here, we can do it. We can catch that damn king of Dionia. At this time, there was a sudden commotion behind Margot, and it spread rapidly. He heard the panicked shouts of the soldiers. Oh my God, it's the Namibian cavalry. He looked back subconsciously, only to see the sky full of arrows flying toward him, and then there was a sharp pain on his cheek. There were defeated soldiers everywhere outside the Carthage camp. The soldiers of the Legion of Dionysia were in hot pursuit. Coupled with thousands of cavalry sweeping back and forth, not only did these defeated soldiers fail to regroup, but it also posed a threat to the Dionysian army, which was scattered due to the pursuit. Many Carthage soldiers also surrendered because they had no hope of escaping. This time, Devers did not let the army chase after the victory. When dusk came, he quickly issued an order: withdraw the troops back to the city. On this day, in the battle at Serene, the Dionysian army joined forces with the Namibian cavalry and purposely retreated inside the city to attract the main force of the Carthaginian army to continue attacking. Then, they coordinated with the Carthaginian army and launched a fierce counterattack. At the cost of only 2,000 casualties, they completely defeated the Carthaginian army. On the other hand, on the Carthaginian side, more than 30,000 Namibian soldiers and Namibian generals rebelled one after another. The rest of the troops had experienced the siege of the city in 2 battles, suffering more than 6,000 casualties. In the process of escaping, nearly 8,000 people were captured. The remaining Alpha, Beta, and Gamma soldiers either fled west to Mazara City or north to Segesta. A small number of soldiers fled in the wrong direction in panic. They spent a night in the mountains in the east, starving and cold. The next day, they took the initiative to return to Serene City and asked the Dionysian army to take them in. At dusk, Devers led the palace guards into Serene. He decided to hold a banquet, which he rarely did. Due to the long siege, the 2 sides repeatedly fought in the city, leaving it in ruins. The banquet was held at the temporary residence of the commander of the Sicilian fleet in the port area. After intense preparations, food and drinks were served on the table in the evening. The legion commanders and 2 staff officers arrived one after another. They were surprised to find that the specific location of the banquet was not in the hall, but in the courtyard behind the entrance. This relatively spacious open space was filled with dozens of tables, and their king was sitting at the centermost table. This made it impossible for them to sit down according to the usual custom. They could only sit in a circle around Devers under the guidance of Marcius. Devers did not order the banquet to start immediately. Instead, he first asked about the process of today's battle and the casualties of the army. Except for the 1st and 2nd legions, which caused a little more casualties when they defended the inner city wall against the fierce attack of the Carthage army at the beginning, the other legions basically suffered little casualties. However, they seized a lot of loot. In addition to capturing nearly 10,000 soldiers, they also completely seized the supply camp of the Carthage camp. The mountains of food and a large number of ordnance made the logistics officers who went to count them smile from ear to ear. Not to mention, they also seized more than 2,000 war horses. Therefore, every legion commander looked relaxed and talked happily. Chapter 1029. At this moment, the guards outside the gate shouted, "The leaders of Namibia have arrived." Subsequently, dozens of Namibians in shabby clothes, some of whom had not even washed their clothes, walked into the courtyard uneasily. Only then did the generals understand why so many tables had been set up. The Devers stood up and said loudly with a smile on his face, "Welcome, our new friends of the kingdom of Dionia. Please sit down." As soon as the Devers finished speaking, Henneborus, who was next to him, immediately translated loudly. He did not speak Namibian. He spoke Carthage. Over the years, he had assisted the king of Devers in researching information about Carthage, so he began to learn Carthage on his own. He was now fluent in it. Under Carthage's rule for a long time, most of the leaders of the Namibians could speak Carthage. After Henneborus translated, the Devers immediately began to applaud. The generals followed his lead and clapped one after another. The Namibian leaders felt the goodwill of the Dionia people and felt a little relieved. They were led to their seats by the soldiers. After seeing everyone sit down, the Devers picked up a glass of wine and said loudly, "Today is a day worth celebrating. Under the excellent command of our generals, the heroic battle of our soldiers, and the cooperation of our new Namibian friends, we have completely defeated the Carthage army. From now on, we will no longer defend, but attack. And attack. So, for this glorious victory, let us toast. Cheers! Cheers!" All the generals were excited and raised their glasses high. Even Matones and Olivers knocked on the table with their hands and cheered loudly. After listening to Henneborus's translation, the Namibian leaders also raised their glasses. Everyone drank in one gulp. The Devers immediately refilled their glasses and said, "This second toast is to our new friends of Namibia. In the past, Dionia and Namibia were strangers to each other due to the distance between them. Before this war, both sides had fought each other many times. Of course, you were forced to do so by Carthage's people. However, there's an old saying in the East that goes, 'No discord, no concord.' You and I, who were forced to be involved in this war, have come together in the end. In the past, we had never worked together, but you trusted us unconditionally. You took great risks and successfully executed the plan in today's battle, making our victory easier and fewer casualties. I thank you on behalf of all the soldiers of Dionia. In the name of Hades, I promise you that my promise to you will not change. Dionia wants to be a long-term ally of Namibia. Let's drink to that." After hearing this, the Namibian leaders were finally relieved. They held their wine glasses excitedly, stood up, and said in a trembling voice, "Good, good." They gulped down their wine. The Devers then picked up another glass of wine and said seriously, "Although we have won a great victory this time, Carthage is still a powerful city-state. Whether it's us, Dionia, or Namibia, don't let down your guard. We should continue to strengthen our cooperation, continue to launch attacks, and completely defeat the people of Carthage. Only then can we ensure the safety of Dionia and prevent the freedom of the Namibians from being taken away. For this, let's drink to that." Everyone in the meeting raised their glasses and drank in one gulp. The Devers could not help but burp. He wiped the foam from the corner of his mouth, looked around at the crowd, and said with a smile, "Today is a joyous day. I want to toast a few more glasses of wine, but I'm afraid that you'll criticize me and say, 'I've been fighting for a day and I'm starving. How can I just drink until I'm full?' So, from now on, you can eat as much as you want. Due to the lack of time and limited conditions, the dishes are not very plentiful. However, with Carthage as our military rations, we won't limit it tonight." The generals understood the mockery in the Devers' words and laughed. When Henipolis was translating, he was worried that the Namibians would not understand, so he added his own explanation, which made the Namibians laugh. In order to let the Namibians relax, the Devers specifically told Henipolis in advance, "Do not add water when preparing the wine." That was why the Tali wine tasted very sweet and delicious in their mouths. However, after drinking 3 large glasses of wine on an empty stomach, many of them were already a little tipsy. Their previous restraint and nervousness were gradually forgotten. In addition, they were really hungry. One by one, they grabbed the food on the table and gulped it down. The courtyard was filled with chewing sounds, and the atmosphere began to warm up. Although the Devers was a little hungry, he was over 40 years old and had been paying more attention to taking care of his body in recent years. He had been chewing slowly. After a while, the Namibian stood up, and with the help of the alcohol, he said loudly in the Carthage language, "Oh, honorable king of Dionia, we believe in your promise to us, to let us Namibians regain our independence. But we have completely betrayed the Carthage people. They must hate us very much, and the greedy Carthage people have always coveted our land. Even if we chose to retreat because of our defeat this time, the Namibian tribes are still very weak compared to the Carthage. When the Carthage recovers from their defeat, they will definitely retaliate against us double. When that time comes, what could Dionia do for us?" His words resonated with some of the Namibian leaders, and they all agreed. After listening to Henipolis' translation, the Devers did not answer immediately. Instead, he asked, "Are you from East Namibia or West Namibia?" "I'm from the Sarma tribe in East Namibia. I'm the son of the chief, Krieg." The Devers nodded. The Namibians he had asked Henipolis and Tormid to invite to the banquet this time were either tribal leaders in West Namibia or influential figures in East Namibia. The Devers knew very well that compared to the West Namibians, Carthage's control over East Namibia was stricter and more oppressive. This also made the East Namibians very afraid of Carthage. When he sent spies deep into the Carthage camp in an attempt to unite with the Namibians, the West Namibians were more active. Today, they were the first to rebel. Although the East Namibians were more numerous, they did not respond as much. Of course, This was also related to their different organization in the Carthage army. In the end, when they saw the main force of the Carthage army, the Iberian army was completely defeated and the legion of Dionysia soldiers were right in front of them, they hurriedly launched a rebellion. It was more like an act of desperation to save themselves. The Devers understood this better. He said with a gentle expression, "Through this cooperation, I believe that we both know each other's sincerity. Since we have a common enemy, why don't we continue this cooperation and let Dionia and Namibia become a long-term alliance? Whether it's a year later or 5 years later, as long as another force dares to attack one of us, the other side will take the initiative to declare war on that force. Both sides will work together to defeat the enemy. What do you think? Establish a long-term alliance?" Krieg thought for a moment and smiled in relief. "This is a very good suggestion. In this way, we have nothing to worry about. It's good to become a long-term alliance." "I agree." "Agree. When will we become allies?" Many Namibians expressed their agreement excitedly. At this time, another Eastern Namibian stood up and asked, "Respected King of Dionia, we Eastern Namibians live in the interior of Africa. The coast is controlled by Carthage and his Phoenician allies, and Dionia is far away in Italy and Sicily. If Carthage sends troops to invade our territory in the future, we won't be able to inform you in time. By the time you find out, I'm afraid that many tribes will have been captured and destroyed by Carthage. In that case, an alliance doesn't seem to be of much use." The excitement on the faces of the Namibians quickly faded, especially the Eastern Namibians. The words of this compatriot made them suddenly realize that an alliance with Dionia did not seem to be able to eliminate the danger they were facing. Devers laughed and said loudly, "You don't have to worry. After Dionia annihilates the Carthage army in Sicily, they are not going to stop. We are also going to land in Africa and attack Carthage's Phoenician allies, and eventually launch an attack on Carthage City. Only by completely defeating Carthage, this greedy city-state will sign the agreement and agree to return your land and release your compatriots who have been enslaved by them. At the same time, we Dionia will also build a few towns on the coast of Africa so that we can monitor Carthage closely, strengthen our ties with you, and at the same time, we can conduct fair trade with you and improve your lives." At this point, the Devers noticed that the Namibians were looking at them with bright eyes, and their faces were once again filled with excitement. The surrounding Dionysian generals were astonished. After all, apart from telling Hellebore's part of the plan in Davos' mind, he did not reveal it to anyone else. However, the eyes of people like Amintas, Matones, and the others were also shining because this meant that even if the war in Sicily ended, this war would continue, and they would have more opportunities to contribute. The Devers then said, "Of course, our Dionysian army is completely unfamiliar with Africa, so we still need the full assistance of Namibia. Let's work together and finally force Carthage to surrender." Chapter 10:30. That's great. We're very willing to join forces with Dionia to attack Carthage City. Almost all the Namibians were overjoyed. The words of the Devers had completely dispelled their doubts. One after another, they expressed their willingness to form an alliance with Delnia. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out. "Dear King Devers, I'm Tynum, the leader of the Asali tribe of West Numia. I have a question. Dionia is a kingdom, but our Namibia is not only divided into two parts, east and west, but each is composed of many tribes. Each tribe has different interests. Once we form an alliance with Dionia, if a war breaks out between the tribes, who will Dionia, as an ally, choose to help?" The Devers looked at the lanky Namibian leader with a gloomy gaze. He was not unfamiliar with the name. He immediately said sincerely, "Leader Tynum, I've heard that you played a great role in bravely resisting the army of Carthage this time. I'm very grateful for this, and I won't forget the contribution of your tribe." The Devers looked straight at him. Although he did not explicitly say that the promise would not be changed, he believed that he could understand the meaning behind the words. Sure enough, a smile appeared on Tynum's face. He bowed slightly in return. "The question you just raised is very good. What I want to emphasize to you is that the alliance between Dionia and East and West Namibia is not like the alliance between Carthage and the Phoenician city-states. I'm sure you all know that the other Phoenician city-states must obey the orders of Carthage. What I hope to establish is an equal alliance. Every tribe in Namibia, big or small, strong or weak, is equal to Dionia. Therefore, you can rest assured that Dionia will respect each of your tribes according to the covenant and will not interfere in your internal affairs. Of course, if there's an internal conflict and you take the initiative to ask for help from Dionia, we will try our best to mediate for you. However, we will never be biased towards one side, nor will we provide supplies or send troops. So you can rest assured. As far as I know, you Namibians are a relatively united race. There are basically no major conflicts between tribes. Devers praised the unity of the Namibian tribes and the lack of conflicts. This was only the surface truth, but the underlying reason was that the East Namibian tribes were struggling to cope with Carthage's relentless advance. With survival being a problem, they did not have the energy to pursue the development of the tribes. As for the West Namibian tribes, Carthage's control over them was also relatively tight. As the leader of the alliance, it vigorously attacked and weakened the ambitious tribes who dared to initiate conflicts. For example, the Masalai tribe had learned a few lessons and had no choice but to follow the rules. As a result, many tribes in the Namibian region huddled together for a long period of time. Not only did they maintain peace, but they also maintained good relations. However, the shrewd Devers would never mention that when the threat of Carthage was eliminated in the future, whether the Namibian tribes could still maintain such peace. However, most of the Namibians did not have a long-term vision and did not think deeply. Instead, after listening to the Devers, they nodded repeatedly, their faces filled with pride. Now, they were very satisfied with the Devers' answer, dispelling their doubts and worries, leaving only one thought. Dionia was indeed different from Carthage. It would become the strongest ally that the Namibians could rely on. Therefore, they raised their glasses and toasted the Devers to express their gratitude. The Devers and the generals also raised their glasses in return, and the atmosphere of the banquet became even more enthusiastic. Late at night, the banquet ended. One by one, the Namibians left drunk and satisfied. The generals also returned excitedly because the war would not end soon. Only Henneborus did not leave. He followed the Devers into the living room. The servants brought hot water and clean linen. The Devers covered his face with the linen that occupied the hot water. He immediately felt that under the hot air, all the pores on his face opened up, as if the smell of alcohol had been taken away, and his spirit was refreshed. He lay on his back for a long time until the linen became cold. Only then did he get up and take it off. Seeing that Henneborus was still sitting quietly next to him, he asked with some surprise, "Henny, is there anything else?" "Your Majesty." Henneborus bowed and asked softly, "We have completely defeated the army of Carthage. You also said at the banquet tonight that we're going to land in Africa and attack Carthage City. So, is there still a need to negotiate with the people of Carthage?" "Of course, there is a need to continue negotiating." The Devers explained patiently. "Our army cannot relax against the remnants of the Carthage army that escaped into Segesta and Mazara. We have to continue attacking. Also, Mazara, Segesta, Eryx, Sicans. These remnants of Sicily Island need time to subdue and deal with them to ensure that we do not have to worry about the future. So, if the army wants to land in Africa, I'm afraid it will take some time. And during this time, I don't want the people of Carthage to completely see through our true intentions and think of all ways to fully prepare for defense. This will cause great difficulties for our landing army. So, we have to continue acting with them, relax their vigilance, and buy us time. Your Majesty, this victory will probably make the people of Carthage even more anxious to negotiate with us. If we continue to negotiate according to the previous conditions, it is very likely that the people of Carthage will agree." Henneborus' reminder made the Devers fall into deep thought. After a moment, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Henny, you are right. Since we have obtained a new major victory, it is natural to ask for more benefits. who asked the envoy of Carthage to not agree to the conditions we proposed earlier. Yes, in the last negotiation, I also specifically reminded the envoy called Ochrodon. Henoboris also had a smirk on his face. This new condition is to let the people of Carthage cede the southern part of Iberia to us. What do you think? The Devers asked. The gold and silver mines in the southern part of Iberia are an important source of precious metal trade. We previously occupied Sardinia, and now we want the southern part of Iberia. If the people of Carthage agree, their precious metal trade will be completely destroyed, and their treasury revenue will also plummet. I don't think they will agree easily. What's more, the interior of the southern part of Iberia was developed by the Magonid family after more than 10 years of painstaking effort. It is their foundation, and they will definitely not agree to this condition. This way, we can bargain with the people of Carthage and achieve the goal of stalling for time. Henoboris seriously analyzed. Yes, in Carthage, the enmity between the Magonid faction and the Hanoverian faction is very deep, and there are many contradictions. It is precisely because they are hindering each other in the war that we have created a lot of conditions for victory. Divers said with a sigh. There were some words that he did not say out loud, but hid in his heart. The Devers remembered that in the history of his previous life, after the First Punic War, Carthage ceded Sicily to Rome. Sardinia was later ceded. But the Hannibal family mainly relied on the financial and manpower accumulated from developing the southern part of Iberia to cause a huge disaster to Rome in the Second Punic War. Therefore, the condition he proposed was not just to stall for time, but he was determined to completely occupy this treasure land and not give Carthage a chance to make a comeback. Your Majesty, are we really going to attack the city of Carthage and completely destroy Carthage? Henoboris' voice brought the Devers back from his thoughts. Looking at the court clerk's worried face, the Devers smiled. Why? You can't bear to? I'm worried that attacking the city of Carthage will cause a lot of casualties to our army. Henoboris did not completely tell the truth. Although his attitude towards the envoy of Carthage during the negotiations was bad, as a highly educated citizen of Dionia, he had gradually developed a considerable interest in the culture created by the people of Carthage through his research on Carthage over the years. He did not want such an ancient and glorious city to be completely destroyed. The Devers did not expose his thoughts and calmly said, in ancient times, there was a giant snake. It was ferocious and extremely powerful, and no one dared to provoke it. But it had a shortcoming, and that was that it was very gluttonous. It ate from morning to night, and in the end, it ate itself to death. Henoboris blinked and said, Your Majesty, are you worried that expanding the kingdom too quickly will lead to danger? The Devers stretched out his hand and counted down with his fingers. Campania, the Samni Mountains, the Latin region, Corsica, Sardinia, all of Sicily, and if possible, the southern part of Iberia and the new towns in Africa. In this war, the land that Dionia has obtained has already exceeded the original size of its territory. Just to digest and absorb these lands and integrate the people of these lands into the kingdom of Dionia, we will have to spend a lot of time, manpower, and materials. This is not something that can be done easily. Africa, on the other side of the sea, is an even wider continent that we are completely unfamiliar with. The people of Carthage have lived there for hundreds of years and have great influence. To completely destroy them, we will have to pay a great price. And if we destroy Carthage, will we be able to replace Carthage's position in Africa? The Devers looked at Henoboris with a solemn expression. Chapter 10:31. Henoboris thought for a while, but did not answer. Devers said in a low voice, No, I don't think so. Because Dionia has no foundation in Africana, those Phoenician city-states will be secretly dissatisfied with us. The Namibians in the east and west will pursue their own interests because Carthage has been eliminated and the shackles on their heads are gone. If we want to replace Carthage's position, we may have conflicts with them. There are also Mauritanians and Libyans in the land of Africana. These are all races with a large population. Once Carthage no longer exists, Africana is likely to be embroiled in disputes, and we will be involved. It will consume a lot of our energy and material resources. Is it worth it? After all, the center of the kingdom of Dionia is in Italy. Not only do we have to consolidate our rule in Italy, but we also have to continue the strategy of developing northward. We can't neglect the essentials. Henneborus listened carefully and pondered for a while. He suddenly said, "We want to take Sicily, Sardinia, and southern Iberia to eliminate the threat of Carthage to the kingdom. But at the same time, let Carthage continue to exist as a major force in the land of Africana, ensuring that the Namibians continue to rely on us. And we, Dionia, can mediate between the various forces, mediate disputes, and continue to increase our influence in Africana." Devers nodded and said, "Henny, you understand well, so in future negotiations, we need to grasp this well. Of course, our army will continue to exert pressure. I think Carthage will eventually agree to all our demands." When Devers said this, he could not help but think of Carthage in the history of his previous life. After the Second Punic War, they had lost all their colonies, but after decades of development, they regained their prosperity. This made the people of Rome nervous and eventually destroyed them. From the Devers' point of view, the people of Rome were frightened by Carthage. They always had a kind of persecutory paranoia. In fact, at that time, it was impossible for Carthage to pose any threat to Rome. When the people of Rome got angry, Carthage immediately sent out a large number of hostages. Today, Dionia did not have the fear of Rome. They had destroyed Rome and defeated Carthage in one battle. They were even more confident and powerful. Dionia was not afraid of Carthage, even if they were only competing in terms of trade. Even after Rome won the Punic War and became the overlord of the Western Mediterranean Sea, it was still a city-state that mainly focused on agriculture and was not very developed in trade and commerce. However, under his guidance, Dionia had already developed both agriculture and commerce. After acquiring the colonies of Carthage, the trade and commerce of the entire kingdom would only grow faster. 2 days after the victory at Serenus, the Dionysian army mainly stayed in the city of Serenus and the original Carthage camp to rest and reorganize. The Devers did not send troops to besiege the remnants of the army. They only ordered the 2 fleets to no longer patrol the waters of Carthage. Instead, they focused on sealing off the ports of Mazara and Eryx. At the same time, they also sent Dionia cavalry to patrol around the 2 towns and report back immediately if they found any abnormalities. The Devers believed that there were more than 10,000 remnants of Carthage's army hiding in these 2 towns. Without food supplies, it would be difficult for the people of these 2 towns to provide for them. Besides, the army led by Prososus had wantonly destroyed the farmlands in the western region, causing a sharp decline in the wheat harvest of these towns. It was hard to say whether the 2 towns could survive the winter. So how could they have any surplus food to support the remnants of the army? It would not be long before these 2 cities fell into chaos because of the food problem. In these 2 short days, there were no major movements in Mazara and Segesta. Instead, the leaders of the Sicans came to Serenus together. The Sicans who lived adjacent to Segesta were the first to receive the news that the Carthage army had been defeated. When they saw the once arrogant Carthage soldiers fleeing into Segesta in panic, they were shocked to the core. In addition, hundreds and thousands of Dionia cavalry and Namibian cavalry appeared at the edge of the Sicans' territory from time to time, scaring the weak mountain race of the Sicans. They quickly decided to surrender to Dionia. They even captured the leader of the Sicans' Tannic tribe, Arcones, and his cronies. They begged for forgiveness from the Dionia. Divers accepted their surrender and comforted them with gentle words that put the leader of the Sakais at ease. But then, in front of them, the Devers ordered their men to take Arcones and his cronies into custody and announced that they would be escorted to Mount Sicor, where all the tribes who had been attacked by the Carthage army and lost their territories and people would be publicly judged and executed. In the words of the Devers, any ally who betrayed Dionia should be severely punished. It made the leaders of the West Kai tribe nervous and alarmed them in their hearts. Margot refused to obey the Senate's order and insisted on attacking Serenus. This caused the anger of the other elders, except for the Magonid faction. The Senate held meetings for several days, fiercely debating whether to give this bold military commander the most severe punishment. In fact, many of the elders secretly hoped that Carthage's army could take down Serenus, so that Carthage could regain some of his disadvantage in the following negotiations. On the night when the Carthaginian army was defeated, Mazara City sent out a few cargo ships. They took a huge risk and quietly sailed towards Carthage in the dark night. In the end, there was only one ship that successfully reached its destination. When the elders learned of this news, they were shocked for a long time and did not come back to their senses. Previously, the navy was almost completely annihilated, and now the army suffered a crushing defeat. The defeat of both Carthage's army and navy made the elders grieve, completely destroying any remaining arrogance in their hearts. In order to save the remaining army trapped in Sicily and the large number of soldiers captured by Dionia, the Senate held an emergency meeting. Unlike the usual debates in the meeting hall, the Maginid senators had heard from Mazara's messenger that although Hasdrubal had fortunately escaped to the city of Mazara, there was no news of Margot. Therefore, they were eager to restart the negotiations immediately and try their best to agree to the terms proposed by the Dianians so that a truce could be reached as soon as possible. But under such difficult conditions, negotiations with Dionia would definitely face more difficulties. Therefore, the elders actively discussed where they should make concessions, where they should insist, and what new demands Dionia might put forward. After spending 2 days, they finally came up with a more complete diplomatic negotiation plan. It was the first time for Carthage to pass a resolution on such a major issue in such a short period of time. During the meeting, the Senate also spent some time comforting the citizens of Carthage who were crying in anger when they heard the news. Aukradin once again acted as Carthage's envoy and sailed to Sicily. This time, he felt a great responsibility. After entering the western seas of Sicily, Aukradin prepared to enter the city of Mazara and meet with Hasdrubal. He wanted to know more about the situation so that he could be prepared. Unexpectedly, when the ship approached Mazara, it was intercepted by Dionia warships. After learning that Aukradin was Carthage's envoy, they did not allow him to enter the port of Mazara. Instead, they suggested that he go directly to Serenus. Aukradin, who was on the ship, saw many Dionia warships patrolling the port of Mazara. He felt the urgency of the situation and immediately ordered the ship to speed up to Serenus. The king of Dionia's encampment had moved from the Minoan west to Serenus. For the Dionysian army, this was a step of victory. However, for Carthage, this change meant that Carthage had completely lost this war. After Aukradin arrived at Serenus, he requested to meet the king of Devers, but he was rejected. He requested to negotiate again, and this time, he was granted permission. The negotiations were held in an empty house in the port area. Aukradin had entered the living room early to wait. Henneborus had delayed for a long time before he finally arrived. Aukradin suppressed his dissatisfaction and went straight to the point. In the past few days, we, the Senate, have discussed the conditions that you have proposed. We have decided to hand Corsica over to Dionia and Sardinia, except for Santa Iberia and Calaris, to Dionia. As for Sicily, we hope that Dionia can return it to us, and we, Carthage, will give up our responsibilities toward the other city-states and territories in western Sicily. Iraqs, Mazara, Segesta, Palermo's, and so on are all independent city-states. Whether Dionia wants to annex them or make them its subordinates, Carthage can negotiate with them on its own. Carthage will not interfere in any way. After that, Aukradin looked at Henneborus, but he was a little nervous. In fact, the bottom line that the Senate gave him for the negotiation was to agree to all the conditions that Dionia had put forward. However, since it was a negotiation, he could not show all his cards at the first meeting. He had to bargain for a while. Now, Aukradin was most worried that Dionia would use this victory to once again demand an exorbitant price and put forward new conditions. Sure enough, after listening to Aukradin's words, Henneborus sneered repeatedly. Lord Aukradin, when you first came to negotiate, I said, if Carthage does not agree to our conditions as soon as possible, we may have to increase the price in the next negotiation. In the end, you took a chance and not only delayed the negotiation, but also let your army attack Serenus during the negotiation. Chapter 1032. At this point, Henoborus crossed one leg, tapped the negotiating table with his right hand, and said mockingly, "And the result? The Carthage army in Sicily suffered a crushing defeat. More than half of the 100,000 troops were lost, and the rest are not far from destruction. At this time, it is a little inappropriate to use this condition to negotiate." Echridon's heart sank. Henoborus straightened his face and said coldly, "Because the main force of the fierce attack on Serenus this time is the Iberian army. His Majesty is worried that even if the two countries reach a peace agreement, the southern part of Iberia ruled by the Maganid family will become the biggest threat to the peace between the two countries. Therefore, we have added 2 more conditions to the original negotiation." Henoborus stretched out a finger and said loudly, "First, the entire southern part of Iberia, the Carthage colony, will be handed over to Dionia." He then stretched out a second finger. "Second, Carthage must return all the land occupied by Namibia and grant independence to the Namibians. They must no longer invade the territory of the Namibians and interfere in the internal affairs of their tribes." When Echridon heard this, his expression changed drastically. He did not expect the demands of Dionia to be so greedy and fierce. It had far exceeded the imagination of the Senate. Agreeing to the conditions of Dionia would undoubtedly shake the foundation of the Carthage people. He did not dare to negotiate these 2 new conditions without authorization. His trip was in vain again. "Master Publius, Thurii is almost here." The Roman agricultural official, Tibullus, pointed to the front and said to the former great noble of Rome, now the newly promoted senator of Dionia, Publius Manlius, who was already panting a little from exhaustion. In fact, there was no need for his reminder. Through Publius' own observation, he had already felt that Thurii was not far ahead. As the road became wider and smoother, the number of pedestrians increased sharply. Many of them were farmers carrying farm tools and covered in mud. The houses on both sides of the road became denser and taller. "Sir Publius, there are still 4 or 5 miles from here to the inner city of Tully. You'd better get on your horse first and save some strength. You can come down when you reach the inner city gate." Tiburus kindly advised when he saw Publius gasping for breath. 4 or 5 miles? Publius was a little surprised. Looking at the density of the houses on both sides of the road and the bustling crowd, it was not much compared to the inner city of some Latin city-states. It was actually so far away from the real inner city of Thurii. How huge was this central city of the kingdom of Dionia? Publius had always thought that the city of Rome was the largest city-state in this land. Now that he looked ahead in disappointment, he suddenly felt his own insignificance. This strengthened his previous insistence. "I don't need to ride a horse. I can walk, and I can take my time to enjoy the scenery of Thurii." After passing by the Thurii barracks, he heard the officials of Rome who came back with him talking about that except for special duties such as cavalrymen, horses were generally not allowed in the inner city of Thurii. Although it was allowed in the outer city, strangers would be questioned and reminded by the patrols. The main reason was that they were worried about hurting pedestrians. Publius, who had just arrived, quickly dismounted and walked in order to keep a low profile. At that time, he also used similar words to explain. Tibullus could more or less guess what he was thinking, so he did not persuade him anymore. "Tibullus!" Suddenly, a shout came from behind him. Tibullus looked back and saw a young man dressed like a farmer striding towards him. He said excitedly, "Looking at your back, it looks like you. We were worried about you when we heard that you volunteered to go to Latin. Look at you now. You must be very tired in Rome. Are you on vacation this time, or is it official business?" "Official business," Tibullus said simply. He then turned around and introduced, "This is the new senator of the kingdom, Lord Publius from Rome." The young man looked at him curiously. He was a little hesitant. Then he moved closer to Tibullus' ear and whispered, "Can he understand what we're saying? Lord Publius is very fluent in Greek." Tibullus said loudly. He then introduced to Publius, "This is my former colleague, Asicarus, the agriculture officer of Demo in the northern outer city of Turii. Publius immediately smiled and nodded in greeting. "Nice to meet you, agriculture officer Asicarus." Asicarus was slightly embarrassed. He quickly squeezed out a smile, stepped forward, and bowed. "Lord Publius, welcome to Turii. Tibulus and I are not just colleagues. We've been neighbors since we were young. We studied together in Turii school, passed the exams together, and happened to be assigned to the agriculture department together. Do you think this is the blessing of Hades? Our friendship is very good," Asicarus said as he put his arm on Tibulus' shoulder and patted him excitedly. Although Publius did not quite understand what Asicarus said about Turii school and exams, he still nodded politely. Tibulus pushed his hand away and scolded, "Your hands are dirty, and you're rubbing them on me." Asicarus immediately put on an angry expression. "Tibulus, you've been in Latin for a while, and you're starting to dislike us agriculture officers. So what if I'm dirty? This is the proof of my hard work in guiding the people of Turii to complete the spring sowing." Although he knew his good friend's lively character, his words still attracted Tibulus' attention. He could not help but ask, "How's this year's spring sowing going?" "Of course, it's not going well." Asicarus shrugged and sighed helplessly. "You should have felt it when you were in Latin. The war has lasted for such a long time, and the scale is so large. Our Turii region has lost more than 40,000 young and strong citizens, and those who returned are all wounded. Think about how great the impact this has on Turii's agriculture. Now, there's a shortage of labor here. Not to mention the spring sowing, the autumn harvest has already given our Turii agriculture officers a headache. We've applied to Governor Lucius and used a large number of the kingdom's slaves. We've also promised to shorten the period of becoming a citizen of the kingdom and recruited many free people. The war between Sparta and the Thebes and Athens is getting more and more intense, causing the people of Greece to start migrating to the kingdom of Ionia under the guidance of some people. Under our supervision, we finally completed the autumn harvest in Turii. But before we could take a breather, it's time for the spring sowing. Fortunately, this time, Asicarus looked at Publius and deliberately lowered his voice. He said to Tibulus, "Turii has gained another batch of slaves from Latin and Syracuse. Originally, they were all going to be sent to Sardinia, but we Turii intercepted some of them. These slaves are good at taking care of the fields. Coupled with the enemies from Greece captured in Apria, Turii can ensure that there's no shortage of labor, and we can also provide help to the surrounding areas. However, it's very tiring to supervise the labor of so many slaves. Do you know why I have so much dirt on me? That's because I often have to go to the fields to personally demonstrate and teach them. If you had come to the outskirts of Turii earlier today, you would have seen hundreds of reserve soldiers and cavalry patrolling the villages and fields to prevent these slaves from escaping or other accidents. It's quite a spectacular scene. Although Asicarus mentioned the slaves of Rome, which made Publius feel a little awkward, he listened very carefully and learned a lot about Ionia. After listening, Tibulus said with some worry, "Always using the slaves of the kingdom to solve the problem of labor shortage is not a solution in the long run. Of course, this is only temporary." Asicarus immediately took over the conversation and said in a low voice, pretending to be mysterious, "Last night, a fast ship from the south docked at the port, and a messenger sped into the inner city of the Senate. This morning, I received insider news. After our navy completely defeated the Carthage fleet in the waters of the Carthage a few days ago, His Majesty the Devers led the main army to completely defeat the 100,000 troops of Carthage at Serenus. The Carthage people have suffered repeated defeats. I'm afraid this war will end soon." Hearing this, Publius was shocked. The ally of Rome, known as the wealthiest and most powerful city-state in the Western Mediterranean, Carthage, was defeated so quickly. Tibulus asked what he wanted to ask. "Is what you said true?" "Of course, the news is absolutely reliable," Asicarus said with certainty. "However, the Senate did not announce this good news to the public today. I guess this good news may be announced at the Kingdom Assembly tomorrow. By the way, Sir Publius, are you also here to participate in the Kingdom Assembly?" Ah yes, Publius came back to his senses. Hey, you guys! Suddenly, a shout came from the front. Publius looked over, thinking that the soldiers of Rome had come to Turii. He saw a group of patrolling soldiers in red helmets and red armor walking straight toward them. The patrolling soldiers were originally black helmets and black armor, but in recent years, they had changed to red helmets and red armor, mainly to distinguish them from the legions of the kingdom. At the same time, the red color was more eye-catching, making it easier to carry out official duties in a city with a large population. The leading officer looked at the group of people and the horses behind them suspiciously, then said with a serious expression, "Don't you see that there are a lot of pedestrians? You are still blocking the middle of the road and blocking the traffic. Hurry up and go." Chapter 1033. Tibullus quickly said, "We're leaving right away." "Right away? Wait, where did you come from? What are you doing in Turii?" Under the stern gaze of the patrol officer, Tibullus quickly took out the official document issued by the Rome City Hall and handed it over. After reading the official document, the inspector was very surprised. "You are officials of Rome, here to attend the Kingdom Assembly." "That's right. The governor of Rome, His Excellency Assists, originally did not plan to attend the assembly because he was busy. However, considering that the Senate and the councilors of the towns might be eager to know the details of Rome and the Latin region, he sent me to attend the assembly in his place." At the same time, the new senator, His Excellency Publius, also attended the assembly on behalf of Rome. Since this decision was made a little late and the journey was long, I only arrived in Turii today. After Tibullus finished speaking, the inspector hurriedly hit his left chest with his right fist, saluted, and said solemnly, "Sirs, I'm really sorry. Now is the time of war. In order to ensure the safety of the assembly, the Senate has asked us to strictly interrogate any outsiders who enter Turii during this period. So we had no choice but to delay your time. This is your duty. We should cooperate," Tibullus said indifferently. "You, Tibullus!" Asycharis pointed at him in surprise and dissatisfaction. He shouted, "You can attend the kingdom assembly, and you still hid it from me." Tibullus explained embarrassedly, "His Excellency Assis is too busy to attend the assembly. The officials of the other departments also have a lot of work to do. Only the Ministry of Agriculture of Rome has assigned the land, and the people there are very cooperative. The spring sowing is also going well. I'm relatively free, so he gave me this task." "That's pretty good," Asycharis said with envy and regret. "You are now the city's agriculture officer, and I'm still the agriculture officer of Demo. If I had known this, I would have gone to Latin with you. You can't compare it like that." Tibullus quickly comforted him. "You are in charge of Demo in the central city of Turii. Whether it is rank or influence, Rome can't compare." When Publius heard this, he felt slightly uncomfortable. "I'm sorry, sirs." The patrol officer loudly interrupted their conversation and reminded them, "The Turii City Hall issued an announcement this morning. To ensure the smooth convening of the Kingdom Assembly tomorrow, the inner city gate will be closed early at sunset. There's not much time left." As he spoke, he pointed to the sky. Tibullus immediately became nervous and cast a reproachful look at Asycharis. Asycharis immediately defended himself. "You can't blame me. I went outside the city early in the morning to supervise the slaves' work. How could I have time to read the announcement? Don't worry. I suggest you ride your horses and speed up. You will be able to get there in time." The patrol officer returned the document to Tibullus and suggested, "If you encounter another patrol team on the road, quickly show them this. Also, please control your horses well and don't hurt any pedestrians." Tibullus immediately expressed his gratitude and then instructed Aeschylus, "Go back and tell my parents that I'm going to the inner city to participate in the convention first. I'll go home to see them after the convention. Don't worry, I will pass on the message. Hurry up and go." After Tibullus and Publius bade farewell to the other attendants, they immediately mounted their horses and went to the center of the main road, rushing towards the inner city. On normal days, pedestrians would walk on the sidewalks on both sides of the road, and the streets were filled with carriages, wagons, and riders, so it was relatively smooth. However, on special occasions, not only would the flow of people increase, but the traffic would also increase sharply, causing congestion on the roads. Therefore, before various celebrations and festivals, the Turin Town Hall would always send more patrols. For this year's Kingdom Assembly, the traffic in the outskirts of Turin was much better than in previous years. There were significantly fewer carriages and wagons on the main road. This was due to the effects of a long war. If not for the continuous news of victory, the increasing confidence of the kingdom's people and merchants, and the rapid recovery of the vitality of the trade market, Publius and the others would have seen a bleak scene. Publius and the others finally arrived at the west gate of the inner city before sunset. After the city guard checked the official document, he let the two enter the inner city. As they passed through the outskirts, Publius had a rough look due to the lack of time, but it also left a deep impression on him. Although the city of Turin was large and had a lot of people, the streets were relatively clean and tidy, and the various buildings and residences were planned in an orderly manner. The previous city of Rome could not be compared at all. It was no wonder that the Dionia had quickly begun to rebuild the city after occupying Rome. Obviously, they could not stand the filthy, narrow, and dense streets of Rome. But compared to the inner city of Turin, the outer city of Turin was a level lower. Publius walked on the 8-horse road paved with slabs of the same shape. The ground was extremely flat and clean, with not a speck of rubbish in sight. Tall trees and verdant herbs grew on both sides of the road, while water flowed from the gutters. There were not many people on the road, but all of them looked leisurely as they strolled and conversed softly. Publius was shocked by the road itself, because it embodied a civilization more advanced than Rome, and he could not help but feel that it was only natural for Rome to be destroyed by Dionia. That is the main temple of our kingdom, the Temple of Hades. It is a rare double temple in the entire Mediterranean Sea, and the temple also enshrines the statues of the sages and heroes who have made great contributions to our kingdom, as well as the souls of the warriors who died in battle. You must find time to go up the mountain to worship. That is the Palace of Dionia. Let me tell you, a year ago I followed Officer Bacchus to the palace and was received by His Majesty. This is a high water bridge. It diverts the clear river water from the Zabari plain into the city, so that the people in the city do not have to leave the city to have clean water. It is said that its original design was inspired by His Majesty the Devers by Pluto. Tibullus proudly introduced the scenery of the inner city to Publius as he walked. Ever since Publius entered the city, he had been enjoying the scenery of the inner city, and the surprise on his face had not diminished for a moment. Look, that is the great council hall of the kingdom. Tibulus's shout drew Publius's gaze away from the high water bridge that stretched across half of the city. A huge round white building stood in front, immediately attracting Publius's attention. How is it? It's magnificent, isn't it? Tibullus said with envy and pride. That is the place where the kingdom assembly will be held tomorrow. That is also where you will work in the future, Sir Publius. It is indeed much bigger than the Senate of Rome. Publius composed himself and strode forward. Although the sky was already dark, the door of the great council hall was still open, and candles were lit. After the two of them identified themselves to the guard at the side door, the guard led them to the duty room in the middle hall. Seeing the person who was writing on the wooden table, Tibullus hurriedly stepped forward and saluted. Dear Sir Antares, the agricultural officer of Rome, Tibullus, pays his respects to you. A few days ago, the Senate had received news from a messenger from Rome. So Antares stood up and looked at the two people in front of him. He was not surprised at all. Finally, you two are here. Only the two of you are left. It has been a long journey. After that, he looked at Publius and said with a smile, You must be Senator Publius from Rome. It is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Antares, and I am one of the 5 rotating presidents of the Senate of Dionia. Publius learned a lot about the politics of the kingdom of Dionia from Tibullus along the way, so he roughly knew what the position of the rotating president of the Senate meant. He hurriedly bowed and said, Greetings, Sir Antares. Antares saw that the man from Rome was a little nervous and reserved, so he did not continue to show his enthusiasm. Instead, he said with a straight face. "I wanted to have a good chat with you and understand the current situation in Latin in detail. However, considering that you must be tired and hungry after a long and arduous journey, you need to have a good rest so that you can better participate in the Kingdom Assembly tomorrow. I won't take up any more of your time. We will find time to talk in detail during the conference." Without waiting for the two to respond, he immediately shouted, "Prosanus! Sir, please give your orders." The disciplinary officer of the Senate appeared at the door. "This is the newly promoted elder, Lord Publius. This is the agricultural officer of Rome, Tibulus, who is representing Sir Assist to participate in the Kingdom Conference. Bring them to the Royal State Guest House and arrange everything for them." "All right, Lord Publius, we really welcome you to Tilly. This," and Terry's pointed his finger upwards and said sincerely, "will be your new home. I hope we can work well together in the future. Sir Antares, Turiae is a beautiful and magnificent city. I have fallen in love with it," Publius said solemnly and bowed to Antares. On the way across the Victory Square to the Royal State Guest House, the disciplinary officer, Prosanus, also introduced to Publius the place where Hades performed the miracle, the Turi Spring Pool. After listening to this magical story, Publius even took some time to walk around the pool. The Royal State Guest House was a hotel funded by the Kingdom of Dionia. As the name suggested, it was used to receive guests from the kingdom, such as envoys or VIPs from other countries. Chapter 1034. The Kingdom Guest House was a hotel funded and built by the Kingdom of Dionia. As the name suggested, it was used to receive guests from the kingdom, such as envoys or VIPs from other countries. However, at this time, the Kingdom Guest House was mainly used to receive the counselors and civil guard from various towns who came to participate in the kingdom's General Assembly. It was a large number, and the original building alone could not accommodate so many people. Therefore, the Senate specifically recommended in the announcement sent to all towns that the participants of the General Assembly who had relatives or friends in Turin should try to stay in their homes. In the past few years, the Ministry of Construction had built 3 or 4 similar buildings and a few separate villas to the south of the Kingdom Guest House. They were all collectively known as the Kingdom Guest House, which basically met the needs. It was almost the opening time of the General Assembly, so the hotel should be overcrowded. Even if there were rooms left, the conditions would not be too good. However, according to the replies from the town hall of each town, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs had prepared a list of accommodation in advance and sent it to the person in charge of the hotel. Publius and Tibulus, of course, had specially reserved rooms with very good conditions, especially Publius. He was not only a noble senator, but also a representative of Rome who had just joined the kingdom. He was assigned the best room in the entire hotel, a detached villa. The villa had 3 floors. The first floor was mainly the living room and kitchen, and the second and third floors were the bedrooms. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs had built these villas in consideration of receiving some VIPs who came with their families to stay for a longer period of time. The hotel attendant led Publius into the villa. After a brief understanding of the situation in the villa, Publius immediately invited Tibulus, who came with him, to stay with him. Tibulus readily agreed and quickly checked out of his original room. It was still winter in January. Even though Turin was close to the sea, the weather was still relatively cold. However, Publius stepped barefoot on the smooth marble floor of the living room. He had a strange look on his face because the floor was actually hot. Tibulus did not immediately answer his question. Instead, he pointed to the door and said, "Sir, do you see the big house next to it that has been steaming? That's a bathroom. It's the place where people can take a bath that you mentioned to me on the way here." Publius was a little curious. Although Tibulus had never stayed in the Kingdom State Guest House before, he knew that there was a relatively large bathing area in the middle of the Kingdom State Guest House. Therefore, he explained based on common sense. The reason why the floor is hot is that they must have directed the heat from the bathroom to the bottom of the floor and heated it up. It drew the heat down here. Publius stomped on the floor and was even more shocked. The underground isn't completely solid. When building this house, The craftsmen created many gaps under the floor to facilitate the flow of heat. Nowadays, the construction of bathrooms had become common knowledge in Turii. Tibullus explained fluently. After dinner, let's go to the bathing area. After listening to Tibullus' introduction, Publius said eagerly, Sirs, you don't need to go to the bathing area. There's a bathroom in this house. The waiter who had just delivered dinner immediately introduced the place to them. Therefore, after dinner, the two entered the bathroom connected to the villa. Although the bathroom was not big, it had all the facilities that a general bathing area should have. In advance, the waiter had already informed the central bathing area. The hot water and steam passage leading to the small bathroom had been opened. By the time the two of them took off their clothes in the changing room and changed into wooden slippers, the bathroom was already ready. The two of them passed through the changing room and entered the first small room. The room was relatively cool. It was meant for people who came to take a bath to relax and slowly transition to the bathing state. However, Publius was obviously more anxious. He did not stay there for long. Instead, he pushed open the wooden door and entered the next small room. The temperature in this room was a little hot, and the temperature in the next room was even hotter. After passing through 3 small rooms in a row, the temperature became higher and higher. Publius began to sweat. When he pushed open the next wooden door, he saw a circular pool inside. He stepped on the stone steps and walked to the side of the pool. He stretched out his foot to test it. It was warm water, so he immediately jumped in. Publius submerged his entire body in the water, allowing the warm water to envelop his body and drive away the cold that he had suffered from the past 2 days of trekking in the mountains. After a while, he broke the surface of the water and shouted, "Ha!" He felt energized. Then he saw Tibullus soaking in the bath, leaning against the wall with his arms on the edge of the pool, looking very pleased. As Tibullus rubbed his body with his hands, he said, "This bath is indeed not bad, but there's nothing special about it. It's just a little bigger than the bathtub at home." Tibullus smiled and said, "Lord Publius, you've only completed half of the bathing area. Don't jump to conclusions. Is there more behind?" Publius was somewhat surprised. Tibullus did not say a word as he pointed to a wooden door at the side. Publius got up and walked out of the bath. He pushed open the wooden door doubtfully and immediately felt a wave of heat hit him. The room was shrouded in white mist, and it was indistinct. Publius was still hesitating about whether to enter when Tibullus walked in first. He sat on the wooden stool in the room and said, "This room is called the fumigation room. It's the most important place in the entire bathing area, and also the place closest to the stove that boils the water. They even sprinkle hot water on the ground and turn it into mist from the heat, making it the hottest room. But according to the tourist doctors, moderately increasing the heat in the body will train the various organs in the body, speed up the blood flow, and eliminate the waste in the body. It's very beneficial to protect the body's health. I heard that most of the old senators like to fumigate like this." Before Tibullus could finish speaking, Publius immediately walked in and sat on the wooden stool. Soon, he felt that the room was hot and humid, and even breathing became a little difficult. Soon, he began to sweat profusely. Mixed with the mist, the sweat clung tightly to his skin, making his body feel especially heavy. Publius wanted to immediately get up and walk out of the room. But when he saw Tibullus' figure still sitting opposite him, he remembered what Tibullus had said. The longer you persevere, the better it is for your body. So he endured it and leaned back in the chair to make himself more comfortable. In such a quiet room, the surrounding mist was thick, and he could not even see Tibullus' face clearly. The heat made him feel dizzy, as if he was drunk, and he had the urge to speak. Turis is really a huge city. It's more prosperous than I imagined. It's much better than Rome. Publius said with a sigh, "According to the Senate's request, I'm moving to this city this year. But I think it won't be easy to have a house with so many residents in Turis." That's true. The population of Turis has been increasing rapidly in recent years. I remember that last year, the population of the entire city and the entire Sabari Plain, excluding the other towns in Turis, was 49,000. That's about 238,600 people, And this doesn't include the free citizens, slaves, and other floating population. With such a large population, the land for housing is very tight. You saw it when we entered the city. The outer city is so big because of the city's continuous expansion. Many of the cultivated lands have now been built with houses. The rent that the tourists get from renting out their houses is several times what they get from farming. The Ministry of Agriculture has reported this to the higher-ups several times, but His Majesty said, as long as the kingdom grows stronger, tourists will definitely develop rapidly. This is in line with its position as the center of the kingdom. The tourists have contributed a lot to the kingdom. Being able to earn money by renting out their houses is also a benefit that the kingdom has given them. As long as they pay taxes normally, there's no need to force them. As for the problem of food, the entire kingdom is providing for tourists. The people don't lack money, so we don't have to worry about them not having bread. His Majesty is right. The kingdom's territory is vast. The Catania Plain, the Orfemia Plain, the Capulia region, the Crotone region, and now the newly acquired eastern plains of Campania, the fertile lands of southern Sardinia, and Tibulus paused, the Latin plain. Besides, we can also obtain a large amount of cheap food from our ally, Egypt. Indeed, we don't have to worry too much about food. The tourists have contributed a lot over the years. They're the main force in every major war, so the casualties are the highest. Just like this time, before the war even ended, the civilian soldiers in the entire Tulii region have already suffered more than 10,000 casualties. They indeed deserve more. Tibulus had worked in the Tourist Ministry of Agriculture for many years. When it came to land and housing issues in the city, he could not stop talking. Since tourists do not allow the sale of land, owning land here is like holding a golden hen that can continuously lay golden eggs. You don't have to worry about food and clothing in the future. However, the entire Sabari Plain, no, the entire tourist region had already completed the distribution of land 10 years ago. It is almost impossible for a new citizen to obtain land in Turis, unless he marries a tourist widow whose husband is dead and has no children. Just like this war, I believe there will be many widows. Sigh. Publius suddenly interrupted him. I have a question. If a tourist citizen dies in battle and has no children, can't the land be inherited by his family or other relatives? Literary Hall. Chapter 1035. Tibulus understood what he was thinking. He shook his head and said, there are no clans in the kingdom of Dionia, and the law states that women also have the right to inherit. After the husband dies, as long as it is proven that his wife has always been virtuous, she can inherit all of her husband's property. However, if she marries again, her new husband has to be married for at least 5 years before he can share his wife's property. Of course, that is unless there are special circumstances. However, you're a senator of the kingdom, so you don't need to worry about housing. Although there is no more empty space in the inner city, there is still a lot of public land in the outskirts of the city hall. This is all thanks to the order that His Majesty issued after the city was built. All land within 2 miles of the inner city of Turin shall be public property and shall not be sold. Now, it seems that it was a wise decision. Later, the Senate also issued similar orders to other towns based on this order. When the time comes, the senator will definitely designate a piece of residential land in the outskirts near the inner city and give it to you free of charge. He will also let the construction department send people to build your house according to your needs. You don't need to spend a single opal. After hearing this, Publius felt relieved. He used his hand to wipe away the sweat on his face and said gratefully, Tibulus, thank you very much for your explanation. You've always taken care of me on the way from Rome to Turin. No matter how you feel, I've already regarded you as my first friend after joining Dionia, a true friend. Ah, I really didn't expect it, but I'm really honored to be your friend, Sir Publius. Then please allow me to regard you as a good friend. Tibulus' voice was trembling, and he was obviously a little excited. That's great. When I move to Turin, I'll still need your guidance and help. Sir Publius, if you need my help, just let me know. I grew up in Turin, so I'm very familiar with this place and have many friends. But when you get a foothold in Turin, I'll still need your help. The two of them laughed, and suddenly felt much closer to each other. Thus, Publius asked directly, Tiburus, what is the best way for me to establish myself in Thurii as soon as possible? Tiburus thought for a while before saying, Lord Publius, it depends on what you want first. If they wanted to live a comfortable life, they could choose not to accept any position. They could just attend the Senate meetings as a senator, express their opinions, and cast their votes. This way, they could receive a handsome monthly salary. Some senators lived like this, and they lived very comfortably. But I don't think you're such a person. If you want to make a difference, you must first familiarize yourself with the laws of Dionia. I know that Rome is also a city-state that attaches great importance to the law, but the kingdom's laws are not only extremely numerous, but they also cover a wide range of areas. If you understand them, you won't become the laughingstock of the people after you move to Turin and make mistakes. Also, when you express your opinions in the Senate, you won't make mistakes and be laughed at by the senators. Publius nodded and said, You're right. When I was in Rome, I've already borrowed a law book from the assists and started to read it, but it's not careful enough. It seems that I need to put more effort into it. Secondly, you should hire a tutor to teach you how to speak Dionia. You speak Greek very well, but Greek is not equivalent to Dionia. Not only are the pronunciations somewhat different, but there are also many new words in Dionia. I believe you've already felt it in your previous contact with us. When you can really speak Dionia, the people of Thurii will truly accept you. Publius nodded solemnly. Tiburus continued, You have to take every Senate meeting seriously. Attend it on time, abide by the order of the meeting, actively express your opinions, and have your own unique views. Don't just raise your hand and go along with it like some people. Especially when it comes to Rome and certain aspects of the Latin region. You have to take the initiative to speak up and control the direction of the entire discussion. Because you're from Rome, you're more familiar with the place than them. Also, you have to frequently contact your friends in Rome and understand the situation there in detail so that you can take the initiative to propose issues to solve some problems in Rome or Latin. In the long run, you can represent the interests of Rome or the Latin people in the Senate and have a certain amount of influence in the kingdom. Publius was a little moved by his words and nodded repeatedly. However, Tiburus increased his volume and said, However, no matter how much influence you have by speaking and moving your lips in the Senate, you won't get the respect of the people, let alone the attention of His Majesty. As far as I know, those who His Majesty summons to the palace to discuss matters, host banquets, and visit are all ministers with real power and have done real things. So if you want to achieve greater development in the kingdom, you have to do real things. Real things, Publius muttered in a low voice. That's right. In the past, some senators like you who joined the kingdom were unwilling to take up some middle and low-level public office because of their status. They always had the extravagant hope of directly becoming the chief executive of the town. It seems that they have never been approved by the Senate. You have just joined the kingdom and are not familiar with the situation in the kingdom. His Majesty and the senior senators do not understand your ability, so they will not give you heavy responsibilities. So you have to lower your status and fight for some lower positions first. However, in the city of Turin, even the middle and low-level positions are always full and not easy to obtain. However, you can go to Abyssinia, Castellan, and Amendola in the greater Turin region. These places are relatively easier. Serve as the sub-officials of the Finance Department, Commerce Department, Agriculture Department, Construction Department, Supervision Department, and other departments in these towns' city hall. When you are familiar with government affairs, you will gradually be promoted to the person in charge of a town's department, and finally serve as the town's adjutant. At this step, you can take the initiative to apply when the Senate elects a new town's chief executive. As long as His Majesty is satisfied with your past achievements, he will take you into consideration. About this method, how long will it take? It's not like before now. It's getting stricter. Probably 4 or 5 years. 4 or 5 years. That's so long, Tiburus sneered and said. It will only take 4 or 5 years to become a town's chief executive after joining the kingdom. This is already very good. For example, if we pass the examination and take up the kingdom's public office, Even if we work hard for 20 years, as long as we do not become senators, we will not be able to become a town's chief executive. But to become a senator, sigh, how can it be so easy? However, I heard some rumors. His Majesty wants to discuss with the rotating chairman about changing the law so that officials with outstanding achievements and ability, but not senators, can also take up this position. I think this is not a rumor. This war has added a lot of land and many towns to the kingdom. It is not enough to only have senators as the town's chief executive. Moreover, I heard that there will be a fixed position of the kingdom's governor in the future. Governor? You don't have any extravagant hopes for now. The position of governor will definitely be given to senior senators who have outstanding achievements, are very capable, have made enough contributions, and are able to gain His Majesty's trust. You will have to wait at least 10 or 20 years before you have a chance. After a while, seeing that there was no response from the other party, Tiberius hurriedly asked, Lord Publius, are you all right? Fine. Tiberius heard that his voice was weak and suddenly realized that something was wrong. He hurriedly said, Lord, we have stayed in the steam room for too long. It is easy for us to feel dizzy. We have to leave quickly. As he spoke, Tibulus went over to help him up. The two of them looked as if they had just been fished out of the water. Their bodies were dripping with sweat as they staggered out of the fumigation room and entered another small room. The temperature here was relatively lower, and there was no mist. There were 2 wooden beds in the room. On the wooden bed was a stack of neatly folded towels. There was also a shiny copper pot and a few thin, curved stewing knives hanging on the wall. Publius sat on the edge of the bed and looked around as he recovered his energy. However, Tiberius shouted loudly, Is anyone there? Just as he finished speaking, the wooden door opposite him was pushed open, and 2 bare-chested servants entered. They bowed respectfully and said, Sirs, what can I do for you? You should be waiting here and checking the fumigation room at any time. What if we faint? Tibulus criticized. Lord, we were originally waiting in this room, but we heard you talking loudly inside, so we temporarily retreated to another room. Also, the manager of the bathing area told us that there's a lord who is a Turii, so we thought that there should be no problem. One of the servants quickly explained. Tiberius' face was slightly red. He had only been focused on chatting and had almost made a mistake. He quickly coughed a few times and said, Give us a massage. Massage? This was another new word that Publius did not understand. The 2 servants immediately diligently wiped the sweat off their bodies. Then, they let them lie on the narrow wooden bed and began to massage their backs. Publius saw the man repeatedly pat Tiberius' body with both hands. Tiberius looked comfortable and enjoyed it, and it seemed to be very good. However, when he was being massaged, the servant's fingers seemed to have a magical power. Every time they pressed, he would feel a strong sense of numbness and swelling. He had originally wanted to lie down and continue the previous topic with Tiberius, but now he could not help but scream, nonstop, and he could not continue talking at all. Obviously, the servant had seen this too many times. He did not stop moving, and his strength did not decrease. Ancient Greece Hegemon of the Mediterranean latest chapter link. Ancient Greece Hegemon of the Mediterranean full text reading link. /29361 / Ancient Greece Hegemon of the Mediterranean. TXT download link. Ancient Greece Hegemon of the Mediterranean mobile reading link. /29361 / to make it easier to read next time, you can click favorite below to record this time. Chapter 1032, How Be a Senator in Dionia, to read the record. You can see it next time you open the bookshelf. If you like Ancient Greece Hegemon of the Mediterranean, please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 1036. As he massaged, Publius began to gradually get used to it. His voice became softer and softer, and it produced a pleasant tiredness similar to that after exercise. He could not help but want to fall asleep. At this moment, the servant began to pat his back with both hands, immediately waking him up. After a while, he turned to the head massage. Publius closed his eyes slightly, reveling in it once again. When the man stopped massaging, he actually felt like he had not had enough. My lord, I'll scrub your back next." After saying that, the servant spread a clean towel on his back and began to rub it forcefully. This was a completely different feeling from the previous massage and patting. As Publius felt it carefully, the dirt on his body was also rubbed away from his skin. The servant turned to take down the copper pot from the wall, opened the lid, and poured the liquid inside onto Publius's body bit by bit. Publius smelled the familiar smell and asked, "Is this olive oil?" "Yes, my lord." The servant explained to him, "Because you just soaked in hot water and went through a fumigation, although it helps blood flow and removes dirt, it also causes a large amount of water in your body to be lost. Applying olive oil will protect your skin." After hearing this, Publius sighed. "I didn't expect every step in this bathroom to be so knowledgeable. It's been almost 20 years since His Majesty established the hot spring. Bathing has become a part of the tourist's life, and it's still constantly being developed and perfected," Tibullus said proudly. Take their previous massages, for example. They didn't just do it randomly. They were all trained by the tourist hospital and passed the examination before being stationed here. Oh, Publius's original judgment was shaken by Tibulus's words. "Aren't they slaves?" "They're slaves, but not ordinary slaves." Tibulus's deliberately mysterious answer made Publius even more curious. Before he could ask, the servant who was massaging him took the initiative to answer. "My lord, we're from Egypt. We're descendants of Egyptians and Greeks." As the servant spoke, he used another clean towel to massage Publius so that the olive oil could spread throughout his body as soon as possible and seep into his skin. Because his movements were much gentler than before, it did not affect their conversation. Although he had never been to Egypt, Publius knew of this distant country. He had heard that the people there had dark skin, but these two had normal skin tones. Obviously, they were of mixed blood. At this time, Rome had not yet stepped out of the Western Mediterranean. Even the patriarch of a large clan like Publius had never owned Egyptian slaves, so he did not understand. Why were Egyptian slaves not ordinary? However, if he were to stroll around the daily bustling slave market in the east of the outskirts of Turia, he would know that the price of ordinary Egyptian slaves was much higher than that of slaves of other races. This was due to demand. First, Egyptian male slaves were excellent farmers and herdsmen, while female slaves were smart and obedient, knowing how to teach people how to dress up. Second, Egyptian slaves worshipped the gods very much. They were gentle and obedient, so they were relatively safe. Third, Egypt and Ionia were far apart, and there had never been any conflict between the two, so naturally there could not be any hatred. Egyptian slaves had no involvement with the races and forces around Ionia, so they were more assured to use Egyptian slaves. The Senate considered that the king's guest house would receive foreign dignitaries, and safety was the most important. Secondly, they had to know Greek, and their skin could not be too dark, so as not to frighten some emissaries of the mountain races who had never seen the world. That was why they had painstakingly chosen Egyptian and Greek slaves. "How long have you been in Turia?" Tibullus asked casually. "It's been more than 4 years." The younger-looking slave said with a little resentment, "Based on our past performance, we should have been freed after the Hades festival last year. But the officials of the Slave Management Office told us that due to the lack of labor due to the war, the release of the kingdom's slaves was suspended for once. They will double the number of freed slaves during this year's festival, and we will also be given some compensation. But if the war is still going on in October, Winifred, don't talk too much, just give him a good massage." The slave who was massaging Publius interrupted him and pleaded softly, "My lords, his daughter caught a fever yesterday and is receiving treatment in the hospital. His mood has been affected a little. I hope you won't take it to heart." Tibullus lifted his head to look at the slave standing beside him until he started to panic. "Since you've stayed in Tali for more than 4 years and stayed in this kingdom guest house, you should know what our kingdom of Dionia's envoys praise the most, right?" Tibullus slowly said, "Since you've stayed in Tali for more than 4 years and stayed in this kingdom guest house, you should know what our kingdom of Dionia's envoys praise the most." The slave was a little nervous and did not know what to say for a moment. The older slave quickly replied, "It's keeping promises." "That's right, keeping promises," Tibullus said in a deep voice, What the Slave Management Office says is the decision made by the Senate. Don't worry, by this year's festival, you will definitely regain your freedom and receive compensation. In addition, your massage skills are very good, and we are not dissatisfied with it. When the two slaves heard this, they were moved to tears and thanked him repeatedly. The young slave said excitedly, "My lord, let me give you another massage." Tibullus waved his hand and said, "No need, it's time to shave me." The young slave had to turn around, take the curved, blunt blade from the wall, and aim it at Tibulus's back. Publius was shocked and shouted urgently, "Stop! What do you want to do?" Tibullus laughed and said, "Don't be nervous, Lord Publius. This thing is used to scrape off the grease and dirt on the body. This is the last step of the bathroom massage." "Is that so?" Publius was skeptical, but soon he experienced that using this blunt blade to scrape his body, not only did it not hurt, but it also felt comfortable. After the massage, the slave helped the two of them to stand up and open the wooden door at the side. Before leaving the room, Tibullus specially said to the young slave, "May Hades bless your daughter and restore her health as soon as possible." The slave immediately became extremely excited and once again expressed his gratitude to Tibullus. After leaving the slave's sight, Publius could not help but sigh in a low voice, "Tibullus, you are too good to these slaves." However, Tibullus said seriously, "Lord Publius, I know that you people in Rome are more strict with slaves, but I advise you to change your attitude towards slaves in the future. In Dionia, the lives of slaves are protected by the law, and the kingdom has also set up a special department to manage them." Slave Management Office? Publius blurted out the new term he had just heard. That's right. Whether it's the kingdom's slaves or private slaves, they have to be registered with the Slave Management Office and be supervised. Not only that, if you mistreat slaves, you will also be condemned by the people, and it will also affect your political career because God Hades, who stresses fairness and justice, protects them. In addition, the kingdom is not like Rome. Slaves will not be slaves forever. As long as slaves have aspirations and are willing to work hard, they will gain freedom and then become citizens of Dionia, pass the examination, take up public office, and finally become a minister of the kingdom. All of these are possible. Several of the officials who came to Rome this time used to be slaves. Marigi, the minister of commerce who is deeply trusted by his majesty in the Senate, also used to be a slave, so don't casually humiliate slaves. Publius was quite touched. "By the way, Lord, how do you feel after the massage?" Tibullus asked. "My whole body is very sore." Publius moved his hands and feet and said, "But it's really comfortable. I almost fell asleep just now. Now I feel much lighter. For what you said, according to the doctors, your body is stiff and lacks exercise. You have to have frequent massages in the future to ensure your health." Tibullus said, half jokingly and half seriously. Publius listened, but asked seriously, "Is it expensive to go to the baths in Turii?" The public baths are not expensive. The entrance ticket is about 1 or 2 obayers, but if you want to have a special massage, the cost is much higher, about 10 to 15 obayers. However, some of the kingdom's senators, ministers, and wealthy merchants specially spend money to let their slaves go to the hospitals and baths to learn, and then come back to give them a massage. This has become a trend. Publius listened and was greatly moved. Then he asked with some reluctance, "Our baths are over, right? There's one last item." Tibullus pushed open the wooden door, and there was another pool in the room. Cold bath. Cold water. If it was before entering the bathroom, Publius would definitely avoid it. But now that he had been fumigated and massaged, not only was his body hot, but his skin was also bright red, like a steamed shrimp. Thus, when he heard the word cold water, he strode into the pool without hesitation. The cold water immediately drove away the heat in his body, and all the pores on his body rapidly tightened, giving him an indescribable sense of comfort. He could not help but say, "How nice it would be to have a glass of wine to drink at this time." Tibullus also walked into the pool and said, "Today was too rushed. Tomorrow night, I'll bring you a jar of the best wine in Turii. Let's drink in the bathroom." "That's great." Publius praised loudly as he scrubbed the remaining oil stains on his body with water. The baths in Turiae are better than you said, and Turiae is much more prosperous than Rome. I can't help but want to move here quickly. Tibullus smiled. It seemed that his efforts had not been in vain. Literary Hall. Chapter 1037. Tibullus, thank you for the advice you gave me just now. I've learned a lot. Publius then expressed his gratitude to Tibullus. Tibullus hurriedly said humbly, Sir Publius, you're welcome. I've only grown up in Turiae since I was young. I've seen and heard a lot of things, so I know the kingdom better. But understanding is one thing. It's easy to talk about it, but it's hard to do it. People like us still have to be down to earth and develop step by step. But sir, you're very qualified. You've been a senator the moment you joined the kingdom. You just need to strengthen your foundation, and you'll be able to achieve greater things. Publius nodded and said with a solemn expression, You're right. Rome is a thing of the past. I should pull myself together and develop better in a more powerful kingdom like Dionia. At this point, he paused and asked humbly, Tibullus, you were the one who gave me the suggestion just now. Do you have any suggestions for my children? I remember you said you have an 18-year-old son, a 10-year-old son, and a 6-year-old daughter. Tibullus pondered for a moment and said, Your eldest son is 18 years old. According to the laws of Dionia, he's already of age, but the kingdom has already assigned you a piece of land, so he won't be assigned a piece of land for the time being. If he doesn't want to help you take care of the farm at home until he inherits your property in the future, there are 3 paths for him to choose from: politics, business, or military service. Tibullus counted with his fingers and patiently analyzed for him. I believe that with your family's power, your eldest son must have received a good education since he was young. But if he wants to become a civil servant, he must pass the kingdom's examination. In the first few years of the kingdom's establishment, the examination for civil servants was easy, but now it's difficult because there are more and more young people graduating from schools in various towns. The competition is getting more and more intense. Not only must he be literate, write, and calculate, he must also have a rough understanding of some laws of Dionia and Hades canon. After passing the examination, he must work as a civil servant intern in the town where his household registration is located for a year. After his performance is up to standard, he will be registered with the kingdom's officials management committee and become an official member. Then, the committee will assign him to a certain department in a certain town as the lowest level civil servant. What is this kingdom's official management committee? Publius interrupted. Oh, the Kingdom Officials Management Committee was originally an organization under the Senate. It manages the appointment, promotion, reward, and punishment of all mid-level and low-level officials in the kingdom. Now, it is under the direct control of His Majesty. The main person in charge is composed of 3 elders, 1 principal and 2 deputies, and dozens of officials and clerks. The current person in charge is also the head of the 5 rotating presidents of the Senate, Lord Cornelius. Oh, then which department is in charge of the high-ranking officials of the kingdom? Publius immediately thought of another question. Their appointments are recommended by the Senate, such as the chief executive of a town or the main officials of the various departments of the kingdom. In the end, it's up to His Majesty to make the final decision. It seems easier than us middle and low-level officials, but it's said that the debriefing in the Senate during one's term of office is a huge test, and it's not that easy to pass. Elders with poor performance are often humiliated, and it's difficult for them to take up another position in the future, such as cough. Tibullus coughed twice and stopped talking in time. Anyway, it won't take long for you to know about this, so I won't say more. Let's talk about your child. Your eldest son has never received a royal school's education, so it's impossible for him to pass the examination and enter politics the moment he comes. If he's in a hurry to enter politics, he can first go to the Turin City Hall to apply to be a handyman. Handyman. It's a public servant with no rank at all, such as clerks, scribes, messengers, bookkeepers, administrators. They also have to go through an assessment and receive a salary, but generally, they won't be given a bigger share. There's also a part-time job. When the city hall is busy and short of manpower, they will recruit volunteers to help out. When they're free, they'll be dismissed and sent home. Although the salary of a part-time job is low, it'll be recorded in their household registration file, which will be beneficial to their future development. Your eldest son can first be a handyman or a part-time job to train his ability to handle things and become familiar with the various affairs of the kingdom. At the same time, he can take some time and spend some money to hire a teacher or attend the adult study class in the Turin school to learn knowledge. After 2 or 3 years, he can take the kingdom's public service examination. Because he has practical political experience, he'll have an advantage over those young citizens who have just graduated and take the examination. It'll be easier for him to pass. Tibullus paused. When he saw that Publius was listening carefully, he continued, "If your eldest son is willing to go into business, you can sponsor him with some money first. Let him go to the business department of the Turin City Hall to register and obtain the qualification and certificate to do business. Why does one have to register with the business department to do business? Can't they do business freely?" Publius asked curiously. Although Rome's trade was not developed, the people could buy and sell freely. Tibullus explained, "The main purpose of registering with the business department is to facilitate the kingdom's collection of taxes and the management of the household registration department. As for merchants, with this business certificate issued by the kingdom, it would be easier for them to obtain more loans from Cristonia's bank. They could also use this to apply to join the Chamber of Commerce in various regions and obtain more help, more information, and more channels, which would be beneficial to their development. But the kingdom doesn't prohibit others from buying and selling. For example, farmers in the towns of the kingdom don't need to apply to the business department. They can take their surplus produce to the designated area of the market in the town where they are to sell it, and they don't have to pay taxes. But the things they sell must be small, and they can't be sold in other towns. Otherwise, if they're found out, the consequences will be very serious." Publius was just a little curious, but in fact, the people of Rome were not a race good at business. He was not interested in it. After understanding a little, he asked, "What if I choose to join the army?" "Master Publius, first of all, you have to know that according to the law of Dionia, male citizens between the ages of 18 and 45 are obliged to serve in the military and participate in regular military training. Whether you're a farmer, a craftsman, a businessman, or a public official of the kingdom, this is the same situation in Rome in the past." Tibullus had worked in Rome for several months, so he had some understanding of the things in Rome in the past. He solemnly reminded Publius, "But unlike Rome, the citizens of Dionia are competing to go to the battlefield and win the land and spoils of war awarded by the kingdom. But it's not easy to go to the battlefield. Under normal circumstances, only the regular soldiers can go out to fight. Only when there are casualties will the reserve soldiers be incorporated and replenished. The young citizens of Dionia receive military training from an early age. When they grow up, they're already familiar with the various basic military tactics of Dionia. But your son knows nothing about it. It'll be difficult for him to become a regular soldier in at least 3 or 4 years. If he wants to advance, the best way is to take the initiative to apply to serve as a garrison soldier in several fortresses in various territories. Although it's tough, he can become a regular soldier after 1 or 2 years. As long as he participates in a few more battles, it's very likely that he will become a squad leader. But to become a squad leader, he has to perform well, and it's not easy. And becoming a squad leader means that he has entered the ranks of the kingdom's military officials and will also become a target of attention from the Ministry of Military Affairs. As long as he doesn't suffer from major injuries and continues to make meritorious contributions, he may be promoted step by step and even become a legion leader. And after becoming a legion leader, he may enter the Senate and become a respected elder. Joining the army is a fast path. Not only can he get a lot of land rewards with his military achievements, but he can also hold a high position at a young age. For example, the current commander of Sicily, Prosos, will become the new elder of the kingdom at the age of 40 after this war." Tibullus said enviously, then sighed softly, "But these are all exchanged with their lives. One careless mistake, and they may die on the battlefield, and the land and wealth they win can only be left to their wives and children. For example, the commanders of the naval fleet, Phralios and Miltias, have died in this war. so I'm not too envious of them. Although the promotion of an administrative officer is slow, it's safe. Is the promotion in the army the same for all citizens? Publius asked. What? Tibullus was stunned, but he quickly understood what he meant. With a serious expression, he said, Sir, you have to understand that Dionia is not like Rome in the past. The children of nobles can become platoon leaders as soon as they enter the army. This is not feasible in the kingdom of Dionia. All citizens must start as ordinary soldiers. Even His Majesty's adopted son and son-in-law have slowly become platoon leaders and platoon leaders through their own efforts. If you want to take other shortcuts, it's best to give up on that idea. According to the law, the army is under the direct control of His Majesty. All the promotion and appointment of officers must be approved by him, and the Senate cannot interfere. Anyone who wants to interfere in the affairs of the army will inevitably incur His Majesty's wrath. The Laodicean incident more than 10 years ago taught everyone a good lesson. The Laodicean incident? Publius asked curiously. This matter is very complicated. I'll tell you in detail when I have time in the future. Tibullus said quickly. In addition, your eldest son can also choose to become a farmer or a craftsman, but with your status, it shouldn't be an option, so I won't say more. Chapter 1038. Oh, there's another profession with a respected status, which is to become a scholar, but it's too difficult. I don't think you'll consider it. You can discuss the 3 paths I've mentioned with your child and choose carefully. As for your youngest son, he's only 10 years old. After you move to Turin, let him attend a Turin school as soon as possible. This way, when he comes of age in the future, his development will be smoother than his elder brothers. Also, let your daughter go to school as soon as possible. When Tibullus said this, he saw Publius frown slightly. So he said, I know that you Romans, like the Greeks, are more traditional and conservative in the education of your daughters. But let me tell you, our Dionia is different. We will let girls study and exercise together with boys and try our best to cultivate her talents so that she can find a good husband when she grows up. This is because our Dionia believes that only a healthy mother can give birth to a healthy child, and only a talented mother can give birth to a smart child. In the kingdom, not only do women have the right to inherit property, but there's also a law that says if a citizen only has daughters and no sons, he can discuss with his son-in-law and choose one of the children born to his daughter to inherit his surname. Therefore, women have a higher status in the kingdom. When Tibullus said this, he could not help but smile. I have 2 daughters now and no son, but with these legal provisions, I'm not worried at all. Publius did not know how to respond, so he remained silent for a while. However, Tibullus stood up and said, In this season, don't soak in cold water for too long, or you'll easily catch a cold. As he spoke, he walked out of the bath, took the cloth towel hanging on the wall, and threw one to Publius. Tibullus wiped his body with the cloth towel, stretched his limbs, and said loudly, Take a bath, and you'll definitely be able to have a good sleep tonight. Tomorrow, you'll be full of energy to attend the kingdom's convention. Yes, the baths in Turin are amazing. I can't help but want to move to Turin earlier. Publius praised loudly again. He seemed a little excited, partly because of the bath, and partly because Tibullus' words made him confident about moving to Turin. The next morning, after breakfast, the guests of the Wang State guest house solemnly tidied up their attire and walked to the conference hall not far away. At the same time, many people gathered from other directions and soon formed 2 long lines in front of the assembly hall. On this day, the tourist patrol had sealed off the entire Plaza of Victory in the Senate, forbidding any unauthorized personnel from entering. The inner city was also prohibited from entering and exiting in order to ensure that the kingdom assembly would proceed smoothly. As a newcomer to the kingdom senate, Publius stood in the line. He didn't know anyone, so he looked at the people around him warmly greeting each other and telling each other about recent events. However, Tibullus, who followed him, was indeed a Turii. Although it was his first time attending the Kingdom Conference, he knew many people, and he even took the initiative to introduce Publius to them. When these people learned that Publius was a new senator of the kingdom and came from Rome, they were all curious and asked about the situation in Rome. Publius also answered seriously, and everyone gradually became familiar with each other. Only then did Publius realize that these people were the local council members elected by the various towns in the kingdom of Dionia to attend the conference. Not long after, Publius and Tibulus stood in front of the main entrance of the conference hall. After the conference's disciplinary officer at the door asked for Publius' name, he looked at him with some doubt. "Sir Publius, you're a senator, so you can enter through the side door. Didn't the hotel staff tell you?" Publius glanced at Tibulus and said, "It's my first time attending the Kingdom Conference. I think it'll be more lively through the main door." "Oh, that's all right. Please come with me," the disciplinary officer said politely and led them into the hall. It was a huge circular dome with at least 10 steps from top to bottom. There were many wooden chairs arranged neatly and densely on each step, forming a semicircle around the center. In the center was a flat ground paved with white marble, and there were a few dark red wooden tables. At the back of the center stood a stone platform a few meters high, and on it was a wide and exquisite chair. Publius stared at it a few times, guessing that it was the seat of the king of Dionia. The few rows in front of these chairs were already filled with nearly 300 people. They wore white robes embroidered with exquisite black patterns, and most of them had white hair. They were whispering to each other. These must be the senators of the kingdom of Dionia. Publius thought to himself. Just as he was about to follow Tibulus and sit behind them, the disciplinary officer walked to the front and whispered a few words to the people in the center. Soon, 5 people stood up and walked toward them. Publius recognized one of them. It was Antares, who had received them before. Tibulus immediately bowed respectfully and said, "Lord Cornelis, I'm very grateful to you. Sir Lucius, Sir Sidorum, Sir Antares, Sir Vespa." As the governor of Turii and once Tibulus' superior, Lucius nodded and said, "Tibulus, thank you for your hard work. Is everything ready?" "Yes, everything is ready. Have a good rest first. When it's your turn later, perform well." "Yes, sir." The disciplinary officer led Tibulus to the furthest side of the first row so that it would be convenient for him to speak on stage. Tibulus had already guessed that these 5 people were the 5 rotating presidents of the Senate of Dionia. He also noticed that they were different from the other senators in that they wore bolton robes with gold rims. One of them, a white-haired old man, smiled and said, "Welcome, Sir Publius. I'm Cornelis, the rotating president of the Senate of Dionia. This is..." Publius greeted them one by one. Both had smiles on their faces, and their movements were elegant and reserved. Although Publius talked and laughed freely with Tibulus along the way like an ordinary person, at this moment, he deliberately displayed the bearing of a former senator of the Senate of Rome and the patriarch of a large clan. Then Cornelis led Publius to the center of the hall and said loudly to the senators below the stage, "Everyone, this is Senator Publius Manlius from Rome, who was newly elected to the Senate last year. Please give him a warm round of applause and welcome him as one of us." Immediately, there was a warm round of applause. Then, Cornelis gestured to Publius to say a few words. Publius did not decline. He took a step forward and stood with his head held high. With a smile on his face, he slowly looked around at the crowd and said in a loud voice, "On my way to Turii, I deeply felt the vastness of the territory of the kingdom of Dionia. When I arrived in Turii, I was attracted by the prosperity of this huge city. I know that all of this is closely related to the efforts of you, the elites of the kingdom. I'm very happy to be one of you and contribute to the strength of Dionia." The applause in the hall was even more enthusiastic than before. The 5 presidents looked at each other, and the meaning was self-evident. Over the years, they had held similar, simple welcoming ceremonies for many senators who had just joined the kingdom in the Senate. However, there were very few who could say such words in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. This senator from Rome was not a simple person, so the 5 presidents invited Publius to sit next to them. Normally, this seat was not meant for a newcomer, but today, this seat was specially reserved for him. On one hand, It was to express the sincerity of the Senate of Dionia to the people of Rome. On the other hand, it was convenient for them to understand the current situation in the Latin region from Publius' mouth. So, as soon as Publius sat down, Cornelis and the others chatted with him enthusiastically. At the same time, the representatives of the local senators entered one after another, and the whole hall became more lively. After an unknown period of time, a disciplinary officer came over and reminded them in a low voice, "Sirs, all the participants have arrived." Cornelis stopped talking with Publius, looked at the other four, and asked, "Everyone is here. Shall we begin? Hurry up and start. If we delay any longer, today's meeting may not end until the evening," Anteri said eagerly. Cornelis stood up, and the other four followed suit. Then they walked to the center of the hall together. The hall was immediately filled with thunderous applause, which echoed repeatedly in the enclosed circular space. Publius turned his head and saw that all the wooden chairs were occupied. It seemed that even the entrances and exits had added wooden chairs. Except for the center of the hall, everywhere was packed. There must be at least 1,000 people here. Publius was astonished. The 5 presidents walked to the wooden tables at the side of the center of the hall and sat down facing the crowd. At this time, the disciplinary officers of the Senate, who belonged to the Ministry of Supervision, stood in front and shouted in unison, "The kingdom's General Assembly is about to begin. Everyone, please remain silent." As soon as they said that, the hall immediately quieted down. The speed of everyone's reaction surprised Publius. Of course, he didn't know that if anyone dared to continue making noise, they would be expelled from the hall by the disciplinary officers for deliberately disrupting the meeting. This was not only a matter of making a fool of themselves in public, but they would also be pursued by the Ministry of Supervision afterward. That would be a great loss. At this time, Cornelis stood up and stood in the center of the hall. He looked at the crowd and said, "Everyone, I'm very happy that we are gathered in the Senate again today. According to the rules, His Majesty the King of Devers should be the one to give the opening speech, but unfortunately, he is still in Sicily leading the kingdom's army to fight against the Carthage people. He can't be here, so he wrote a letter and entrusted me to read it to everyone." Chapter 1039. Cornelis was an old man. His voice was not loud and even trembling. It was impossible for the people at the back of the hall to hear him clearly. However, there were several voice messengers in front of him who repeated his words in a loud voice. At this time, he took out a papyrus scroll from his arms and carefully unfolded it. He coughed softly and began to read. "Respected senators of the Kingdom of Dionia, representatives of the local councils of the Kingdom of Dionia, I am deeply sorry that I am unable to attend the meeting when the Kingdom's General Assembly is about to be held. The war with Carthage, Rome, and Samni was not provoked by us, but we have to fight on because it concerns the survival of the Kingdom of Dionia and the fundamental interests of every citizen. Up until now, this war has lasted for a year. In this year, our soldiers have been fighting on the front lines, and you've been working hard to maintain the stability of the domestic order and tirelessly preparing a large number of materials needed for the war. We were able to defeat Rome and Samni one after another because of your painstaking efforts. Some time ago, our Sicilian fleet and the Third Fleet almost annihilated the Carthage fleet. And just yesterday, our land army severely damaged Carthage's 100,000-strong army at Serenus and captured Carthage's military commander, Margo. When Cornelis read until here, he deliberately paused. As he expected, thunderous cheers erupted in an instant. "Great! Another great victory! We won! We won! We won this war! We won Carthage! We are the new overlords of the Western Mediterranean." The people danced and hugged each other. Their joy was beyond words. Carthage had dominated the Western Mediterranean for many years. Most of the people present, including the elders, did not have much confidence in this war. However, it was this unexpected result that made them particularly surprised. At this time, even the disciplinary officers in charge of the Order of the Hall had a smile on their faces. They did not immediately stop the commotion in the hall. After a while, they asked for silence again. Cornelis then continued to read. We defeated Carthage's navy, and now Carthage's army. Carthage has basically lost the ability to fight against us, Dionia. So, they sent an envoy to ask for peace talks with us. Everyone, I know that this year's war has had a great impact on the kingdom. The treasury is almost depleted, food prices are soaring, and a large number of young citizens have been removed. There is a lack of labor, and many soldiers have been injured or killed. Some territories have also been ravaged by the enemy and are in urgent need of reconstruction. Many of you may hope that after some benefits, you can negotiate with Carthage and restore the kingdom's order. However, although the Western Mediterranean Sea is vast, it can't accommodate two powerful countries. Do we hope to see the heavily injured Carthage learn a lesson, recuperate, and challenge us again after it regains its strength? I think your answer must be no. So, we can't stop at the current victory. We must continue to fight until we finally achieve the ideal result we want. That is, we, Dionia, must obtain an absolute advantage so that Carthage can never challenge us again. There will always be only one overlord in the Western Mediterranean, and that is us, Dionia. When Cornelis read this, his voice could not help but become loud. The eyes of the people present were bright, and they held their heads high. So, I hope that you will continue to unite and do your best to continue to appease the people, maintain the stability of the kingdom, and do your best to provide sufficient supplies for the army until we achieve the final victory. This is the content of the letter written by His Majesty. Cornelis finished reading the letter and handed it to Lucius next to him. At this moment, someone in the hall suddenly shouted, "Victory to His Majesty Devers!" Once again, the hall became lively. Victory to His Majesty Devers. Victory to the kingdom of Dionia. Publius, who was sitting in the front of the hall, was shrouded in this passionate atmosphere. He never thought that on the first day he stepped into the highest temple of power in the kingdom of Dionia, he would feel the ambition of this kingdom, to become the only overlord of the Western Mediterranean. Although he was not as excited as the others, he felt a little more proud. At the same time, he breathed a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, I was lucky enough to become a citizen of this kingdom in time. At this time, Cornelis took the opportunity to say, "It seems that not only does everyone have no objection to the decision made by His Majesty, but they're also very supportive. In the next 2 days, we will discuss how to better fulfill the request made by His Majesty. But now, we will first invite the chief officials of each department to make a summary of the situation of the kingdom last year. Since everyone is interested in the military situation of the kingdom, let's first invite Minister of Military Affairs, Helos, to the stage." According to the previous procedure of the Kingdom Conference, first, the King's Devers would make a comprehensive summary of the situation of the kingdom last year. Then, the chiefs of each department would make a specific introduction of the situation of their department. But now that the Devers were away, the steady Cornelis and Lucius did not dare to overstep their authority and simply skipped the first part. The speeches of each department usually started from the finance department. After all, money was the issue that everyone was most concerned about. But now, the military had become the issue that everyone was most concerned about. So, Helos was the first to speak. After years of training, this mercenary minister of military affairs stood in the middle of the venue with a calm and dignified bearing, attracting everyone's attention. He spoke in a comprehensive and concise manner, describing the whole process of the war between Dionia and Rome, Samni, and Carthage from the beginning, development, and current situation. He also briefly talked about the strategies and tactics formulated by the King of Devers and the Ministry of Military Affairs against these three hostile forces. At the same time, he also mentioned the contributions of various legions and fleets in the war. Even though everyone had a general understanding of the war last year through various channels, Helos' comprehensive and professional presentation was still refreshing, so everyone listened carefully. For Publius, he finally understood why Dionia dared to ignore the attack of Carthage in the beginning and let the King of Devers lead the army to attack Rome first. It turned out that they had already seriously discussed and deduced, made careful preparations, and formulated a perfect plan. And how could Rome not be defeated in a hurry? Publius vaguely felt the horror of the Ministry of Military Affairs established by the Kingdom of Dionia. A group of people with rich war experience did nothing else but deal with military affairs. They only studied how to defeat the enemy every day. How could the nobles of Rome, who usually spent a lot of time on city-state affairs and diplomatic affairs, only gather citizens and think about tactics during the war? What surprised Publius even more was the series of data that came out of Helos' mouth. In the past year of war, the Kingdom of Dionia had used a total of 11 regular legions, 1 reserve legion for cavalry legions, for fleets, more than 700 warships, and 110,000 soldiers on the ground alone, not counting the reserve soldiers that were added later. What a powerful military force! And the fact that this powerful military force could operate normally for a year also showed the strength of the Kingdom of Dionia. Publius, who had been a senator of Rome for many years and had always been involved in the tedious government affairs, was deeply aware of this. Now that he thought about it, the Senate of Rome rejected the request of the Dionia's emissary to reach an armistice with Wolsey and arrogantly claimed that they were not afraid of Dionia joining the war. Now that he thought about it, it was ridiculous. Of course, at the end of the speech, Helos also mentioned with a heavy expression that although the Dionysian army had won a great victory in the war this year, they had also paid a lot of casualties. So far, a total of nearly 30,000 people had died, and more than 40,000 were injured, including the sailors of the Navy, who accounted for the majority of the casualties. The Ministry of Military Affairs would try its best to arrange the funeral of the soldiers who died in the war, send pensions to their families as soon as possible, and properly solve the livelihood problems of the families of the soldiers who died in the war in the future, so that the soldiers who were still fighting would not have to worry about their families. When Helos finished his speech, basically no one asked any questions, and everyone responded with warm applause. The second person to go on stage to sum up was the finance minister, Merces. His style of speaking was obviously different from that of Helos. As soon as he opened his mouth, he complained that the war had turned the kingdom's national treasury into nothing. The heartache on his face was definitely not an act. Throughout the whole speech, he mostly complained about the large amount of gold and silver that the war had consumed. Even though he mentioned that they had obtained a lot of spoils from the conquered cities like Rome and Syracuse, as well as the precious metals that had been mined from the mines in Corsica and Sardinia, which in fact made up for a lot of the national treasury's deficit. However, his tone and his expression seemed to indicate that these were not worth mentioning at all. If the kingdom did not stop the war immediately, the kingdom would fall into trouble because of the lack of money this year. From the whispers of the people around him, Publius knew that this was the usual style of the greedy finance minister of the kingdom. He would always complain about the lack of money in the national treasury. However, Publius was still shocked by Merces' statement. The monthly tax revenue of the Kingdom of Dionia was 700 to 800 talent, and this year it was close to 10,000 talent. This was also due to the impact of the war, which caused the tax revenue to drop significantly. Even so, compared to Rome in the past, its income was only about a fraction of the Kingdom of Dionia's. If in terms of military strength, Rome still had the strength to fight, but in terms of financial strength, it was not worth mentioning at all. Perhaps the destruction of the Kingdom of Dionia was expected. Chapter 1040. What piqued Publius' interest was that the finance minister also explained in detail how the income of the treasury was used this year. Specifically, how much money was used for the salaries of the kingdom's officials, how much was used for public buildings, how much was used for the education of the kingdom's schools, how much was used for the purchase of military rations, and how much was used for the manufacture of armaments. While Merces was on the stage, Publius was amazed. He was considered an experienced administrator, and from Merces' explanation, he realized that the management and use of the treasury in the Kingdom of Dionia was very meticulous. What happened next surprised him even more. After Merces finished his explanation, some elders and representatives raised doubts about the use of a certain item of expenses. Although Merces looked impatient, he still explained everything in detail. He only returned to his seat when there were no more questions. Publius let out a long sigh. Even though he was just a spectator, he felt a little nervous. He realized that it was not an easy task to hold power in the kingdom of Dionia. Although such supervision and questioning existed in the Senate of Rome, it would not be as detailed. This required the person in charge to have good management skills and to avoid the backroom deals that were common in the city-states. Mercies had successfully concluded his summary, but if his answer did not satisfy everyone, it would not be so easy to pass the test. Publius remembered Tibulus mentioning the assembly of Dionia's civil officials that would be held the next day. He started to remind himself that this was Dionia, not Rome. He had to be careful when he was in office. The next person to walk to the center of the hall was the agriculture minister, Bucos. His speech was quite inspiring. First of all, after a drought, the entire kingdom's agriculture had a bumper harvest in September last year, greatly alleviating the predicament of the shortage of military rations. The people were also freed from the shadow of the drought. Bucos then mentioned that more than half of the eastern plains of Campania and Latin had been annexed to the kingdom, adding XXX acres of fertile land. The people who had migrated there had been XXX acres of land, and there was still XXX acres of land left. The officials of the Ministry of Agriculture had taken measures to help the newly migrated people make better use of the land. In addition, he also mentioned the 3 regions of Syracuse, Sardinia, and western Sicily. Although they had not been completely pacified, the Ministry of Agriculture had already started to plan the land there. Bucco's speech won a round of applause, but everyone also asked questions enthusiastically, mainly about whether the young people who had just reached adulthood in their towns could get a share of the newly occupied land. The Ministry of Agriculture had already considered this question, so Bucco's answered it rather easily. Although Publius felt a twinge of bitterness when Berks mentioned the topic of Latin land distribution, he was also amazed that the Dionysian kingdom's leaders had indeed taken the initiative to consider distributing land to every citizen. The next person to appear was the Minister of Commerce, Marigi. This Persian man, with a different appearance, made Publius size him up curiously. Marigi's speech at the beginning was within everyone's expectations. The war had a great impact on the kingdom's trade. Over the past year, there had been a significant decrease in the number of merchant ships coming and going from the various port cities, and the markets had become sluggish. Everyone could see that and were not surprised by the decline in trade. Marigi then mentioned that the acquisition of the Latin region, the entire island of Sicily, Corsica, and Sardinia had greatly expanded the trade circle of the Kingdom of Dionia in the western Mediterranean Sea, and they had entered the field of precious metal trade. This would inevitably lead to greater development of the kingdom's trade after the war. Furthermore, the alliance between the kingdom and Egypt had made the trade between the two countries closer and deeper, and the trade in the eastern Mediterranean Sea had also advanced to a higher level. Of course, Marigi was only talking about the general situation. Before the conference ended, the various departments of the kingdom would discuss their work prospect for the new year, and he would talk about it in more detail. But even so, some local councilors who were merchants still actively raised their concerns, and Marigi also gave a satisfactory answer. The next person to appear was the Minister of Household Registration, Raphius. During the war, the Household Registration Department was also a busy department. Citizens and even freedmen were transferred to participate in the war as soldiers or as laborers for transportation, whether they made meritorious contributions in the war or whether they were punished. These answers had to be recorded one by one. Due to the large number of people participating in the war, this was an extremely complicated work. Therefore, the Household Registration Department had the largest number of public servants among all the departments. There were many scribes, recorders, and archivists. With these detailed citizen files, other departments had a reference basis, and they could barely meet the requirement of the Devers to reward the citizens for their contributions and punish them for their mistakes. From Raphius's narration, everyone knew that the casualties of the people of Dionia in this war were not only limited to the soldiers on the battlefield, but also the ordinary people, such as the Dauni region that was attacked by the Simonians, the Catania Plains that was destroyed by the Carthage, and the Apulia region that was attacked by the remaining forces. Therefore, the number of casualties given by Raphius was much higher than that given by the Ministry of Military Affairs, but the total population of the kingdom was still a little higher than the year before. What was the reason? It was because the population of the newly incorporated areas had increased. The city of Rome alone had brought more than 50,000 people to Ionia, and many people from Syracuse had also surrendered. In addition, there were also the city-states that had surrendered, such as Via, Casrella, Alenia, and Santa Iberia. The new population had increased by more than 100,000 people. In addition, the number of slaves in the Slave Administration Office under the Household Registration Department had also increased several times over the past year. People from Rome, Latin, Syracuse, Carthage, and Phoenicians had become slaves of the Kingdom of Ionia, greatly alleviating the problem of labor shortage in the kingdom this year. But at the same time, it had also brought great pressure to the management of slaves by the Household Registration Department. Raphaeus also talked about the riots caused by the slaves and the casualties of the officials of the Household Registration Department without any taboo. In fact, it was to prepare an ambush in advance for the increase in the number of officials of the Household Registration Department and the establishment of slave guards that he would propose at the kingdom's General Assembly in the next few days. Publius listened very carefully to Raphaeus' narration because it involved his fellow Rome citizens who had become slaves. He also asked a question for the first time after Raphaeus' narration, asking about the current situation of the slaves in Rome and whether it was possible for them to be freed in the future. Considering that Publius had just joined the kingdom, Raphaeus specially explained to him the management regulations of the kingdom's slaves in detail. Slaves had simple but clean accommodation. 2 meals a day were guaranteed, and heavy manual labor was even 3 meals a day. Occasionally, they would be given meat. If they were sick, there would be specialized doctors to treat them. Those with families would not be separated. As long as they completed their tasks seriously and did not antagonize the management, they would not be beaten or scolded at will. Moreover, the union of male and female slaves was not prohibited. Slaves who performed well in the first year would receive a small monthly salary from the second year. If they continued to perform well, they might be put on the watch list from the third year until they finally obtained freedom during the celebration of Hades. Raphaeus also specifically emphasized that out of respect for Hades and, at the same time, many of the officials in the Slave Administration Office were slaves. Coupled with the random inspection by the Ministry of Supervision, the management of public efforts had always been carried out in strict accordance with the law, and the slaves lived well. On the contrary, the kingdom could only conduct regular monthly inspections on private slaves, and their living conditions were worse. After Publius heard this, the guilt in his heart lessened slightly. In fact, he knew that these slaves of Rome lived in the slave camp north of the city of Rome, on the Tino River. However, he had never thought of visiting them, because he would only be cursed and not thanked. The next to speak was the Minister of Construction, young Heraclius. As the kingdom had invested all the revenue from the treasury into the war, the construction and maintenance of domestic public buildings had been stopped, but this did not mean that young Heraclius had nothing to say. The reconstruction of the old city of Rome was a key point. Although Publius had personally experienced the process of reconstruction in Rome, it was a different experience for him to consider the reconstruction of the entire city of Rome from the perspective of a planner, so he listened very carefully. In addition, young Heraclius also mentioned that after these new territories were incorporated into the kingdom, the construction of roads was already in the process of planning. After the end of the spring sowing, the Ministry of Construction would organize labor, prepare funds, and extend the kingdom's roads to these territories as soon as possible so that it would be more convenient to travel with the old territories of the kingdom and more conducive to the kingdom's governance. The next minister to speak not only made the local councilors afraid, but also the senators often felt fear in their hearts. He was the minister of supervision, Sesta. This important minister of the kingdom, who had punished many officials and was known by the people as Radamandas in the sun, stood in the center of the venue, and the entire venue became much quieter. Perhaps because he had been engaged in supervision all year round, he had developed a cold and stern temperament. However, in his summary of the supervision work last year, in fact, there were fewer kingdom officials punished by the Ministry of Supervision than in previous years. One of the important reasons was because of the war. Because of this large-scale war, The entire kingdom was in a state of emergency mobilization. If they made a mistake at this time, they would be punished double, so few people dared to go against the muzzle of the gun at this critical moment. Chapter 1041. Among the officials who were criticized for their incompetence, the officers of the Ministry of Military Affairs made up the majority. The military judge in the army was also appointed by the Ministry of Supervision. After all, such a huge amount of resources and money were gathered in the Ministry of Military Affairs, and they needed to manage, plan, allocate, and transport them. It was indeed a difficult task, and it was the first time the Ministry of Military Affairs had experienced it. The lack of experience and manpower had led to a lot of mistakes. Sesta emphasized this point, hoping that the Ministry of Military Affairs could learn from it and improve its efficiency. Helos, Felicius, and the other officials of the Ministry of Military Affairs looked calm. In fact, around October last year, they had already realized this problem and took the initiative to cooperate with Mirzas. The Finance Department sent people to assist the Ministry of Military Affairs in managing and allocating resources, and the situation became much better. Minister of Foreign Affairs Ansitanos, Minister of Education Montodicus, Minister of Medical Affairs Herpes, one by one, they went on stage to make a summary. The last one to go on stage was not a minister, but the scepter priest of the Hades temple of the kingdom of Dionia, Plazinus. In fact, when the kingdom assembly was first implemented, the Devers had hesitated about whether or not to let Plazinus participate in the assembly. After all, when the idea that the Devers were the descendants of Hades had been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people of the kingdom, Hades had actually become the exclusive god of the royal family of Dionia, and Hades had become the most important god that the people of the kingdom believed in. The kingdom assembly was mainly to discuss the administrative affairs of the kingdom, and to let the human servant of the guardian god of the kingdom of Dionia be supervised and criticized by the representatives of the assembly was not only an offense to the god, but also disrespectful to the royal family. However, the Devers considered that in any era, religion was a double-edged sword. If there were no restrictions as time went by, it was likely to override the secular world and threaten the royal power. Moreover, the priests of the Temple of Hades did not only worship the guardian god of the kingdom, but they were also responsible for supervising and regulating the behavior of the priests of the other temples in the kingdom, which naturally included a lot of administrative affairs. After much consideration, the Devers finally decided to let Plazinus participate in the kingdom's General Assembly at the beginning of every year. He would be the last minister of the kingdom to make a conclusion on the first day of the General Assembly. In fact, ever since Plazinus had participated in the conference, he had been asked a lot of questions. Of course, they weren't about the Temple of Hades itself, but about other temples. Ever since its establishment, the kingdom of Dionia had been a country that believed in many gods. Not only did the Greek gods worship among the people, but there were also gods worshipped by other races. It was not easy to balance the interests of all of them. However, the opinions of the representatives also contributed to the gradual improvement of the kingdom's management of religion, nipping any bad signs in the bud as soon as possible. After Plazinus' speech, there were also many questions. Even Publius raised his second question in this conference. Of course, his question was naturally related to, can the temples of the Rome gods be treated fairly? Can they continue to worship in the kingdom? And so on. Prince Placinus answered seriously. Although he was not very satisfied, Publius was still a lot more relieved. At this point in the conference, according to the usual practice, the agenda for the day was over. But this time, the kingdom's General Assembly was different. Because it was during the war, the schedule of the entire conference had to be shortened as much as possible to avoid accidents. In order not to affect the war for the stability of the kingdom, and in addition to the busy government affairs, the governors of some important towns in the front lines could not even come. They only sent representatives such as Rome, Catania, Lusnia, and so on. But it was already afternoon, and the representatives had been sitting for most of the day. So, Cornelis announced that the meeting would be temporarily adjourned for half an hour. After eating a simple dinner provided by the Senate, the meeting would continue. The next content was to introduce the governance of the newly occupied territories. Finally, it was Tibullus' turn, It was really a long conference. Publius sighed softly. Such a format of the conference was really an eye-opener for him. Just from a series of summary by the ministers of the kingdom of Dionia, it could be seen how meticulous and rigorous the governance of the Dionia people were. Perhaps this was necessary to govern such a large kingdom. Publius thought to himself as his stomach growled. He was so focused on listening that he didn't realize that he was so hungry that his chest was sticking to his back. It was the first time he and Tibulus attended the conference. Unlike many of the representatives who were very experienced, they had a full breakfast. Just as he was considering whether to follow the other representatives out of the conference hall, and Terry suddenly asked, "Lord Publius, how do you feel after listening to these summaries?" Publius replied without hesitation, "I feel that it is not easy to be a senator or an official in Dionia. The pressure is too great." This was indeed what he felt. That night, the great council hall of Turin was brightly lit, and the people continued to fight. Many of the households in the Turin territories also lit candles, and the desolation of the past was swept away. One after another, the sounds of laughter broke the silence of the night. The first day of a new year was not any celebration day for the people of Dionia, but according to the custom of the previous life, the Devers would always hold a family banquet on this day to say goodbye to the old and welcome the new. As a result, this custom spread in Turin, and the people rushed to imitate it. Naturally, at this time, the residence of the Devers on the Hill of the Kings was even livelier. Not only was it brightly lit everywhere, but the open space in the courtyard was filled with dining tables. The palace guards and servants on duty for the royal family sat in the backyard and the front yard. There was a large table in the hall where the two wives of the Devers for children, as well as the chief of the court, Ribazat, and the slave manager, Molina, sat together. The Devers were not at home, and Agnes did not like to socialize. Banquets like this were naturally hosted by Christoia. Usually, the consort was strict and decisive, always cold as ice, and rarely showed her feminine charm. Today, however, she had a smile on her face as she went to the front and backyard to toast the guards and servants, thanking them for their contributions to the royal family in the past year, and wishing them good luck in the new year. Christoia returned to the hall amidst the gratitude and blessings, and sat on the main seat. Before she could speak, she heard Bryant say, "Mother, when will Father come back? I miss him. I miss Dad too." Avia said softly right after that. Although Eunice and Apox did not say anything, their longing was evident in their words. It could be said that because the Devers, Clodo, Catax, and Adoris were still fighting far away, and Cynthia had just given birth to a child and was still recuperating at home, there were fewer people than in previous years. It was inevitable that it was a little lonely. Although the Devers had not had much time to spend with the children due to their busy government affairs in recent years, Christoia was strict with the children, and Agnes was gentle but not passionate enough. Only the Devers could find time to spend with the children, and he was always able to get along with the children, letting them have fun. Now that the Devers had been away for a year, how could they not miss him after such a long time? Christoia was saddened by their words. After a moment of silence, she comforted them in a gentle tone. "Children, didn't you all read your father's letter yesterday? He and your two brothers are safe and sound, and they even won a great battle in Sicily. The war will end soon. So now, let's raise our glasses and wish your father and brothers a safe journey and a speedy return. Okay?" "Yes," the four children replied in unison. Thus, under Christoia's lead, everyone silently prayed to Hades for blessings. "All right, let's toast to celebrate the arrival of the new year." As soon as Christoia's voice fell, the children excitedly raised their glasses of watered wine, especially Bryant's, who held the wooden glass high. Just as he put down his glass, he heard Agnes say faintly, "I wonder how Clotho is doing in Rome? He's never lived alone for so long before." Christoia was stunned, then glared at her with dissatisfaction. She thought to herself, "What's wrong with you, Agnes? I've just appeased these children, and you say that without looking at the occasion. How can we maintain the joyous atmosphere of this banquet?" The whole family missed Clodo Catax, but far away in Rome, Clodocatax was not in the mood to miss his parents and siblings on this special night. He was just about to eat dinner when his immediate superior, the Rome construction official Passion, personally came to his door to ask for help. "Lord Passion, are you saying that there's a problem with the stone bridge we built?" After hearing Passion's words, Clodocatax was shocked. "Because it's going to be checked and accepted tomorrow, I asked the engineers to inspect it thoroughly today. In the end, they found that the second pier has deviated, so they immediately informed me. According to their analysis, it might be because the riverbed there is too soft and the foundation of the piers is not strong enough. It's all because the city hall was too pressuring us. We didn't do a more detailed survey of the riverbed and make a better construction plan. We just wanted to finish as soon as possible. That's why it's like this," Passion said regretfully. Chapter 1042. Since the demolition, cleaning, and reconstruction of roads in the southern part of Rome's old city, the rest of the residential construction had been handed over to the real estate merchants from the Royal Chamber of Commerce. The construction officials only needed to supervise and inspect the construction, so the manpower in the construction office of Rome was free. However, the most important part of the construction work in the entire city of Rome was the temple. According to the request of the assists, the new temple in Rome should be roughly the same size as the main temple in Turii. The key point was that it was not one, but two, the Temple of Hades and the Temple of Diana, and it was approved by the King of Devers. However, to build such a temple required a lot of manpower and material resources. Dionia, which was at war, could not afford it. Therefore, after the discussion between Passion, the construction official, and the assists, they decided to build the stone bridge across the Tiber River first. However, it was not the bridge of Rome, but the bridge connecting the island in the middle of the river. Since Dionia occupied Rome and established a new alliance with the surrounding forces, the whole of Latin and Etruria had been restored to peace and tranquility. With the strong promotion of the assists, Rome gradually opened up trade with the rich Etrurian alliance in the north. There were two ways of communication between Rome and the Etrurian city-states in the north. One was by water, where the port of Ostia was being built, and the other was by land. However, the Bridge of Rome was not built for trade. It was not wide, and it was made of wood. It was no longer suitable for the needs of the development of Rome. Therefore, the assists set their sights on the two bridges on the island in the middle of the river that had been destroyed during the war. This could be considered a kind of compensation from the kingdom to the natives of Rome. For this reason, the assists suggested to the construction official, Passion, that it would be best to build a stone bridge at the beginning of the new year to show the people of Rome the new atmosphere after joining the kingdom. Passion promised the assists. After accepting the task, he led his men to survey the terrain, choose the location for the bridge, and design the blueprint. The labor force was sufficient, and the materials were basically ready-made. There were a lot of regularly shaped stones left in the burned and demolished temples in Rome, and it did not take long to pour them with cement. In addition, the construction department had built many stone bridges in the kingdom over the years, so they were very experienced. Passion, the construction official, thought that building such a small bridge should be in the bag. However, he did not expect that something would go wrong at the critical moment. So what did the engineers say? Can it be repaired quickly? Clodocatax asked anxiously. Although he had been learning about construction, he was still a newbie. Tomorrow, the governor, the assist, would bring the official from the city hall to congratulate the completion of the stone bridge. After a long period of teaching by the Devers, Clodo knew that this stone bridge was not just a simple project. At the same time, it was also given a deeper political meaning. So, he was also anxious. We have to tamp the bridge foundation and reinforce the piers. They estimate that it will take about 7 or 8 days. Passion hesitated for a moment, then said earnestly, "I'm going to explain this to the assists now. I hope you can come with me." Although Clodocatax was now Passion's subordinate, he was also the Prince of Dionia. Passion usually treated him very politely, but now that he had a favor to ask, his attitude was even more humble. Okay, Clodocatax did not hesitate. The two rushed to the Castellan's mansion in Rome and were soon received by the assists. After listening to Passion's explanation, The assist's face darkened. I thought you came to see me so late to tell me that the construction department is ready for tomorrow's celebration. I didn't expect that there would be such a big mistake. The assist scolded angrily. Why didn't you find out before? You only told me at the last moment. Tomorrow, not only the officials from the city hall, but also many people from Rome will be going to the Piazza del Mars to celebrate. How are we going to clean up this mess? Passion's face turned pale. His lips trembled, but he did not dare to say anything. He could only look at Clodo Catax pitifully. In the past, the assist had always given Clodo Catax the impression that he was gentle and kind. But this time, this important minister of the kingdom showed him his majestic side. Clodo Catax bit the bullet and said, "Your Excellency." The assist immediately interrupted him. "Clodo Catax, don't say anything. You just came to the construction department not long ago. This has nothing to do with you." Hearing this, Clodo Catax knew that the assist was trying to keep him out of this mess. But because of this, he put aside his worries and spoke frankly. "Your Excellency, as a low-level construction officer in the construction department of Rome, I have been following Sir Passion for the past 2 months. I am responsible for supervising the construction of this stone bridge. If something happens to him, of course, I am also responsible." The assist looked at the sincere and guilty Clodo Catax, then turned to look at the uneasy Passion. He was silent for a moment, but this silence made the two visitors feel a little uneasy. After a while, the assist said, "The officials in the city hall are fine. We can postpone the celebration for a few days, and they will be very cooperative." But the people in Rome and the surrounding towns came here excitedly, but they were asked to go back without seeing anything. How angry will they be at the city hall? At this point, Assist could not help but emphasize his tone. Ever since he became the governor of Rome, he had worked hard to build up the trust and authority of the city hall among the Roman people. How could he not be angry when he thought about how this incident could destroy the trust and authority he had built up among the Roman people? "Your Excellency." Passion saw that the assist's tone was a little relaxed, so he immediately said nervously, "The ordinary people can't see the tilt of the piers. They will see a complete stone bridge. But we will block both ends of the stone bridge and tell them, for the sake of beauty, the stone pillars on the railings need to be engraved, so they're temporarily not allowed to pass. It seems that you have prepared for this. Should I send you more engravers?" The assist sneered and said in a low voice, "Thousands of people came from afar and gathered at the Tiber River just to see the stone bridge. Aren't you afraid that they will be angry and cause a riot?" Passion was shocked and did not dare to answer. After all, Clodo Catax was young and quick-witted. He suggested, "Your Excellency, we tourists are used to creating a lively and joyful atmosphere in the new year. Since the people will gather at the Tiber River next to the Square de Mars tomorrow, why don't we take the opportunity to hold competition? It will not only achieve the purpose of celebrating, but also divert the people's attention." A competition. The assist was moved. He thought for a while and shook his head. "Time is too tight. There is no time to prepare. How about fishing? Within a certain period of time, we'll see who can catch the most fish, then we'll rank them and give them rewards." Clodo Catax immediately said. The reason why he could give the suggestion so quickly was that in the past, in the early spring, Davis would bring his family to the Cretae River at the foot of the King's Hill to have a family fishing competition. The atmosphere was very warm and happy, which made Clodo Catax miss it very much. Although it was not yet early spring, the temperature was slowly getting warmer. The surface of the Tiber River was not frozen, so fishing was not a problem. The assist was a little moved by Clodo Catax. After all, the preparation for a fishing competition was relatively simple. All they had to do was sit by the river with a fishing rod. It was easy to operate. The assist looked at Passion again and asked in a low voice, "Are you sure that you can completely repair the stone bridge in 7 days?" "Sir, I swear in the name of Hades, I promise that the stone bridge will be completely repaired in 7 days, so that it can be used normally and without any problems. Because of this mistake, I will first record it in your grade assessment file. If you still fail to build the bridge in 7 days, Your official position will come to an end. The assists warned coldly. Passion nodded repeatedly. Although a demerit in the grade assessment would affect his promotion, he had at least passed the test with the strict assists. He knew that it was mostly because of Clodo Catax, so he nodded at the Prince of Dionia to show his gratitude. Go back and get ready. I still have to discuss with Clodo Catax about tomorrow's fishing competition. The assists raised his hand to chase him away. Passion did not dare to stay any longer. He hurriedly said goodbye and left. Only the two of them were left in the living room. The assist's expression had also returned to normal. He sighed kindly and said, "Your Highness, you should not have come tonight. Passion dragged you here because he wanted to use your kindness to help him. Uncle assists." Clodo Catax said seriously, "I know Lord Passion's intention, but he is indeed very hard-working. Ever since he took on the heavy responsibility of building the stone bridge, he has been busy from morning to night. I haven't seen him slack off for a single moment. Moreover, he has taken good care of me and taught me a lot. Whether for public or private reasons, I can't let Lord Passion's future be hindered because of this one mistake, because he has indeed devoted himself to his work and wants to build this stone bridge well. No wonder the people call you a kind prince. Your Highness, you are still as compassionate as ever." The assists praised and smiled. 10 days ago, His Majesty wrote me a letter asking about your performance in Rome. I complained to him, saying, "You don't pay attention to your image as a Prince of Dionia. The palace guards have complained many times that you refuse their protection. You work with the Roman and Latin citizens recruited from the construction office every day, learning their Latin language. Sometimes, when you're busy, you even buy food for them at your own expense." Then His Majesty wrote back to me. Can you guess what he said in the letter? Chapter 1043. Clodo Catax scratched his head with his hand and showed a rare childish expression. He said that I did a good job, but I need to be careful, because Father has also replied to me. Assist laughed heartily and said, "You guys came to me in a hurry just now. I didn't even have time to eat dinner. Since today is the first day of the new year, you can accompany me for dinner. Then we can discuss how to hold the fishing competition tomorrow while we eat. I have decided that you will be responsible for organizing this matter." Me? Clodo Catax was a little surprised. "You don't have confidence?" Assists looked at him with a faint smile. "No problem." Clodo Catax immediately responded. The two new negotiation conditions from Dionia shocked Celadon. He did not dare to continue the negotiations. He said that the matter needed to be discussed and decided by the Senate. Without a moment's delay, he returned to Carthage by boat. However, he did not immediately report the matter to the Senate. Instead, he first reported it to Hanno. That night, Taipanlak and several other important Hanoverian senators arrived at Hanno's mansion one after another. When Celadon repeated the situation of his negotiation with the Dionia in Sicily, everyone's face became solemn. "Lord Hanno, the Dionia have put forward such harsh negotiation conditions. This is a provocation to us. We must not agree to it. If the Dionia force us, we will stop the negotiations." The first to speak was Drevica. He was the most active supporter of Hanno's inland expansion policy. Of course, he had also received a friendly gift from Hanno, allowing his family to occupy a large piece of land near Thevest, a town in eastern Namibia, inland south of Carthage. "If we don't negotiate, then the people of Dionia can continue to destroy our remaining troops in Sicily and occupy the entire western part of Sicily for themselves. Then they can regroup their troops, land in Africa, and attack us, Carthage. It's not that we want to negotiate, but the enemy is strong and we're weak. The situation is grim, and we have no choice but to negotiate." Samos sighed with a gloomy expression. He was the Hanoverian who was the most proficient in military affairs after Monty Adler. Now, he led thousands of Carthage militia and was stationed in eastern Namibia, suppressing rebellions and stabilizing order. This time, he was specially called back, which showed how much Hanno valued him. "The Dionia want Corsica, Sardinia, and western Sicily. Now you want southern Iberia, and you want us to return the land of Namibia. If we all agree, will we be able to satisfy the people of Dionia?" "No. Our weakness will only fuel their greed. Not only will they add new conditions for negotiation, but they will even send an army to land in Africa and threaten us, Carthage. Since the situation is so bad, why don't we be more forceful? Instead, it will make the people of Dionia wary. Drevica retorted. Hanno listened to the debate between the two and did not express his opinion. He turned his head and asked, Tepanlako, what's your opinion? Tepanlako pondered and said, the key issue now is that we first have to determine if the people of Dionia really want to negotiate with us. If they do, then we will try our best to negotiate with them, hoping to finally get a truce agreement that is not bad for us. If not, then we have to prepare for war with all our might, and prepare to defend against the invasion of the Dionysian army in Africa. After listening, Hanno looked at Ocriton again. You and the people of Dionia have been negotiating for a while. Based on your judgment, do the people of Dionia want to negotiate, or do they not want to negotiate? This question carried a lot of weight, and Ocriton did not answer immediately. He pondered for a while before saying, during the time I was negotiating with the people of Dionia, I only met their king once at the very beginning. His attitude toward me was still considered friendly. After that, I asked to meet him several times, but I was rejected. I think it was not because his anger towards Carthage was growing, but because he wanted to negotiate with Carthage. He was worried that under my request, he would rashly make a decision and interfere with the plan of the negotiators of Dionia. Secondly, I deliberately provoked the negotiators of Dionia several times, and even threatened to stop the negotiations and let the people of Carthage prepare for war with Dionia with all their might. However, when I appeared in the negotiation room the next day, the negotiators of Dionia were still waiting there. Although they were mocking us, they still allowed the negotiations to continue. According to my observation, the negotiators of Dionia were a very arrogant person, but the fact that they were able to endure it showed that they were looking forward to the negotiations. However, it was understandable that the people of Dionia wanted to gain more from the negotiations, just as we wanted to give less in the negotiations. Therefore, during the negotiations, we were all watching the development of the war. Unfortunately, Brother Margot failed, and the people of Dionia had a greater advantage. Of course, they wanted to gain more. Moreover, from my conversation with the negotiators of Dionia, I found out that the people of Dionia did not pay a great price to defeat the army led by Brother Margot this time. I have carefully observed the soldiers of Dionia, and all of them were arrogant. They did not look tired at all. The faces of the people in the room changed. After a while, Tepanlako reluctantly said, maybe they deliberately put on a show for you, and then put pressure on you. Stupid Brother Margot. He is the sinner of Carthage. Drevica scolded angrily. Hanno, who was usually at loggerheads with a Magonid family in the Senate, did not reprimand Brother Margot. Instead, he sighed worriedly and said, Drevica, what you said before was right. The greed of the people of Dionia can be changed. Perhaps the previous king of Dionia did have the intention to negotiate, but as the difference in strength between the two sides grows, it is inevitable that they will have other ideas. Looking at the current situation, we must admit that the people of Dionia have an absolute advantage in both the navy and the land. We must first find a way to strengthen the military of Carthage City and dispel the idea of Dionia annihilating us. Samos, do you have any suggestions for this? Samos hesitated and did not answer for a while. Look at the situation now. If you have something to say, just say it. Hanno was getting impatient. Sir Hanno, then I will say it. Samos decided to go all out and said directly, the army of Sicily has suffered a crushing defeat, and the entire sea is completely sealed by the navy of Dionia. The remaining troops on the island have no hope of escaping, and will eventually surrender to the people of Dionia. Now that the people of Dionia have put forward such harsh conditions for negotiation, they will not release the captives before an agreement is reached. Once the people of Dionia solve the problem of Sicily and land in Africa, they will launch an attack on Carthage City. How many soldiers can we organize to defend Carthage City? How much food do we have to ensure that Carthage City can last longer under the siege of the Dionysian army? How much foreign aid do we have to help us when Carthage is in danger? Samos's question made the faces of several people in the room change drastically. As this year's Sophie, Akradin coughed a few times and reluctantly said in a comforting manner, "The young and strong citizens of Carthage suffered a lot of casualties after they first landed in Sicily with Montenegro. Since then, Margot has forced us to recruit more than 10,000 public militias. They are now trapped in Sicily. At the same time, there are nearly 8,000 citizens stationed in Namibia under your command. If the city wants to forcibly recruit more, I am afraid that we can only organize more than 4,000 people at most, including the elderly and young people. Although Carthage is the most prosperous city-state in the Western Mediterranean and seems to have a large population, in fact, there are not many real citizens. Most of them are slaves, especially the Namibians. The Phoenicians are only a small race in the entire Mediterranean. So for hundreds of years, although they are more civilized and technologically advanced than the Greeks, they have basically been at a disadvantage in the migratory conflicts in the Western Mediterranean. This is the main reason. Due to the blockade of the Dionysian fleet, most of the military rations we have collected from Namibia and the allies for the Sicilian army have not been delivered. It is enough for the people of our city to eat for more than 3 months. Don't forget that the people also have food in their homes. It will not be a problem to hold on for half a year under the siege of the Dionia. As for the foreign aid you mentioned, the entire Phoenician city-state of Africa is the help of our Carthage. The Dionysian army will not be able to move an inch on this land. Akradin's comfort obviously did not work. Samos still looked solemn and said in a deep voice, "Although the city of Carthage has lagoons and hills as barriers, 4,000 people are not enough to resist the attack of the Dionia. We should transfer the 8,000 soldiers stationed in Namibia to strengthen the city's defense." In addition, I do not agree with what Sir Akradin just said about the Phoenician allies being our help. I think the Phoenician allies in Africa will be our burden. Most of their young and middle-aged citizens have been transferred to Sicily. Once the Dionysian army really lands in Africa, the Phoenician allies will not be able to protect themselves and may turn to us for help. When that time comes, should we send reinforcements? If we send reinforcements, not only will it weaken our already weak defense, but it will also put the reinforcements in danger of being attacked by the Dionysian army at any time. If we don't send them, will the Phoenician allies still trust us? Maybe they will directly turn to the Dionia. And Literature Museum.